Hey, what's up? What the fuck is going on? Welcome to episode 2. BMOVIEMIKE and RAMBORAPH'S What the Fuck Live. WTF. What, yeah. I'm very tired tonight, so this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to sound like I'm drunk, but I'm really not. Uh, I'm going to be silly and profane, even more profane than normal. But yeah, it's going to be a good time. Rambo and I were just talking about some movies we'd seen lately. And you were talking about Frailty. That's one I haven't seen. Go ahead and kind of without, if you don't want to spoil it, that's fine.
Well, I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but yeah, I had recently reviewed Frailty, which is one of the only films Bill Paxton got to direct as well as star in. Also has Matthew McConaughey, Powers Booth, and um, it's one of those movies that I think it's a very for a guy who had never directed before. I thought he really showed some chops. It's a it's not a gore movie. It's not an action movie. It's a just a good story. It's a good creepy story about a Matthew McConaughey. This is not spoilers because it's the beginning of the film. He goes into Powers Booth, who's an FBI guy, and the Powers Booth's been looking for this serial killer called the God's Hand Killer. And Matthew McConaughey comes in and says he knows who did it. It's his own brother. And then he tells the story about when him and his brother were kids and Bill Paxton was their father. And one day his father got a vision from God that he could see demons and he would have to kill people because of God. And it was just a well told story. It was very well directed for, again, his first time directing. I think Bill Paxton did a great job. Matthew McConaughey, for what he was supposed to do, was really good. Powers Booth, it's always great to see him in it. And it has one of those endings that, a lot of times a twist ending will make you not want to rewatch a film, but
Oh,
it's
the
honest.
Shyamalamicus? Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those that fits the film well and makes you want to rewatch it. It's a really interesting twist. Like, it's a really
That,
interesting revelation.
that
Uh,
was a
uh,
late 90s release, right? Or was it early 2000s? I lost track of it.
2001,
Okay.
I want to say. I think 2001. But for anyone who likes horror films, creepy stories, and you want to see a really good, twist, that when I first saw it, I didn't see it coming, and then when I rewatched the film, knowing it makes for an interesting experience as well. So it's one of those,
It, you know, sounds like
without
it
giving
has
it
a
away. But
sounds like it has a great cast. Powers Booth, definitely a big fan, and Bill Paxton. But I don't. I was talking to you a little bit before. Bill to me has always been more of the action, even a tinge of comedy to his a sparkle in his eye. They called him Wild Bill because you never knew what he was going to come up with. True Lies, and even in Twister he had a couple of moments where he played it mostly straight. But I think maybe what really caused me to pass it by was a lot of times when it comes down to those religious themed movies, and I don't care what side of the fence anybody's on, but it either goes Kurt Cameron or it goes completely the opposite way. It's either and so it's kind of a touchy subject, and if it's done well, then it's probably going to be a great movie. But I don't know. At the time, I was very busy. I didn't get to watch a whole lot of movies in that period of time. But I saw it, but I saw that it was out. I don't know. It just didn't call out to me. So I've never seen it. But now that he's gone, I want to go back and rewatch all the stuff that I didn't see that he was in.
this is one of those movies that it's not one or the other because first off, Bill Paxton, yeah, he's a religious guy, but he's actually a nice guy despite what he's doing. He's actually like he's not. It's not Ryan Reynolds in Amityville Horror remake. It's not like he's still a decent dad, which is kind of the creep factor. And then it's one of those. It's hard to talk about without the twist
Yeah.
because that's part of the reason why I really love the film. But I don't want to ruin it for Mike or anybody, so I better not say it. I said in my
Well,
review, but they're not. For people who don't want to know.
if you do want to know, check out his review. If not, check it out for yourself,
Exactly.
which I will probably do. Bill had great range. He was a great actor, and I don't know. At the rate they're dropping, it's like holy shit, who's going to be left? It's I don't know. It's getting crazy out there. But a couple of movies that I did want to spoil the shit out of that I don't normally do. We don't go into too many spoilers on The Factory unless we're watching it. And by the way, check out tomorrow night's episode, True Crime Films, Sausage Factory Live next. Tomorrow night. It's gonna be great. Logan. I'm gonna go ahead and talk about Logan. Like I said, on The Factory, I did say that Hugh Jackman, his performance in that movie really made the movie for me. Even though, like you, I had problems with the writing, and I'll go into the different things. The bad guys. I don't know. It's like these Christopher Nolan style superhero films where they want it to be in reality, but then there's elements of it that don't fit in reality. The cartoon bad guy with the bionic arm thing. That guy just annoyed the shit out of me.
Iron Hand. Yeah.
I don't know what the hell he was. It was some kind of bounty hunter, but I don't know. The ending is. I think the movie was great up until the ending, and I did have a problem with a few things, like Patrick Stewart. Charles Xavier. The only reason he was in this movie, I think, was so that Logan can have some kind of an epiphany. But the epiphany to me was not played out upon.
Yeah, because I don't even remember them having any deep conversations other than, I need to piss.
It was
Don't watch me piss.
It's like I said on The Factory. If you take a drink of whiskey every time somebody says Logan, you'll be dead before the movie's over. And half of that is fucking Patrick Stewart. Logan, I'm hungry. Logan, I gotta piss. Logan, there's a special at Taco Bell. Logan, the girl. Logan, there's mutants. Logan, it's like, shut the fuck up. That annoyed the hell out of me. But I like the fact that he was hiding out in Mexico and taking care of Professor X, who was actually, that was a pretty good point. The world's most powerful mind is breaking down and losing control, and he would have these like seizures or strokes or something, and it could kill people until But Logan was like the only one that could move during these episodes, and he could stab him with this medicine, and that would bring him out of it.
Yeah,
that was pretty intense. So yeah, I understand where he kept keeping him in Mexico, and the albino guy that helped take care of Professor X. He was a good character. I really liked him. Unfortunately, I didn't like how they used him. There you go. If I pick apart the story, I'm gonna not like it as much. But I just fall back on the performance of Logan, and it blows me. Even the little girl. Usually, child actors are kind of a weak spot, but I thought she pulled it off pretty well until she started talking. Then I wanted her to be mute again. And that was no good. He finally gets her to talk, and she's like,
she was that bad.
Jesus Christ!
That didn't bother me that much.
Hey, Pizzow joins
So
us.
we
What's
got
going on, man?
Hello and welcome to
The episode of Sausage Factory.
Hi. I forgot what was going on there for a second. I heard you guys talking about Logan, so I thought I'd jump on because I actually went out and watched Logan the other day, so I've caught up on 2 movies that I've been horribly behind on. But I saw Logan. I know you guys have both seen Logan. I liked it. It had problems.
Yeah.
But I thought it was it was a fitting end. Put it that way.
I didn't like the end. That was kind of my problem. We finally get a hard R-rated Wolverine movie, but yet he's broken down elderly Wolverine that can't fight for more than 5 minutes and gets his butt kicked. It's like that was kind of disappointing.
Well, when I say a fitting end, I mean I think it's a good way to. I think he needs to die. He needs to definitively die, and then a year from now we'll have the Channing Tatum Wolverine debut. So let's put to bed the Hugh Jackman Wolverine. Let's put it together in a hard R-rated movie with that earned its rating, that had a little bit of heart. And let's put that chapter to bed. Then let's open the chapter to the Channing Tatum Wolverine.
I think my only problem with that was that Logan had to die for the same reason Han Solo had to die, and I don't think the character really needed to die. The one scene that really set up what should have happened was when they were at the farmhouse, which I have a problem with them even being at the farmhouse and Professor X talking to horses, but whatever. I'll get back to that later. That was kind of weird. But when he goes up to like tuck in Professor X and he's like, Logan, that was, the perfect night. And he's been talking to him about these mutants and the little girl and how he needs to help them. And Professor X is no longer in the position to be able to help anybody. He can barely control his own brain. So it's kind of like a passing of the torch. Logan, you need to continue my work, right? So when he gets there and he finds out that the little kid mutants are real and all this stuff is real, he should have instinctively wanted to carry on what Professor X was doing, help them get to where they're going, and maybe start up a new X-Men with him as the Professor X character. And when he took that liquid at the end, how it wore off and he died. It was great. It was cool. But I don't know. I had a problem with him having to die when he could have continued, and I don't know.
Well, the whole farmhouse thing was thrown in there because they had to have. I mean, like if you look at the first act and the third act of that movie, it's really like it's fast paced. There's a lot going on, and then in the second act, it's like a road trip movie, and like everything just slows down. So they threw this farmhouse thing in there to add some emotion to the movie, and I guess where Professor X tells him, it could be like this, you have time. It can be like this for you, to at least show well, this could be what it was like. But I mean, I really felt like they realized they had a good opening act and a good closing act. And in the middle, it was just like,
it fell apart. It
was a road trip movie. So they threw that in there. And, that was one of the qualms I had with it, was that it kind of slowed down in that second act.
Did we really need, they're driving down the road and then Eric LaSalle with the horse carrier and those assholes run them off the road. So that's how it was like, how are we going to get these characters to interact? Well, I know how we'll get the characters to interact. Well, now we got to take them back to the house. Well, Logan's going to want to keep going, but Professor X is going to have a da-da-da. And then they get him back, and then it's like, now we have some kind of racist hillbilly gang trying to hurt the black people and take away their and then Logan has to stand up for him to bring him back. And then, what do we have? We have imitation Wolverine. So the whole part of that, to me, that was the worst part of the movie, was that middle section. And then the ending, didn't really care for the fact, this is what it feels like.
Yeah.
From what you were talking about in the farmhouse, it should have set up where Wolverine should have understood that, I got to take over. There are more mutants. Somebody needs to show them, because there's not too many elders left because we've been killed off, right? So somebody's going to have to show these new mutants how to harness their powers and how to be able to fit into society. But no, instead he dies. And they're left to be feral children that wander through the woods on their own. So that was unsatisfying to me. And I talked about the bad guy with the iron fist. I thought he was stupid.
Yeah. I thought there was, and we've mentioned this with the Marvel movies too, is the fact that the villains are weak. There was no villain in Logan. The villain was just the shady government. That was it.
The scientist who was the one behind hunting down all the mutants and killing them so that he could replace them with his own mutants that he grew in a laboratory.
Yeah.
That whole plot line was like, what?
Yeah, there was no villain. Like at one point, I kind of had to remind myself, okay, now what are they running from? Why does this guy want? Why does the guy with the his
iron fist?
Yeah, like his whole thing is he's got a robotic hand. Yeah, he totally disappears at one point. I forgot he was even in the movie. And I'm like, so they're running from who and why are they on this road trip? And
from what I understand,
going to Eden and what's
Well, the kids were
supposed to be cyborgs.
The kids were grown in a laboratory, I think. They were experiments, and they escaped. And the doctor had hired this bounty hunter to hunt down the children and bring them back to the facility because they were his property.
Right.
But the girl was of Logan's DNA. I think she was grown from his DNA, so kind of a relative type deal.
Yeah.
Close.
Daddy.
Yeah.
Daddy. Now I know Cole. I bet Cole was crying like a baby at the end of Logan. When she turned the cross to make it an X, I bet Cole was just crying his eyes out.
Well,
am I right?
Has he seen
That
the
was a nice.
film?
Yes, I've seen the film.
Okay.
Why I joined. I didn't want to hijack.
Oh, okay.
No, cool, man.
Because that's
Welcome
nice
aboard.
of you guys. Because
Yeah.
I was just gonna watch, but
Yeah,
I
I
did
liked
see
it.
Logan, and the turning of the X is a nice point. But yeah, I don't want to go off on a thing, but yeah, I'm not gonna like the ending either. I don't know if Pezel was joking or not, but see, I'm the opposite. He can't definitively die. I'm a comic book person. People don't definitively die. I don't want endings.
Yeah,
I've said this a million times over. I don't want an ending. This movie is just a big fuck you to me the whole way through. I don't know why I was sort of tricked into thinking I might like it after hating all the X-Men movies.
So maybe that was a Hugh Jackman thing, kind of like Mike mentioned.
Hugh Jackman
I was
is
mesmerized
good
by him,
in this movie. Like, I mean, I never agreed with him having the role in the first place, but he's good in the movie. He does a good job. I don't have any problem with that. But I mean, it's funny. I remember we would talk about Scream, and Mike said how years ago when Scream came out, like, he softened on it since, and he got it more. But at the time, he felt sort of insulted by Scream, just the way they would point out things and make fun of them. And he was, a person that liked that. And I kind of know how he feels now, because I've now watched a Wolverine movie where Wolverine, who was played by Hugh Jackman, and at no point wears a mask or anything, holds up X-Men comics and declares them bullshit. So, I mean, that is just stabbing me through the heart. They're just like, this is real. This is the real stuff. I'm like, if this is the real stuff, I want to go back to my little fantasy world then. Fine.
Here was the dominant thing. Like I liked it. I liked Logan. I can definitively say I liked it. I think it had problems. But I think like the thing that stuck with me about that movie is just how depressing it was. Like throughout, it was just so depressing.
They just had people in it so they could kill them, so we could see emotional responses to it, which I realize comics do constantly. So I'm not gonna, that, but I just mean, yeah.
I feel. I mean, I like the film. I don't see the overwhelming best comic book movie ever that everyone's saying.
Here's what's sort of funny about that, because as people said, like, here's what I think part of it is, right? Because a lot of people say, Wolverine, it'd be nice to get an R-rated. It's like, oh, finally, we get the R-rated. Well, yeah, okay, so we get the first thing. And now Wolverine, some blood. But what do we get? And as you guys said, the villains are lame. It's Wolverine putting his claws into mooks over and over again. He doesn't fight anybody cool. He doesn't fight Omega Red. He doesn't fight Cyber. No interesting battle. It's just a bunch of mooks with guns. And, oh, wow, now Wolverine can put his claws into it. And since we are doing spoilers and stuff, his only super fight is with an evil clone of himself. So then you just have two Wolverines going, like Baraka in Mortal Kombat.
And he gets his ass whooped.
It's so ridiculous.
What's your thoughts on Hugh 2 or evil clone? I thought that was a lame addition.
I was waiting for a much better reveal, because actually I will disagree a little bit. One thing, I did like Pierce. Pierce was the guy, because actually he's a little better than the comics. What you're getting from that is, okay, in the comics there's a group of anti-mutant people that are so extreme that hate mutants that much that they would volunteer to have themselves cybernetically enhanced. They were called the Reavers. I think they did use that name check in there, even though it wasn't really clear exactly who else was a Reaver in it. And anyway, and Donald Pierce was sort of the leader of them. And in the comics, he's mostly just a hateful lunatic. And he's not very useful character. I did kind of like him in this. They made him just more of a bounty hunter. I liked his southern drawl and the way he talked. You're right, though. He just sort of came in and out of the movie, and he never really got intense. He was a little too laid back. I thought he was laid back so that he would get intense later, but no, he was just sort of laid back through the whole thing, which I thought was kind of weird. But I liked him fine. And I was pleased with myself, because I saw the metal hand, and I was like, is that Pierce? Boom, it's Pierce. Took me a little longer with Caliban, but I was just like, oh, okay, it must be Caliban if he's a tracker, and it's Caliban. Caliban in the comics is one of the Morlocks, and that's what he is. He's tall, he's pale, and his mutant ability is to track. Actually, casting Stephen Merchant as him is kind of a stroke of genius. But anyway, it's not that important. But so I was okay with those things. But like I said, it's a road trip where the whole point is to play on our emotions, kill people off. I get to watch Professor Xavier die. I get to watch him die. I get to watch X-23 call him daddy. Why is she so young? I mean, she's a bit too young, isn't she? Shouldn't she be like about 3 or 4 years older? Unless they just want to make X-23 movies and they want to catch up to her aging. I kind of get that then. But I just mean, she wasn't that young when she was introduced, unless it was flashbacks. I mean, I guess that's quibbling, but that wasn't what I was really thinking when I thought X-23. I was like, she's really young and she's really Mexican. And I don't have a problem with Mexican or anything either, but like you said, when she starts screaming in Spanish, it's kind of weird because she knows he doesn't speak it. So I don't know. I guess it's supposed to show how emotional she is. I get it. When people are emotional, they go back to their regular language.
I guess I was complaining about the villains because, okay, if this is going to be the last Wolverine film,
Oh yeah, and he doesn't
there's
fight
not even
anybody cool.
yeah, I mean,
If that's going to be
let's have some
Wolverine, that he
actual
dies
mutants or-
fighting an evil clone of himself. Like it's,
Yeah,
it's
Wolverine.
it's a lame
Wolverine
death.
died fighting Wolverine.
And he didn't even get a chance to kill him. The girl killed him. That pissed me off. They set up that little fucking bullet, right? We know it's going to
Adamantium
cut.
bullet.
It's going to be, although even though in, you know, and I
Yeah, it's a
understand.
literal Chekhov's gun, right?
It's like we know it's going to happen, right? But she's the one that gets to pull the trigger, not him. That was very unsatisfying. I mean, you should have at least given him the final victory before the send off. You know, even though I disagree with his death, I think he should have survived and headed out with the children and started over. Whatever, that would have been a better ending for me. Whatever.
Also, it was weird that I know they ignored this movie, but we saw a
I was
movie
going to bring
that
that up. Yeah.
he got shot in the head with an adamantium bullet, and he just lost his memory.
Well,
And
there
that's
was
when
some
Origins
things.
Wolverine, and so I know you want to ignore that film. I understand why,
Is
but
that
we saw
Origins?
it. Yeah, he got shot in the head with the
I haven't seen
adamantium
that one
bullet.
because that's the one even people that like X-Men movies say isn't any good. So I was just like, okay.
The ending is
But-
horrible. The ending is
They
horrible.
shoot
But
him.
I
The
did
bad
like
guy
some
shoots
things
him
about
in
it.
the head with an adamantium bullet,
He loses
and the
his
bullet
memory.
just comes out of his head, and that's how he loses memory.
Yep.
You have the same bullet, and it blows like the big chunk of his head off. And I'm like, again, I know you want to ignore that movie, but I've seen it.
Well, there was
and
some
I'm
things
like-
about.
I
that
mean, I
movie
know it's a
liked.
nitpick, but still, it's like
Hmm.
I thought it was a lame way for. If you don't even let him do it, I mean,
It's not like Wolverine can't die. It's just he can't really die from violence. There's all sorts of ways to kill him. He can still
Yeah.
drown. He can still asphyxiate, and like that never seems to occur to anybody. They need to come up with like some big thing to like take him out. And I'm just like, you're
Well, I mean,
just
I
going
guess
against the rules you already set up. Adamantium isn't going to pierce it. Why would an adamantium bullet pierce his adamantium skull? Like,
Wouldn't
I
it
don't know.
bounce off? It's equal.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Well, I mean, I kind of, I get the point of them saying, okay, he's old, he's breaking down, his regenerative powers are slowing. You know, I mean,
sure, that's even been done before in comics. Sure, I accept
Antimantium
that too.
poisoning. That was what was making him sick. I thought he had like lung cancer for half the movie.
Yeah.
You know, I was like, what the fuck?
That's what I was thinking too.
How
Like,
can Wolverine get lung cancer?
yeah, smoking those stogies all those years.
I
finally
guess,
caught
man.
up with him,
Yeah.
you know.
But we talked about X-Men Origins Wolverine. Yeah, okay, the ending of the movie is horrible, but I don't hate the whole thing. I do like how it when Sabretooth being his brother, whatever, but it shows him going through the centuries as in every war. You know, like he's been around for hundreds of years fighting in all these wars. But then he has adamantium poisoning and he can't heal himself anymore. And how? How did he get to that weakened state? I mean, if he's been around for hundreds of years and an adamantium bullet bounced off his skull before, even though they're obviously not taking that as canon, but to me, I think that's a cooler Wolverine than the...
I don't know how far back they said it, but Wolverine in the comics has been around for about 150 years. He's been around since basically the mid 19th century.
And he never really looked different. And all of a sudden he looks old and he has to use glasses. And there's little jokes about him needing reading glasses. And
Yeah.
Well, I think it's, you know, because clearly, I mean, Wolverine may be, this incarnation of Wolverine may be dead, but I mean, we're going to see more Wolverine in the future in
oh yeah,
in movies. But I think, you know, I think this was like the contractual obligation that Harrison Ford had with.
yeah, I call it
Force
the Han
Awakens.
Solo death. That's what it is.
You gotta kill. You gotta kill me. You gotta kill it off. Let's finish it. I played it for.
yeah.
He's been Wolverine for
17
how long?
years.
17 years.
2000.
My God.
And I thought he finally
Yeah.
grew into the role. I mean, when I first
Yeah.
saw him in the first
Yeah.
X-Men movie, he was tall. He was too tall and too skinny. I'm like, who the
And-
fuck? That's not Wolverine.
He'll
But he's
always
finally,
be too tall, but you know.
yeah, he's
And
always
he's-
too tall. He's finally grown into the part.
And he's even said he's quitting because A, he's getting older, and B, because his constant bouts of skin cancer. This is like the 6th time he's treating it. So he wants to stop doing that and maybe go back to Broadway or something or do smaller roles. And I can understand that.
How about a cameo in the next Deadpool? That would be great.
That'll never happen.
So I didn't realize he's been dealing with skin cancer issues.
Yeah. I think it's like the 6th time he's had treatment, and which is too bad because he seemed like a really nice guy, and I like him as an actor. It's just okay if Wolverine's got to go out, I would just prefer he like disappears and we never hear from him again, like a cowboy if it's going for a western.
Or the Batman the Dark Knight Rises ending. You know,
I-
where he,
I would deal with
something
that more
leaves
than
some
this.
doubt. Anything that leaves doubt. But here they're like, he's dead.
Ambiguous.
He's
Yeah,
dead and he's in the
ambiguous.
ground, you know?
I almost thought that when they closed in on his grave there at the end, like we'd see the rocks moving, you know, like
No.
and I was going, please, I was like, just let him die, just
Yeah,
let him
Zack
die, just
Snyder
let him
directed
die.
it.
And then like it just cut to black, and I was like, okay, at least they're gonna let him rest in peace, you know.
And as much as I hated seeing Professor X die, I thought, well, at least Logan will say some things about what the man meant for his life. And all he said was like, he was just so overcome he couldn't say anything, which I guess is the point. But I was like hoping he would like say something and they reflect something about like how he turned his life around and stuff. But he doesn't.
And out of respect for him, he takes care of the kids. Oh, then that's right, he dies.
Well, let me ask: did Professor X need to be in this movie?
I don't think so.
I mean, I think he
They
did a good
did
job
for the
acting.
vibe they wanted to create for their weird road trip style thing, right?
They would have been better if the girl would have found him and they went on the road together.
Again, this is the cinematic Wolverine. It's not the comics Wolverine. So to me, it's
Right.
weird to see that it took this long for Wolverine to like sort of mature to the point where he's okay with caring about people and having people care about him. Because I mean, that's basically what he learns once he first joins the fucking X-Men in the comics. He's had that maturity for a long time. But in the cinematic universe, it's like Wolverine's been an asshole loner for decades and decades and decades and decades. And now, about a few weeks before he dies, he finally opens up a little to the people around him, and then he dies. Like, so that's a little weird for me too, because I'm used to seeing Wolverine actually be a team player, care about people, have responsibilities, and not just always, you know, be a hateful loner. But
It was just one of those things where I understand in storytelling that at times you do be grim. I understand that. I just felt at times this was just too grim just
kind of hit us over the head with
because.
it, sure, right?
I mean, Charles Xavier, okay, not only did he kill the X-Men accidentally, not only is he a frail old man, but then we're just going to murder him cold blood because that's how life is. And I'm like, and
He
there's
gets to
not
die
even any deep
helpless in bed,
conversations.
stabbed by an insane Wolverine clone. I mean,
Yeah.
It's like
and
they
it-
tried to make us think that he would think Wolverine did it, but when Wolverine finds him, he's like, it wasn't me. And he's like, I know it wasn't you.
Did he
So
say
what-
I know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was a
Okay, I
recognition
don't
there that it
remember.
wasn't him.
I don't remember. Okay. It's like I did grim, but it's like if you like any of those old films, imagine like watching them again, like whatever continuity is like, oh wow, he kills all the X-Men accidentally, and then there's like no deep conversations or heartfelt. It says, "Oh, I need to piss."
I mean,
I need to
I guess it
piss.
fits in a little way. I
You need to
mean,
pee,
remember,
Logan.
this is part of the same continuity where Jean Grey kills Cyclops off screen like he's a bitch. You know,
Which a lot of people hate that movie.
I think that's
But
probably
everyone-
the worst one. Yeah,
That's what I'm wondering. I mean, I like the film, but I wonder if it didn't have the violence, would it have the same, high praise?
you mean Logan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I said, they're like, oh yeah, because it's R-rated now. Finally, I'm like, yeah,
And
but
that's
what
what I'm
are we
wondering.
really getting out of it? We're getting Wolverine killing mooks. You know, we never get any cool, satisfying battle with somebody interesting. And then
It's like,
he gets
They wouldn't
to
let him be strong enough to deal with it. I mean, he couldn't deal with that clone of himself. If he's going to fight like a real, bad guy mutant, I don't see him surviving.
Like you
this
could have
thing
a,
where with one of his claws wouldn't come all the way out. Why was that? Because he had arthritis? What
I don't
was
even,
up with
that doesn't
that?
even make any
Kinda.
sense. I can't even figure that one out.
he just needed some Viagra, you know.
I guess he had
Get
trouble
that-
getting
get
it
that
up there.
claw. Oh, there you go. You know what I mean?
like
Well, how
if
about when
it-
he took on
yeah.
the gang that was trying to steal his rims?
Yeah, they kicked like shit out of him for a while.
Yeah, I was like, really? What the fuck?
Well, and I was kind of thinking too, because like I mean, he's drinking all the time in the movie, and I'm thinking, well, would he have the same sort of constitution as a normal person? I mean, could he even logistically get drunk? I mean, he can take 1,000,000 bullets and just sort of push him out.
I think that's a comment again on his healing factor. I think it's broken down because it's true. Wolverine can drink to the point that most people would die and he'd be fine. In this, I think they're just showing us again that his healing factor is breaking down. So now alcohol affects him a lot more like a normal person. Like I'm okay with that because that's what I draw
Yeah.
from that. But still,
Yeah.
It was just such a bleak movie. Like
technically,
You know,
Captain America can't get drunk because of his metabolism, and he doesn't have half the metabolism Wolverine has. So.
But the depressing part about the gang thing was he had to get berserker to be able to beat those guys, and they were just regular humans. So if they would have put like Sabretooth or some other kind of mutant in there, he wouldn't have had a fucking
Yeah,
chance.
like Mr. Sinister.
He
or
was
something,
way
and
too
then-
weak, and I didn't finally get an R-rated movie. And it wasn't like he became weak over the process of the film, the course of the film. He was weak at the beginning and just got worse. And then when he drank that potion, you're thinking, oh, here we go. You know, he's gonna be back to old Wolverine. And he takes about 5 hits, and all of a sudden he's worse than he was before he drank the shit. I'm like, what the fuck? when he tells the girl, get behind me, and they go in, I'm like, oh, we're gonna see some shit now. You know, but no, we see him get his ass kicked, and the girl has to say, whatever.
And we saw all that in the trailer. They showed us all that in the trailer.
Yep.
Yeah.
The trailer made it look like he's going to be kicking some ass, and then in the movie he's like, oh, "I'm broke down. I can't get my claw all the way out." You know. So like the that part in the trailer that makes it look like it's going to be awesome is like 2 minutes of the movie. You know what I mean?
I think also part of it too is just the reason I like the film is I do see some filmmaking moments of James Mangold, and if you took that, I think it's just a lost potential. If you had made a movie not as bleak, just fucking John Carpenter's The Thing is fucking more higher up of a movie than this. I mean, fucking Seven is fucking more upbeat than this movie. I mean. But in 2009, when they made the first Wolverine film, if you looked at it from this not bleak perspective, but filmmaking perspective, and took it, in a way, I guess the right word is seriously, what you could have had. And they didn't do that. And they make the last film, and well, since these actors aren't going to do it anymore, let's just make it as bleak as possible because we love westerns like John Wayne's The Cowboys or Shane or something, which they reference. And
just like quoting Shane.
It's the last film they're going to do, so let's just make it bleak because they'll elevate the drama. And I think there were points that they overdid it, and that's why I mean I would love the film.
The Shane thing is a good commentary on her character, but you'd have to know more about her character. Like you wouldn't know that just from the movie. You'd have to know like her character, because one of the things they try to, one of the key differences when they introduced X-23 in the comics was the point was that when Wolverine was introduced, he couldn't remember most of his past. He'd known he'd done some shit and had been into some shit, but he couldn't remember. And the point with X-23 is she's done horrible, horrible things, and she remembers fucking all of it, and she has to somehow live knowing that she's killed all these people, and that's not really conveyed in the movie. So the Shane thing kind of fits because it shows her like, trying to deal with how it I don't know, breaks down your soul, blah blah blah. It's kind of a nice point, but it would be lost on like most people because you don't get enough of that in the movie to really understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was just kind of like, killing bad guys, killing good guys, it's all the same. You're still killing, and it's all wrong. But I don't know, killing in defense, killing to save. I mean, there to me there is a difference. If you're killing a bad person to save good people, yeah, you're still killing somebody, but it's not like you're not doing it for pleasure. You're not doing it to.
Yeah. I mean, I get that too, but I'm not as at odds with it because it's more just like sometimes, yeah, like just like soldiers. It's like, yes, sometimes you have to kill and it's not wrong, but it still stays with you. I think that's what I mean, right? It just stays with you,
And the haunted aspect of Wolverine, I don't know. It was almost like he was not only physically broken down, but he was just completely emotionally, mentally broken down. He was just he had a death wish. He didn't give a shit anymore. He just wanted to die, but his sole mission in life was to take care of Professor X at that point. And he was just like a chauffeur,
right?
And he
limo driver.
Yeah, limo driver, yeah, and he would just take people around and get medicine and just kind of exist, get drunk, sleep in the car. I mean, it was
show
like
titties.
And I mean, sure, he's had points in his life where he's done stuff like that. You just don't really think that would be the end point. The whole point is his life got, even though, being an X-Man is full of tragedy and drama, the whole point is still supposed to be being an X-Man was the best thing that ever happened to him. It saved him. It helped teach him the stuff that they cram into this movie about being a teammate and friends and having people you care about or people caring about you and stuff like that. That's supposed to be the point. Like, Wolverine had a really fucked up, tragic life in many ways, and he can't even remember half of it. But being an X-Man, even though it was, it was full of fucked up, crazy things too, he was a hero, and he got to, have camaraderie and stuff. And I don't know.
That's not the case in this movie.
No, it's like I said, it's like it takes
dead.
until like a few weeks before he's dead to finally come around and like realize the value of friendship and caring about people. Like, there's even that point. They're at
right
the
before he dies.
They're at the family's house, right? And like what does Professor X say? He's like, this is what a normal life looks like of people who care about each other. I'm thinking, Wolverine did that. He tried that whole thing in Japan. He was married, for God's sakes. He knows what it's like. But in this little continuity, it's not. It's just like, yeah, he's lived his 100-some years, and he's just been a hateful bastard the whole time. Being X-Men didn't really matter because that turned out poorly. And now, yeah, like you said, just such a downer.
It just seemed like like you said, the concept of the X-Men was pointless. It didn't need to ever happen.
Well, even at the end, he
When you
gets
look
her
at
to
the
that
movie-
treehouse
this movie.
thing. He gets her to that treehouse thing, and then he's like, "Yep, you're here. I'm done. I'm leaving.
Oh, like Mad Max
You guys
Beyond
go ahead."
Thunderdome.
And she's like, "Why don't you come with us?" "Oh, you don't understand. Everybody ever care. Bad things happen to people I care about." And then she's like, "Well, it's a good thing you don't care about me then," and stomps out. I'm just like, really? Yeah.
How long before the Deadpool X-23 crossover? How long before those two meet?
She's got to be legal first, otherwise we're gonna really.
No. I don't mean that way. I mean a father-daughter relationship.
I'm saying that won't work with Deadpool. There's too many jokes there. There's too many inappropriate things. I'm saying they got to get him 18 before he can get all creepy.
Well,
But
Ken,
maybe they'll soften him up a little bit and make him fatherly. In Deadpool,
I guess they
3
could.
or
I mean,
4,
the point of Deadpool is he's kind of like the Joker in that he just sort of adapts to whatever's going on. So, I mean, it wouldn't necessarily betray the character if, like, for a while he was like, "I'll be fatherly." Like Deadpool is kind of like that. He's like a changeable kind of guy. That's why I don't really mind. He's a lot more X-rated, like I said, in the movie. In the comics, he's just more of a silly sort of humor. He's not really making jokes about like dildos type humor in the comics. Like to him, sex is more of like a funny thing, like the way a kid would see it. He's not like this, I don't know, like X-rated comic, the way that, not by comic I mean comedian, but they do it in that. And I mean, that's fine, but it's a little different. That was the one thing that really surprised me about the Deadpool movie. I mostly liked the Deadpool movie, but I was just like, a lot of this humor is really sexual, which I'm no prude and I'm fine with it. It's never been Deadpool's thing. He might say things like nookie, like that's more like Deadpool sex humor. It's not him talking about, I don't know, like I said, dildos or wrestling in a tub of cooking oil or whatever stuff they came up with there and stuff. And I don't know.
Getting pegged.
In his like phallic obsessions and stuff that he seemed to have in the movie. I mean, like I said, I'm fine with all that. It doesn't ruin the character. It's just a little bit different. And I mean, I guess they thought that would appeal more to audiences, and I got no problem with it. I'm sure Deadpool 2 will be good. There's going to be Cable. Can't wait to see what the hell they do with Cable.
isn't it going to be the guy who played Zod? I heard a rumor that the guy who played
Michael-
Zod meant, yeah.
Michael Shannon. Michael Shannon, yeah.
Get that
Which,
hair gray.
Which that'll be good. He's a good actor.
Get that hair gray. Make that eye glow. Make
There
me
you
happy.
go. Well, guys, I'm gonna jump off here. It's about my bedtime, but I'll see you all tomorrow night on the Sausage Factory.
We will be
All
there,
right.
man. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, no problem. Maybe we can talk a little bit more about Logan tomorrow. And I also saw Kong Skull Island. Have you
We're
guys
going
seen
to talk about that
yet?
one next. We're going to talk about that next.
Okay. Well, I'll bow out then.
Oh, I should bow out because I haven't seen it. I
Oh,
didn't do that. But I plan to see it. So yeah. But I'll let you guys get into that stuff. But I didn't want to. Like I said, I don't want to take over the show about Logan.
No.
Thanks. It's very nice.
No,
of you guys
we're
to
already
come on.
talking about Logan. So
Yeah, we were already talking about it. It's just a
if
random
you want to
show.
talk a little bit more about Logan, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. We can talk more about it.
Well, I don't have much more to like
Let me-
add to it. Like it was
We'll
hard
jump
for me.
off,
'cause I
guys.
never
I'll see you
liked
all
any of it.
later.
Take care.
Later, man.
Yeah. I just
Like,
mean,
what do
never
you feel
liked
about the Old Man Logan story? I was curious. I mean, it's
it's
not
fun,
really like
because
it,
it's
but
just another story, right? Like, I mean, that's how I sort of see it. It's weird now because of what they do in the comics. Old Man Logan is now time displaced and running around in the Marvel U because right now Wolverine is dead for real, although, that won't last. Right now, Wolverine is dead for real, so you actually have that weird time displaced Old Man Logan running around on one of the X-Men teams. The Old Man Logan story is okay. It's not one of my favorites. I don't know. I haven't liked too many of the X-Men or Wolverine stories of, say, the past 10 to 15 years. But for the first time in a long time, I do plan on getting an ongoing X-Men comic again, even though I'm sure it'll be very different. I'm sure you guys might remember a little from the 90s, which is a lot of people's favorite era, and definitely mine for Wolverine, for the X-Men. Remember in the early 90s, they had the gold team and the blue team? Well, now they're actually releasing two books. One's called X-Men Gold and one's called X-Men Blue. And I'm sure it'll be not exactly like that or anything, but still, it's enough for somebody like me to be like, okay, I'll give this a shot. So I'm going to get one of those, and we'll see what happens with those. But I don't know. I was almost tricked into thinking I might like Logan just because, even though I didn't like any of the other X-Men movies, just because people said such glowing things about it. But I don't know. I still haven't seen X-Men Origins Wolverine, which I guess contradicts this movie, or like I don't even know if it fits in. Like, does it all fit together? Like,
I don't think so. I think they disregarded it when they made this.
Yeah, that's how it seems. But it does seem like they do enough nod that this is related to the X-Men movies, which I hate so dearly. The only X-Men movie I liked at all was First Class, and that's because it was like more of a spin-off than like a serious thing. I thought First Class was okay, even though I love Kevin Bacon, but he should not have been Sebastian Shaw. I don't know where they were going with that one. That was a very, very odd choice. That's the other thing about the X-Men movies that bothers me, because they have a couple really brilliant castings, and they just get ruined by the awful castings. I mean, with Patrick Stewart, that's just a given. Like, way before there was ever an X-Men movie, you're reading the comics, you're just like, well, this would be Patrick Stewart if it was a movie. Like, it's just, like that. And then I thought Ellen Page was nice as Shadowcat. What's her name? Kitty Pryde. I think it's kind of cool that they had a Beast being played by Kelsey Grammer. Like, those are neat little touches. But then everything gets undone by like the other casting and stuff like that. Like, I don't know why Jean Grey is well into her 40s. I don't know why she's 7 feet tall. Are there no other redheaded actresses in Hollywood, or can't you just dye their hair? I thought in this age of wonders you could just dye someone's hair or something like that. So I never really got that casting. I'm not going to go on a case by case basis, but just things like that bother me. Wolverine, I guess you guys would agree. Like, Hugh Jackman isn't bad exactly, and he's very good in this Logan movie, and he does take the role seriously, and he does. And a lot of the fault I lie with it is more the writing, and it's not his fault. And I also understand why it's problematic. And I'm not saying they should have cast some guy who was like 5'3", but couldn't they have at least cast a guy that was 5'8" or 5'9", at least to give us the impression that Wolverine is smaller than most people a little bit? Like, he's supposed to be an underdog. He's supposed to be short and stocky to a certain point. Okay, he doesn't have to be 5'3", that's going a bit far, but couldn't he have been my height or something,
Well, it's like you said, when you looked at Professor X, you thought Patrick Stewart.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw Wolverine, I thought Glenn Danzig from the Misfits.
Yeah, it's a lot closer for sure.
He's from Jersey. He's about 5'4", 5'3". He lifts. He's very stocky. He's got the long hair and the mutton chops on the side. I mean, he's got the bad attitude and the snarl. I don't know if he can act, but he looks like him.
And Jay and I talked about this a little last night when we were talking about casting and roles and, Hollywood with its whitewashing and stuff like that. And I just, and people want to make that argument, like that stuff that, what's his name did that movie about, what was it? Exodus, Gods and Kings or whatever.
Oh, Joel Edgerton?
No, but the director, Ridley Scott. Remember, Ridley Scott famously said, when people were complaining about these roles being filled by white actors, him just saying, and Ridley Scott came out and said, well, if I cast Muhammad, whatever his name is, no one's going to come see that movie. And I'm thinking, I don't really know how true that is, because I think that you guys are like me. You have some actors that you like. Sometimes if you hear about an actor being in a movie and you're like, I like that actor, I'd like to see that movie maybe. Sure, that's fair. But if you did hear about a movie where the characters were supposed to be Egyptian or Middle Eastern or something like that, do you really think in the back of your mind, all these Egyptian, Middle Eastern characters have better be played by established A-list white actors, or I am not, or I'm not on board? Is that the mindset of the average moviegoer in the West? Maybe it is. And here's the other thing though. Let's say it's true. I still think that's just still a cop-out from somebody like Ridley Scott, because you know what, Ridley Scott? You're fucking Ridley Scott, and you're in a position to fucking cheat. You could make the brave step. You could cast the unknowns that fit the role better and say, see, this makes for a better movie, and people might follow you. You don't just throw up your hands and say, nothing I can do, it's the way the world is. I think it's a huge cop-out by somebody like Ridley Scott, who has the power and the influence where he could go, where, somebody could have stood up in a boardroom and be like, for this Prince of Persia movie, I don't know if Jake Gyllenhaal is really the right way to go. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think about casting when I watch a movie. I mean, I don't go, oh, good, it's white people.
Right.
I don't give a shit, right?
And that's what I mean. Right. And that's where it comes down to specific characters, like comic book characters and stuff like that. We all know that it was really important. It's like Wolverine. He's a really popular character. He's a character people want to see in movies. But the same people that are saying that are saying, but there's no way he can't be some big A-list star. We can't have Wolverine, this important character, played by some short guy nobody knows. Like, it had better fucking be Hugh Jackman or some sort of equivalent. Like, that's the way they think. And that, I don't know, I find that insulting.
Well,
I just don't.
I find that distracting because you're not going to say that's Wolverine. You're going to say, oh, that's that one guy dressed supposed to be Wolverine.
Mm-hmm.
So I would rather use unknowns in that kind of a situation because I'm trying to represent a character, not a person. But
Exactly. And I mean, and isn't it like, how many actors who were unknown, like, were perfectly cast for some sort of role, and that's why. And then they went on to have really good careers because it, like, kind of it was sort of a breakthrough for them. You know, they proved that they could act and so forth. And I don't know.
As far as having all one race casts, I mean, don't most countries have their own film industry where they present films with people from their nation in the films, like Bollywood and
Bollywood certainly does.
And Chinese, where they would take like an American film and they would like remake it with in their own style with Chinese people in it.
Yeah,
in
sure.
In a Chinese language, and I don't find that racist. I
find
find
in
that
a Chinese setting, but I just mean, but then we have. I mean, a lot of Hollywood movies, they're not necessarily Americanizing them. They're saying they are what they are. They're setting these movies. They're not saying, let's take this specifically Chinese story and we'll adapt it to Boston, which is something they did for The Departed. I mean, that's a very specific thing. That's like a remake, a twist, changing that. Like, no, I mean, most of the time it's it's some sort of international thing, and they're just making choices that don't make any sense. Like I said, it's like it's like Hollywood's like, okay, here's Egypt thousands of years ago, and everybody's white. I mean,
Well,
I understand when that flew in like the '60s when they made like Cleopatra and stuff. Sure, but now
Breakfast at Tiffany's. I mean, nobody got upset at Breakfast at Tiffany's, but now people get upset about it.
I get upset about it. My God, I don't care how long ago that is. Like,
That's
that
blatant.
is awful, man. Like, I don't want to get overly sensitive about these things, and you want to say, well, it was the times and stuff, but even in that time, that was not okay.
And it was supposed to be funny. It was supposed to be funny, so that kind of makes it even more offensive because it's a white person acting like a stereotype for comedy. So I can understand that. But I think people don't understand. Hollywood casts these people. It's not because of race, I don't think. It's because of money. They want to make that money. So they're like, oh, we need a lead actress. Are they going to pick some unknown Chinese actress, or are they going to pick Scarlett Johansson? Hey, we'll try to make her look like a Japanese woman or something.
But you look at
to me, for them, it's about money. It's not about race.
And that's what we got on.
Yeah, The Great Wall starring Matt Damon.
Yeah, I mean, and you had Tom Cruise in Shogun, or what I think it was.
But it's about money, not race for the
Last
studios.
Samurai, there you go.
It's about money, not race for the studios, but it's a translation because they think it's about race for the audience. Because they're just like, we only accept these stars like that we recognize that are of like our own ethnicity and
Who's
stuff like
the top
that.
10 grossing actors this year? All right, put them all in movies. But that person's doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Did you see their
matter.
numbers last year? Put them in that role,
Exactly. And as I was saying to Jay, it's too bad because I think Scarlett Johansson's probably an okay actress, and she seems like a nice person. And Hollywood is shoving her down my throat so much that I'm starting to actually just really dislike her, which is not really fair to her. And I understand her. They're like, you want to be Ghost in the Shell? She's like, hell yeah, I want to be Ghost in the Shell. Like, I'm not even blaming her for that either. But I don't know. Like I said, we're not going to make any progress this way. We're just not going to make any progress. Maybe, we'll talk about Ghost in the Shell some other time. Maybe I'm really on the fence about whether to see it because it's something it's so important to me. Like, I love the manga and I love the anime and stuff. And
I'm like you. I'm suffering from severe Scarlett Johansson fatigue. People don't they don't remember Jim Carrey back in like '94 when he had Ace Ventura 2. I think it was The Mask and
Batman Forever right into 95.
Dumb and Dumber, and it was just like too much. He was a funny guy, and I enjoyed those films, but it was like hey, here's like Will Smith. Same thing happened to him in the late '90s. Hey, every 4th of July, it's a Will Smith movie. It's a Will Smith movie. Adam Sandler. I mean, they're doing that to her.
Yeah,
I don't know if she's
2010, 2011. It's just been nonstop Scarlett Johansson. It's just like any sort of sexy badass female. Well, she's the only logical choice. Like, I mean, I don't even like her as Black Widow. I mean, couldn't she at least attempt a Russian accent then? I mean, I'm not saying you have to get a real Russian in there. No, not at all. But could she at least try? She's like, I'm going to Sean Connery it. I don't know.
But I think there was a rule back in the old days where you couldn't have two black lead actors. You had to have a white lead actor in there if you had a black guy to kind of balance it out for racial purposes. I'm not of that thinking.
Yeah.
I think best person for the job. You want to make a good movie, you hire the best actors regardless of color or whatever. I don't give a shit if they're gay. Don't care. It's like the new Power Rangers movie. I heard some stuff about there's an autistic ranger and a gay ranger. I don't give a shit.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's fine. I don't know.
I don't understand the importance of it, but I'm not pissed off by it. You know, it's like I'm neutral. It's like if that's what makes you happy, then go for it. I'm too old for Power Rangers. That was not my thing, so I don't give a shit.
Yeah, not to say that I was I loved lots of stupid things when I was a kid, so it's not like I was so sophisticated or anything like that. But I mean, when the very first Power Rangers series came, I was the exact target age for that. I was 10 when that came out, and I didn't like it then. It was just too much for me. It was too silly. It was too silly. I liked the toys. I had some Power Rangers toys because then I could just do what I wanted with them. But as far as watching it, no, the horrible dialogue, them going all the time, and the Japanese footage of the rubber suit things, and it was so repetitive and formulaic. I don't know. It's not like I was so smart or sophisticated, but even then, I was just like, this is dumb.
It was like old school Godzilla films, but sillier. And you had that Rita screeching all the time, and I saw a couple episodes, and I was like, "Oh, kaiju! That's kind of what the fuck is this?"
I enjoy the hell out of the original '95 movie just because of how '90s it is, right? Somebody my age, I like that out of it. Like the opening scene is them jumping out of a plane because the '90s was so extreme, right? Them all parachuting down. It's supposed to be a normal thing because it's something like a charity event that companies are involved in. I'm like, oh yeah, that was the '90s. Sure, everybody was parachuting, but yeah, so I enjoy it from that thing, but it was just as dumb as everything else. But I was gonna say, yeah, so Power Rangers been around a long time, and everybody my age and a little younger basically had maybe some Power Rangers, some version of it they grew up with. So I figure it stayed popular. So is my head in the sand in that I had no idea there was going to be a Power Rangers movie until 2 or 3 weeks ago? I had no clue. I read nothing. I heard nothing. I had no idea they were doing a Power Rangers reboot movie in March.
The only thing I heard about, I don't know if you remember, as a year or two ago, they did a short film, Power Rangers, where it was really, really violent.
Yeah, and it was kind of cool. I enjoyed it for what it was. It was cool.
And the producers of this film kind of put the kibosh on that because they didn't want it associated with it.
Yeah,
so that was the first
quite
rumbling.
That adult. Yeah, I know they didn't want something that adult. It was
that
quite
was
adult.
The first rumbling, but I hadn't heard anything since then. All of a sudden, I went to the movies to see Logan. I was like, holy crap, Power Rangers, really?
No, I heard nothing about this movie until a couple weeks ago. And I mean, I'm not interested in it because I don't even really know. I think it's based on the original team from '93 or whatever.
It looks like Chronicle.
Yeah.
Really.
And not to get onto a whole other thing, but doesn't it look like a movie like Power Rangers where everybody's wearing a bright different costume? Where is the color in that movie? It looks like it was run through some sort of thing that sucked the color out of it.
Taking those from Zack Snyder, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a big part of that to blame stuff. I mean, I remember I saw The Matrix and everything had a green tinge, so that sort of had a point. But then it just seemed after that, we got into the 2000s, and all sorts of movies look like they shot through weird filters, sucking the color out of them. Whenever I think of colorful movies, they're always from the 60s and the 70s and stuff. It's as we've gotten older, it's funny. We used to have black and white, and it's finally we can have color everywhere. And then it's almost we're sick of color. Let's just mute the hell out of it. Seems like we're going backwards with color. All the most colorful movies I can think of are Argento was a master of color. His movies are amazing. I realize that other people can't necessarily do that. It takes talent, but still, nobody's even trying nowadays. It's just everything looks better if it's run through a filter and looks all dimmed. Because I've looked at footage of the Power Rangers, and they've got bright costumes, but they seem like there's a film over them, keeping them from popping the way they should. I don't know. It's weird.
I don't understand the dark, muted colors of modern cinema either. It's I was thinking about...
sure, if you're doing some sort of noir thing, sure.
Yeah. I was thinking about Logan, though, and I was thinking about, you have Marvel, who has pretty much perfected the superhero movie in modern times. Then you have DC and Fox, which seem to be making the same mistakes. And when I saw Deadpool, I thought, oh, Fox is finally getting it. They're finally getting it. And then they come out with Logan, and to me it was kind of a step more toward Batman versus Superman, as far as they're trying to keep it in the real world but still have it fantastic. And I think that's a balance that's really... You're going to have a guy with adamantium poisoning, but yet he's got these claws, and there's all these fantastical things, but it's supposed to be real. Yeah, I think that's a hard thing to straddle.
It's tough to do, yeah. And I mean, that's the thing about reading decades of comics too, because depending on the writer and stuff, that tone can completely shift. Like you can read a run on X-Men where things seem a little less fantastical. Then some other writer comes in and they're off in space with the Shi'ar and stuff. So I mean, that really fluctuates in something like comics to the point that I think people like me become sort of numb to it. But if you're trying to, like you say, make a cinematic universe and stuff like that, and you're trying to have some sort of standard, it's very difficult because people are going to have different ideas about it and blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
But I don't know. Like, I like the Nolan Batman films, but I disagree with Nolan, who said, like, he couldn't make, like, he thinks Robin is stupid, and the way he was doing it, Robin wouldn't fit. I'm just like, you're just lazy as shit. Robin could fit into that easy. You just don't like Robin. Don't say, oh, it's too real world from Robin. It's still Batman, and he's still throwing batarangs and stuff like that. Don't tell me you couldn't put a Robin in there. But I mean, I'm not saying they needed a Robin. I just didn't like what Nolan said about it. He was talking about how gritty and real his Batman was, so there was just no place for a Robin in it because Robin was silly. It's just like, where's the line exactly? Batman, Batarang, Bane, all this stuff. Robin, no Robin. That's too far. I mean, really.
I didn't mind Batman Begins. There was some good stuff in it. I like the middle film. Heath Ledger was great.
I know neither of you guys like Rise. I definitely think it's the weakest.
I think it's clumsy. I really do. Rise was Bane.
And I totally agree with you that like it had some things that were fundamentally against Batman's character, like him just like giving up for several years.
And then, the leg brace. He puts the leg brace on and he kicks a brick out of the wall, and then he never uses it again, and Bane kicks his ass. I'm thinking, you could have used that in the fight.
To kick his ass. I mean, I don't have any problem with that. I mean, that was the whole point of Bane everywhere he's been used. He's supposed to kick Batman's ass the first time they meet.
But in the original story, it was so much better because Batman, they kept him busy. He had to fight every single villain for like a 2-week period before he was tired enough.
Hey, you're preaching to the choir. You're talking to somebody like me that just says these things shouldn't be attempted for movies, maybe an animated movie. Because I'll pick up my three big volumes of Nightfall, which is like several hundred pages, and I'll slam it down the table and I'll say, you can't film this, but maybe you can make an animated version. I wouldn't say let's water down Bane and stick him in a 2-hour movie because it's too hard. But nobody listens to me. I'm not in charge of movies just yet.
This takes place in reality, but Bruce Wayne's going to be in the hole somewhere in a third world country and make it back to New York in about 20 minutes. And have time to put in a flammable bat symbol on a fucking bridge.
No, I'm okay with that. That's one of those things where I can just be like, he's Batman, he can do it. I can do that. So, yeah.
And he can get away from a nuclear blast, and the nuclear blast that does not kill anybody in New York, which should have killed most of New York, but he survives anyway, and he ends up in a whatever. But yeah, the ending was horrible. Rises was weak.
Like I said, I never wanted an ending, and that's why I don't like Logan. I don't want endings. They should all end like Blade. Blade has the best ending of any comic book movie ever. Blade Trinity, a lot of people don't like it, and I get it, but it has the best ending because everything is still going on. There's a badass thing of him driving off. You get a voiceover of them saying, Blade's life is a war, and that war goes on. And that's what I want from my comic book characters. They don't die, they don't age, they don't change. They go on, they fight their war.
Logan should not have died. He should have walked off into the sunset, replacing Professor X, teaching the children how to be proper mutants, maybe reforming an X-Men.
Yeah, he even did that before.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been cool. You can't tell me when he's pinned to the tree that there wasn't more liquid around because they had the mutant Wolverine clone, and they usually had their little science van with them that had all kinds of equipment in it. They couldn't have, helped. I don't know. There was just a lot of the story just bothered me, but overall, good film. I don't know. What'd you think, Cameron? Have you seen it yet?
I haven't seen Logan. No, I usually watch all the X-Men movies at home.
Probably for the best.
Well, I like the film. It just doesn't need to be grimmer than 7. Yeah.
Yeah, I did like the 4-letter explosions from Logan though, because when he was beating the shit out of his truck, I was thinking, I have done that.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
It certainly had some touches that I thought were okay.
Do you think the movie needed to be that long either? Like 2 hours and 15 minutes or something?
No.
It didn't actually feel long to me. I guess I'll give it that. I didn't feel like it dragged, really. But, I mean, it did seem like it took weird little detours that weren't needed. Like that whole thing at the house, like I said, teaching us a lesson about Wolverine that we're not supposed to know, or that's already happened, and just so they could kill this whole innocent family. I don't know.
Hey, everybody! It's a It's a loving black family. Now let's murder them.
Yeah.
Let's have a bunch of KKK rednecks cut off their water and what the fuck?
I know. I mean, I get it that these guys lose sometimes, but you know what I liked about the X-Men? They saved people. You know, yeah, sometimes people got killed and there were some massacres and stuff. For the most part, they were saving people and they weren't just like completely woefully ineffective.
That's a trend that you see in all these comic book movies now. I mean, look at Man of Steel, the Superman origin movie for the new millennium. Here's a movie where like literally like 50,000 people die in the city, and Superman doesn't save one of them.
But it's okay because it's his first time.
Yeah,
that's what I heard. That's what people keep telling me.
Well, he had to have a reason to piss off Batman.
It's okay.
But,
it's all right.
Yes, it was a reason to piss off Batman. I was like, okay, so yes, Batman versus Superman. He's mad about all the collateral damage. Then we find out this is a Batman that loves collateral damage and kills everybody in his path. So it completely cancels it out.
The thing is with the Batman thing is, that's Warner Brothers retconning after everyone complained after Man of Steel. Like if no one had complained, that wouldn't have been the plot of Batman v Superman.
Right.
That wasn't really my complaint about Man of Steel anyway. I mean, I thought the fighting stuff was the best part. I mean, we had to suffer through decades of like not having the technology or just not having the balls to actually have Superman cut loose and actually fight somebody with his powers. He doesn't even throw a fucking punch in Superman Returns.
Right.
Nothing. You know, So this, I was like, yes, there he is fighting another superpowered being, and they're going at it. This is satisfying. So I had some problems with the movie. It's not that. That made me happy. I was like, good. Superman's actually showing what Superman can do.
Yeah,
I mean, I like Superman 2 too, but watching Superman 2, watching him fight the bad guys there is not satisfying.
Yeah, well, one of the problems with Man of Steel is that he takes off and flies and has this kind of greatest American hero moment where he like falls to the mountain and crashes, and then there's nothing like that ever again in the movie. After he takes off again, he never has a problem with his powers. And so if you're gonna show a Superman that's learning his powers, fine, but to have him fall one time and then that's it, it's like, what? How does he master his powers after one fall? That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then he's able to defeat the most powerful villain, right away. A guy of equal strength. I don't know. I had problems with Man of Steel. I didn't hate it, but I'm origin storied out. I'm suffering from fatigue on that shit. So whenever it's like, come on.
I'm tired of origin stories.
The moment I keep thinking about from Man of Steel, and it's not the only reason I hate it, but it sums it up, is during that big fight when Zod throws this big like vehicle with gasoline, and Superman, he dodges out of the way, lets the entire building blow up behind him, and walks towards him as if he's cool. And I'm like, that's not fucking Superman. He would at least try
to catch it.
Try to catch it. Try to use your breath. Do
it's like
something.
as silly as Superman 2 might
vision.
seem. At least Superman's shown trying to save people when Zod's doing stuff. He's trying to, he's still the Boy Scout. He's trying to protect people and get the fight away from them.
Don't play kissy face with Lois while it's 9/11 and use some X-ray vision.
Right? It's him kissing while like a whole bunch of people are in mortal peril.
It's like I saved the world.
What's left of it? At least have a look instead of at the end. Let me throw down this government plane and says, "Leave me the fuck alone," and just throws the government plane. I'm like, why don't you actually look for survivors?
That's one of the things that's actually satisfying about Death of Superman. As much as people can shit on the Death of Superman storyline, say like, "Oh, it's a publicity stunt," at least it was handled by writers that knew what Superman was like.
Yeah,
that whole slugfest with Doomsday, they make it very clear that Superman is constantly giving up his advantage because he's trying his best not to have people be endangered.
That's what I like, yeah.
And that's how it goes. Because, I mean, that's them slugging it out, causing all sorts of destruction, no holds barred. But the whole thing is Superman is still very concerned with everybody around him. He's sometimes taking hits he could have avoided so that he can get people out of the way and stuff. He's distracted because Lois, as usual, is not listening to him. It's like, I better cover this with my camera because my life is meaningless.
To me, that's part of Superman's character.
Yeah.
And yet, throughout the film, he is saving people because when he looks like Wolverine and he's saving people in the oil refinery or the bus, and then Cameron Cross is like, you should not have saved him. What, should I let him die?
What the fuck is that?
I know. His dad's supposed to be like a great inspiration and moral compass. And his dad.
Well, this older guy who goes, hey, I just save you for a tornado. No, talk to the hand. Talk to the hand. Let the you just save me in 3 seconds or at a blink of eye because no one would know. It's just you're faster than a speeding bullet. But talk to the hand. Let this tornado fly me your way, and your mom's a widow. That's okay.
I don't mind. I don't mind the Costner stance in the movie. The problem is that it needed better writers to communicate that different perspective. And then as for the Doomsday thing and Batman vs Superman, a friend of mine said, "Well, why didn't they just have a Wonder Woman, kill Doomsday? She's got the power, Superman, to jam a spear into him."
Yeah, she could have thrown the spear.
I don't accept that as Doomsday. I will never accept that.
That's
as
not Doomsday.
That was just some big gray blob thing.
That's not Lex Luthor either. That's some bullshit.
I'll
take Zod in my blood and we'll create.
I actually want to apologize to Kevin Spacey because I hated Kevin Spacey so much in Superman Returns. I kind of want to apologize to him now after seeing Jesse Eisenberg.
It should have been Bryan Cranston. It should have been him. He should have been Lex Luthor.
And he was.
It should have been Billy Zane.
I'm kind of glad because at
Billy
least
Zane
now it's not wasted in a shitty movie.
He's perfect. He's still not too old. He's tall. He's gaunt. He's bald. He has an amazing, commanding voice. Billy Zane.
Well, apparently the internet has chosen Michael Rosenbaum from Smallville as the best Lex Luthor, and he's going to be in Guardians of the Galaxy.
I saw a bit of that show. It was like most shows. It seemed okay for a while, then it got out of hand. That's sort of how it went.
Was it better than Lois and Clark? Ugh.
Man, that was a schmaltzy show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was really weird for me because I didn't read as many comics when I was a kid, but I still knew what Superman was. So I was just sort of baffled because Superman kept having all these problems that I didn't understand why he'd have them. I'd be like, it's Superman. It's like two guys with guns robbing a liquor store. This isn't a problem for Superman. He kept having problems with the easiest, smallest time bullshit. I just didn't understand the show from that point. I didn't realize that it wasn't really supposed to be about that. I was supposed to be like, oh, wouldn't it be funny to talk about, having a relationship with Superman, and that's more what the show is, a little wink for adults. I was a kid who was just baffled. I was just like, he's not going to space. I was just baffled by that show. I was floored. I was like, he's not going to space in the Justice League, and there was just nothing there that I could identify it being Superman. And I was just like, and he just keeps fighting people that have just weird little concepts. It's I have an invention that stops time for a few seconds. I was like, what is this shit?
Well, now I'm hearing rumors now that after Wonder Woman and Justice League comes out, which comes out this November, I'm hearing DC is going to completely scrap their whole DC universe and start over again.
It doesn't surprise me.
That's always been their thing at DC ever since the 80s. That's been DC's favorite thing to do. Start over.
I don't think they will. I'm
not trying to piss off DC fanboys because I like DC, but I'm definitely more Marvel. But if you want one of the main things between Marvel and DC, it's that Marvel didn't spend all its time saying, oh, we did our origins wrong, we better do them again, we better do this again. Well, Marvel was always we got it right the first time, we'll move on.
Yeah, but
let us try again. Let's try again.
They made money, and Wonder Woman I think that's going to be a hit because there's so many people. Justice League is going to make money because they've never seen those characters before. It would probably be shitty, and they don't want to lose Ben Affleck, even though he wants to fucking run away, and I don't blame him.
What's the Justice League going to fight a jaywalker?
I will put money down right now saying they've already lost Ben Affleck. They just can't announce it until after Justice League.
I think they've already lost Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
You think after Justice League they're going to be like Ben Affleck's gone, or
Ben Affleck's
I would think
Ben Affleck's
also
the most phony comic fan out there. It's I love comics. No, you don't.
I think he probably left in January.
But don't they have a contract that would force him to do it?
Yeah, but they also, they want to keep making Ben Affleck movies that he directs and stuff like that. So they'd probably let him wiggle out. Maybe maybe he'd produce it.
I hope they can do some more.
I figured they would force him to make at least one Batman movie, and then
they might. But if Wonder Woman does well and is received well, if Justice League does well and is received well, then yeah, it is conceivably that it could continue. But as of right now, it just seems like everyone's jumping ship.
I think Wonder Woman will probably do well, and it's the one big problem that Marvel sort of has, that Marvel has not tried to push any single solo female superheroes. So this is DC's chance. It's like, here, look, it's a woman. It's about a woman. You know, people are like,
and
God,
Miss Marvel doesn't come out till what, 2019, 2020, something.
Yeah, like what the fuck? I honestly thought Carol Danvers was going to be like in Avengers 2. Like I was like, Carol Danvers? They're going to show her somewhere? She's going to make her a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent or something? I don't mind that. Where's Carol Danvers? But no.
Well,
hell, this will probably be the new Ms. Marvel.
In Joss Whedon's original script for Avengers, he had Wasp in it.
Yeah.
And Kevin Feige had to take her out and put in Black Widow.
Yeah, and that's really too bad.
What about the new Aquaman movie with Jason Momoa?
Hey, it's James Wan directing it, man.
I'll certainly have no opinion on it, because you want to talk about somebody like that's true to the comics, there's no way to pin Aquaman down. No, there's no way. Look at his history. He's different all the fucking time. In the 90s, he had like a goatee and a hook for a hand. Like they constantly change who he is and where he's from. So I promise you this, the Aquaman movie might be good or bad, but you won't have me wringing my hand saying it's not Aquaman, because I don't know what Aquaman is. I don't know.
And I do have to say that first image we got of Jason Momoa, that is not the Aquaman I grew up with, but that is an Aquaman to be feared.
Fuck yeah. That's the Guardian of Atlantis.
I disagree. I'm not afraid of Roman Reigns. I'm not afraid of Roman Reigns, Jason Momoa. I did not like him.
Conan the Fishman.
I did not like him
like
Baywatch
Aquaman,
Hawaii.
where he's like not a joke. You should watch the DC animated movie about the Flashpoint paradox.
Or Terry Ellis.
He's badass as fuck.
Terry Ellis is Aquaman.
We talked about actor fatigue. Holy shit, you brought up Baywatch. The Rock is in it. He's fucking in everything now. It's like, come on,
There's
dude.
a Baywatch movie?
Yeah, the Baywatch movie, Rock's in it. I'm like,
this summer.
Well, at least that one makes sense to me. I was like, yeah, he's got like big muscles and stuff.
Yeah, because he's going to be Black Adam and Shazam.
Yeah, and then this Friday, Chips comes out.
Oh, I was hoping to avoid that.
Well,
yeah.
See, I'm too young. I have no grasp
It's
of the
got
original
Dax Shepard in it, doesn't it?
I was on YouTube and
Chips,
I thought Dax Shepard was dead. I honestly did.
I saw some young.
I thought he died in like 2013.
I saw some.
No,
young
you got
blogger.
married.
I saw some young blogger on YouTube interviewing Eric Estrada, and I thought I was seeing things, but no, Chips is coming out.
It starts this Friday.
This stupid movie's going to have like an Eric Estrada cameo, right? He's definitely going to be there, smiling and winking.
Oh yeah.
These movies are so predictable in those ways. I don't care. I never watched Chips or know
and the
what
next
the
one
tone is supposed to be or anything.
The next one that they're turning into a comedy after Chips and Baywatch is and this has already been announced, Knight Rider.
I mean, they did like Miami Vice. They made it serious as hell. They're like, this is serious.
But at least
it's not fun.
But at least Michael Mann directed that movie, and he created Miami Vice, so that was his own thing.
Yeah, I'm not a Miami Vice.
And it's more sad that
too young. I can't really remember it. Miami Vice was like the height of style over substance that was going on in the 80s, where it's just like it's more important to like hear the music in their car than whatever they're actually doing, you know.
Miami Vice, that was such a horrible movie.
Yeah, I never liked the show either.
I didn't think it would appeal to someone. You were more of a gritty 80s person, like you liked.
He was Homicide, Life on the Street.
You didn't go for the glitz and glamour of the 80s. You liked the gritty parts of the 80s. I know that. So I'm sure that you wouldn't have been impressed by Miami Vice. Miami Vice was just about it was all style and it's flashy and MTV and blah blah blah.
Oh, look at his suit! Look at his car! Isn't he cool?
Yeah, right, exactly.
So another was the 18 TV show.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. They made that into a movie too. Joe Carnahan directed that.
Joe Carnahan, who's doing the remake of The Raid with Frank Grillo.
Yeah.
It really needs a remake.
Oh yeah, because I can't handle a non-white guy starring in the movie.
Yeah.
Even though it's an awesome movie.
Hey, they may have to change it after the shit show that happened with Iron Fist, and everyone coming and complaining about that.
Yeah,
one.
I heard like that's like the one Marvel show now. Everyone like I never saw it, but everyone says shitty.
Yeah,
it's kind of boring.
What's shitty about it?
Like it. I just find it slow. I figure they're gonna cram a lot into the last few episodes. I've watched 8 episodes and not enough has happened. Is my problem. I don't really mind the casting and stuff like that. Really, I'm okay with it. So far, like I said, these Netflix adaptations are the best superhero things I've seen in live action.
So how's the lead guy?
I'm not really familiar with it. It's like a white dude with a hand that glows, and when he punches shit, it explodes.
Yeah, that's what he is.
Okay.
I mean, it's funny because he was an exploitation character. He was part of the kung fu craze in the 70s, And actually, if we say we're burnt out on Origins, and I so am, but he is one of my favorite Origins. I really like it, even though it is the whole Dances with Wolves type thing. Because the idea is he's a white guy that winds up, his parents die, and he winds up being raised in this mystical Shangri-La-like city where everything's about kung fu. And they have like a champion that comes every generation called the Iron Fist, and you have to like pass tests to do it. And he gets to do it, and he becomes the Iron Fist, and then he gets to leave Kunlun and come to the Earth and reclaim his life, and he becomes a superhero. Blah blah blah. I actually really like all that, but I don't know how I feel about him so far. I mean, he seems okay. It's weird seeing a Danny Rand with like curly hair, but I mean that's really nitpicking, I suppose. But yeah, the glowing fist is not a good effect. It should have more like fire coming off it, like in the comics. It should really light up. Like it just sort of looks like he's ill when it happens. It looks like he's just going to go translucent. I'm not happy about that, but I still have patience for the show, but not enough is happening. We're 8 episodes in, and it's too damn slow. So I feel like there's like 4 or 5 more episodes, and they're going to cram a whole bunch of stuff into like the last few. Like I thought the Daredevil show had amazing pacing. I'm finding this one is too slow. But I don't know what other people are saying about it. I mean, I like most of the casting. I like how it ties in. They haven't changed too much about the origin. So far, they haven't shown much Kunlun at all. He doesn't want people already think he's crazy, so mostly he says he was raised in a monastery. He doesn't say I was raised in a magical, mystical, hidden city that only appears on the earthly plane every 15 years. But they are going to show that, which I liked, because at first, when you see these things, it always seems like, well, they're really going to have to do something to like scale it down so it's not as comic booky. I'm glad they're not doing that for Iron Fist. They're not holding back. It's like, yes, he is from a magical kung fu city that only appears on this plane every 15 cities. Oh, he does have a mark that's not a tattoo, but it's a fucking brand he got from fighting a dragon. Like, good. Like, don't hold back on that shit. That's what it is. Don't try to like real world it up. Don't try to water it down. I don't understand. I never understood that when they did like the early comic book movies. It's like comic books. This is a thing that could be movies, obviously. They're bright and colorful and full of action and cool characters and costumes. Great, let's put it on the big screen. But let's take out the colorful. Let's take out the mystical. They can't have costumes. That's dumb. Like, it just seems like such a, I don't know.
Oh, so we're back to talking about X-Men then.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? It's like, oh, here's the X-Men. Let's make them all like wear leather and look like a bunch of fetish fools. Like, I don't know. But I mean, I thought what appealed to people about comic books, like the idea of them being a movie, is that they're colorful and fanciful and full of crazy things. And it's like, but now that we're going to put it on the big screen, I don't want costumes. What? Magic? No. If there's something magical, take that out. If there's something aliens, take that out. Do something to like, oh, what's that? The Phoenix Force? No, she can't have the Phoenix Force. That's too weird. Let's just say she has like some sort of psychological issue. That's way better than a Phoenix Force. Like,
what doesn't surprise me is that, the producers of this film obviously don't have a fucking clue as to why these properties are popular in the first place.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
They usually go through and they remove everything that we actually like about it.
Yeah, it's a massive contradiction. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah.
Like,
remember that John Peters story that Kevin Smith told?
Yeah, he didn't want Superman to wear the outfit. He didn't want him to fly. Like, what did you want Superman to be? He wanted him to be like a dead-eyed killing machine in jeans.
Was that the guy that wanted the giant spider?
Yes.
And he got it in Wild Wild West?
And so, so Kevin Smith said, no suit, no flying. Doesn't that define Superman?
yeah, but you're talking about the guy who says that the original line in Michael Keaton's Batman was, "I'm Batman, motherfucker."
Yeah.
And he took that mother-fucker out.
Yeah.
So
just
John
like,
Peters is insane.
Yeah, I love to death, what's his name? James Cameron, but his Spider-Man script from 1994 had Spider-Man saying motherfucker, which is even worse than Batman saying it. They had him like beating down the Goblin and being like, take that one, motherfucker. I'm like, yeah, that's Peter Parker, yeah. And Cameron was the idiot that actually gave them the idea for organic webbing, except in Cameron's view, him finding out he had the webbing was actually like very sexual. Like they tried to like play up that it was almost like, like jizzing or something, like, oh, wow. I like James Cameron, but thank God he didn't get his hands on that.
Was he masturbating and got confused?
Yeah.
I don't, yeah. The organic web things really pissed me off too.
It's web, not bad.
Yeah, me too.
Web,
I do like the idea.
He's a scientist student that builds his own shit. He's kind of like Batman in that regard. I mean, I like he designed his own shit. I like that aspect of it.
Yeah, and so do I.
And I hated that. Oh, he lost his confidence, therefore he lost his powers.
Oh, yeah. Well, we could talk all night about this dismal disappointments of
He
Spider-Man.
gets his powers from a spider bite. No matter how uncertain he becomes, it's still going to have the same amount of power.
That's
What
the
do you
main
think
problem
about-
for me is I like the
what do you
Marvel
think about
Studios
Tom
movies.
Holland?
What's that? Sorry, go ahead.
What do you think about Tom Holland in the Civil War? Did you like his Spider-Man?
I don't
He's
know why they had to
fine.
go back to 15-year-old
And,
Spider-Man
that,
again
and
or
it's
whatever.
the same thing as Mike. All I can say is, okay, fine. You got
I
him.
liked it.
So keep him so he can age into it. Don't
Yeah.
don't go back again. Just don't, okay? Let
you
him
see what-
do some
what Marvel
movies
did the
and we
smart
get to
thing?
see him grow up a little.
This is like
the
the third
last
Aunt May.
fucking- That's what I mean. This is the last fucking time you can do it. I'm fine with the kid. The costume looks fine. His
Yeah.
dialogue seems okay. Fine. Just let him grow up so he's not always the goddamn kid. So
Yes,
that
the
you know,
best
in a
thing-
few
the
years,
best thing is
don't recast.
Uncle
I-
Ben is already dead, so that's good.
Yeah.
I
Good.
actually
Yeah.
want Spider-Man.
Mhm.
Okay,
Right.
we have not had Spider-Man yet.
Yeah.
That's the one I
Yeah.
want.
Spider-Man
Well,
was like a high school student for all of like what 15 issues in the 60s. Like one of like before issue 20, he was going off to college, and then of course he was in college for basically the 70s through most of the 80s, and then he's gone back and forth and stuff. But yet for whatever reason, whenever they do shows or movies, they're always obsessed with like Spider-Man's like first few weeks on the job, apparently.
But I don't mind him in the Avengers. I don't. Did Tony Stark actually build his shit for him? I don't know if I really like that connection. I like Spider-Man as being an individual that can do his own stuff without
Yeah,
needing Tony
exactly.
Stark.
And
Well, I
that
think
comes-
that-
they
that
did
sounds
that much later in the comics, but by then Spider-Man was at least his own guy. Because for a while during Civil War, he was even wearing a suit that Tony Stark gave him. It was all red and gold and stupid and stuff.
And
And the whole point was they made him break away. He rejected Tony Stark. It's like, screw you, I'm changing sides, and I don't need any of your stuff. And now they're just like, hey, let's go back to that. Except he'll be a kid who really looks up to him and sucks his dick and stuff.
But-
I don't know.
Well, DC's doing the same thing. I mean, DC's doing the same thing. They have if you watch the new Justice League trailer that came out,
Oh,
Bruce
Isn't
Wayne,
it just like Batman trading everybody?
Flash.
Bruce Wayne is going to be creating the Flash's suit. So
No.
Exactly.
I don't even like the Flash, man, but I still don't like seeing the Flash resorted to being some sort of lackey. Even I know that most versions of the Flash were pretty smart and could do stuff without somebody holding their hand. Like Barry Allen was a scientist. Like I don't even know which Flash this is.
that's why the
Barry
TV
Allen?
show's doing so well. So
Yeah, because like I've seen a bit of that show, and he has like this whole like weird Batcave team with him, which I don't really approve of. But
all those shows do.
I'll
Yeah.
stick with the
yeah,
19.
they did that with Arrow.
John
and I
Wesley
was
shit.
just like, okay, this is fine for Arrow, but I don't know if it fits everywhere else. Like it seemed to work for Arrow, but I don't see why it has to go for the Flash.
Well,
And so,
they all follow the Buffy mold. They have the team with them.
Yeah.
So
And I mean, I don't know. That sort of sucks the enjoyment out of like a straight
is Eliza
vigilante
Dushku
like
going
Arrow.
to be in this too?
I would have to assume yes.
Well, of course. you gotta
I'll give her
have
credit.
Eliza.
She's barely aged, so we might as well keep seeing her.
Like,
No, to be fair, she's all right. She's an okay. Didn't mean to reduce her to eye candy. But I'm keeping you guys from doing Skull Island, so I can.
no,
Did you see Skull Island, Kim?
no, I saw Godzilla and I hated that movie.
oh yeah.
I do want to see Kong Skull Island, but I heard so many mixed things about it that I was like, they'll probably release a director's cut unrated Blu-rays.
So-
I'll pick it up in 2 months.
This is supposed to be like a continuity with that Godzilla film from a couple years
Yeah,
ago.
they're creating a monster verse where it's going to be like the Marvel universe now, but they're going to bring in supposedly. I had to piss. I didn't get to watch, but at the end of the film, they're doing
I
that
did
after
see it.
credits bullshit.
I did see it.
And I'm getting
thought it
tired of
was
that. Talk
cool.
about fatigue. I'm really getting tired of the after credits bonus scene. It's like, can we stop that, please?
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
I don't see how
because-
that translates for a monster movie. Really,
But
And
they
then-
introduced, I guess. Well,
Well-
go ahead, Rambo. You saw that part. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean they're showing sort of like these cave paintings, and you did reference to Rodan, Mothra, King Ghidorah. So
I
those
mean,
monsters
I'm
are
not
going
going
to
to freak out. I'm not going to be like, it's a terrible idea because I don't hold these
So-
things so sacred. So I guess it's okay.
I think
Godzilla
I
and King
also
Kong
did
already
not.
fought.
I also did not like the Godzilla movie, mainly because the characters they made you follow were so flat and boring.
There
Well,
was
in this
that,
movie,
every
you don't
time
have
they
that
show
problem.
Godzilla-
I do like the characters better in this film. They got the balance better than they did in the
Yeah,
Godzilla film.
But what I like about it's
I
a
like the
much-
2005 King Kong quite a bit, to tell you the truth. I
Yeah.
really liked it. I thought it was a
Again,
great.
that was a remake. I mean, you had the 33 to 76, and then the 2005.
Yeah.
The 76 version is my sentimental favorite. I didn't hate the 2005 version. I thought it was a little long in the tooth. Kind of took a little too long. Jack Black's character kind of got on my nerves a little bit. Yeah. But I liked when they were on Skull Island and all the stuff that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That was the
cool.
best part, really. Is what I meant. I was thinking how much is Skull Island kind of like that, because I thought like the King Kong movie from 2005. The more iconic stuff when he gets to New York and all that is kind of boring. All the stuff that happens on the island is actually really cool, is what I thought. So I was like, is this going to be kind of like that? I guess
He goes to New York and goes ice skating.
We're definitely going to have King Kong fighting some dinosaurs and stuff.
The great thing about Skull Island is that it's the one King Kong movie where the ending was not predetermined, because we weren't going to go to New York. We weren't going to be on the Empire State Building. So there was a whole new. You
don't just go, okay, here's the part where, like, you don't actually know what's going to happen, which is
it's like the whole film takes place on Skull Island. But I will say that I do kind of like Peter Jackson's version of Skull Island a little better than the one in this film. But I like the characters better, and I like Kong better.
I think I've said this before, but Peter Jackson introduced to me the worst place in the entire Earth, in my entire imagination, in that movie. That little valley of the giant insects is the worst place I've ever seen. Ever. And it's the stuff of my awful nightmares. It has some of the worst character deaths ever. And oh my god. I can't picture a worse place ever than that place. That place terrifies me.
What's interesting is that if you get the Blu-ray for the 1933 version, the section where those guys fall to the bottom of the pit, apparently they shot it for that movie in 1933, but they lost the footage. It never got really put into the film. So on the Blu-ray, Peter Jackson takes the original storyboards for the 1933 version and recreates it just as a separate set piece that you can watch in the special features of what that scene probably looked like. And so Peter Jackson took what they were going to do in 1933 and basically just went even more ape shit with it in his 2005 version.
That's why I like Peter Jackson, because he is a details guy. I like that sort of thing. Yeah. I like people that are actually fans of film and cinema and history and stuff. That's why I like Del Toro so much. Del Toro is just a huge cinephile. Like, he just loves all these movies, and he's influenced by so much, and he's always praising other directors and movies and stuff and talking about his influence and stuff like that. Meanwhile, we get like all these other directors, or I'm not saying they're not artists in their own right, but they just seem like they're up for a paycheck. And I don't know. I'm like, do you even like movies, or do you just like the idea that you can say you're a director? Like,
and I'm not perturbed. I'm not perturbed by this whole Godzilla King Kong thing. They fought before. That's fine. What makes me more nervous is this other Universal thing that's happening. The Universal monster universe they're creating.
Like Dracula,
Tom Cruise and the Mummy?
Dracula, the Mummy, Frankenstein. That's what they're doing next.
So Dracula Untold was supposed to be like the first of those.
It was supposed to be. It failed. So no, it's not. That's not part of it now.
Okay. So they might do a different Dracula movie.
Yes. So they're starting with Tom Cruise, the Mummy, and I don't even understand that trailer.
No.
I don't know.
I'll have to watch that. I haven't seen that yet.
It's the most confusing trailer because you're thinking, is he the Mummy? No, he's not.
Okay, so Tom Cruise is starring in the Mummy movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll definitely have to look for a trailer of that.
And it looks like it doesn't know whether it's a horror movie or a remake of the Brendan Fraser movie.
I like the first Brendan Fraser movie. The sequels are shit, but the first one I really enjoy.
Yeah, I do too. And the new Mummy looks like the girl from Suicide Squad, the villain.
It's who is it?
Enchantress. It looks just like her.
There's like a girl mummy.
I'm trying to think who it is though.
That seems kind of weird. Not to be.
And she looks exactly like Enchantress.
Girls can be mummies too, I guess.
I know, but back in the era, was that common? I mean,
no.
I'm not an expert on it, but I would think no.
It wasn't common, but it's still, there were mummified women. But
when you think of mummified rulers of that era.
Yeah. But there were some very powerful women in ancient Egypt. More men, obviously, but there were a few fairly powerful women that weren't just maybe they were just figureheads. It's not like I was there, so I don't really know.
That doesn't bother me. Female mummy, whatever, it's cool.
I think Russell Crowe is playing Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I think that's who they got for that.
He seems too old.
Yeah.
And he's in the Tom Cruise Mummy. He's in that movie, so he's playing
so that's how
Dr. Jekyll in that movie?
Yeah.
I hope we find out this all connects to the movie that
League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Even worse, yeah. It connects to League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and it connects to Van Helsing. They're all connected. And Van Helsing was an unholy mess.
And
that's one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it also is one of the weirdest movies for screwing with my expectations, because remember in the Van Helsing movie, it was such a big deal. Not only they were going to have a Frankenstein monster in it, but it's it was going to be more like true to the thing. It's like, and they had some like classical theatrical actor playing him and stuff, and he delivers like one of the stupidest lines in the history of film in it. Part where he's like hanging from the bridge and he goes, "I want to live."
And
I
Universal
almost died in the theater when that happened.
Universal released all these like DVD special editions of all the original Universal monster movies,
Right.
but they all had like special features of like inside Van Helsing, like this was gonna, and then you get to see Van Helsing, and you're 5 minutes into it, and you're in
already
trouble.
know it's awful.
Like
You already
it's
know.
it's already 5 minutes in. You're like, this is awful.
But for me, it was so bad it's good. I enjoyed Van Helsing. It's
Like I
bad.
said, it's so much fun laughing at that stupid Frankenstein thing that they just stick in for no reason. It's like, here for no reason is Frankenstein, and he's, oh, shouldn't you be impressed by this theatrical actor you've never heard of, because that's supposed to somehow be like tied into Frankenstein's real roots or whatever? Like,
Yeah.
no.
I was hoping it was going to be sort of an adaptation of that anime Van Helsing that came out, but obviously it wasn't that. So,
No. That would have been cool.
Helsing?
yeah, Helsing.
Yeah, Helsing was cool. I mean, the English dub is kind of painful, but it's still funny. Police girl, come here, police girl. I need blood, police girl. Like, I wouldn't recommend the English dub, but it is funny. Not that the dialogue is much better in the Japanese, but it's a little easier to take, I guess. I always find bad dialogue is easier to take if you're hearing it or reading it, than in English. Yeah, the English dub of Helsing is, but it is what it is. But yeah, I always thought that was a pretty cool anime. I still don't own that. I should get that. That's definitely worth owning. I like Blood the Last Vampire too. Not they made like a live adaptation of that, which was god awful. So yeah, earlier we were of course voicing our concern over this whole Ghost in the Shell situation.
And that
Yeah.
led into like Power Rangers and then
Yeah, Power Rangers, but it's like
Well,
whatever.
I heard that part, Rambo. You were correct when you said it was like Chronicle, because Max Landis actually wrote the first draft of the script that got rejected. So, and he was the writer of Chronicle. So, yeah, it is Chronicle.
Wonderful.
wow. I'm like
Which Chronicle?
the found footage.
Oh yeah, I really do. I really don't like that movie. A lot of people really liked it. That's why I remember it. I don't like it.
I'd rather see a new version of Inframan.
I thought it was a cool concept, but I didn't like the execution.
Yeah, pretty much the same here.
Yeah.
When I heard about it, I was like, that sounds really cool and stuff. And I was just like, why do you have to make it such an unlikable character? Anyway, we're not gonna get into it. Why does it have to be found
And of
footage?
course, Mike, you'll be thrilled to know that Ivan Reitman has come out to say, yes, there will be more Ghostbusters coming, but they have not confirmed or denied if they're dumping the ladies or not.
They should just like hit us over the head with like really obvious things. This would be like Hispanic Ghostbusters, and then we can have transgender ones, and just always make it like hit us over the head that it's like a special group. That way, anytime anybody hates it, it makes us bigots.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't just do Ghostbusters where it's like some actors and it's whoever they are because maybe they're good for the role. No, make it some sort of theme. Make it some sort of issue so that everyone can get all wound up about it over and over again.
I think there needs to be like a
Transgender Ninja Turtles.
I'm tired of remakes, and to me, Ghostbusters is one of those movies, like even Stripes, that you can't really remake those movies. They are what they are. They're classics with the people involved. It was a moment in time. It cannot be
doesn't
A
repeated.
moment of time for Stripes. Like, what would you even do if you did a remake of Stripes?
Exactly.
Well,
I
Like,
mean,
where would you set it? Like, I
Here's the
don't
thing.
I don't have enough of an understanding of global politics right now to know where a Stripes movie that would work would even
Well,
make sense.
but they would try to do it, and they would make it like the A-Team or something stupid, and it's
Well,
like, whatever.
The thing is with Stripes is like, there's this new thing in Hollywood where they want to create alternate timelines. So instead of like just doing like, I don't know, Alien 5, they want to go and they want to make a spin-off so that it's a different Alien 3, right? That's what Neil Blomkamp wants to do. Now with Stripes, I would say, yes, you cannot touch that first hour at all because that's like perfect. But that last hour of Stripes, go ahead, remake that, because I don't even remember what happens in that.
Yeah,
last
I don't
hour.
think of Stripes as an untouchable classic in those terms. I just meant what it's about. Because I like Bill Murray, but that's not that's not a Bill Murray movie I really remember that fondly.
No, they just cast Vince Vaughn.
If it can make money, they'll do it. I mean, they're rebooting the Matrix. I mean, they're doing
It's all
the,
about the money. It's all
There's
about the money.
They're doing
For
The
real
Fly
rumor,
again, Little
Rumor
Shop of
going around
Horrors
that it's
again.
not- that it's not a remake of the Matrix. It's actually
Yeah, I know.
the origin of
You-
Morpheus.
Okay, I guess that's all right.
I guess his alternate timeline thing, it's
Because that's a story
lazy
I really
excuse.
care to see.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, isn't that what?
Oh, wow.
I guess there was Star Trek, right? Star Trek did that to us, and now
Just
everyone's
do-
like,
just-
"Hey, this is a possibility."
I
Just
didn't
do
mind
the
it with Star
Animatrix
Trek
too.
because Star Trek was kind of all about that kind of shit with the
Yeah, I'm
going
not
back in
blaming
time.
Star Trek. I'm saying, now everybody's following that model.
But yeah, but
Just
everybody
because
went,
it worked
"Oh,
for Star Trek doesn't mean it works for everything."
it worked in Star Trek, it'll work for us." No, it won't.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was great. It was great in Star Trek because what they said was everything you loved about the original continuity happened.
Yeah, it's
We are
like
just-
still happened. It's still there. Yeah.
Right. I do like this idea though about alternate timelines because then if you like the Fincher movie, great. If not, then we're going off in this other direction. I don't know,
Or
it's
you
kinda
get
cool.
Terminator Genesis.
Which
I mean,
they're-
yeah, it's hit or
they
miss.
canceled that series.
I mean, I'm a comic book person. Alternate timelines are my bread and butter. I'm not, I'm not afraid of them.
If done well.
Well, they pulled the plug on Terminator Genesis, so just so you know, the next two films have been canceled.
Yep. Schwarzenegger pulled out, I heard.
There is a God.
I guess Schwarzenegger decided no more.
Yeah, and there's no more Apprentice for him either. So
I have to impregnate your housekeeper.
He's
Probably
not,
make the last stand.
That was a recent Family
he's
Guy
not
joke,
used
and
to
that was
pulling
pretty
out, but
Oh,
Oh, it's the first time for everything, right?
pulling out is a
Yeah.
sign of weakness.
Isn't he
I'm pretty
making
sure
like,
that's what he thought, right? I must finish the job.
isn't he making like Escape Plan 2?
I think so.
maybe.
A plan was, I guess it wasn't bad. I was
It wasn't
just
bad.
kind of bored, but I maybe they could do a sequel that's more exciting.
And there's one more Expendables coming out, right? So
Great.
I don't know. Arnie's starting to look really old, man. I don't know. I mean, Chuck Norris has pretty much went out to pasture. I mean, he makes an appearance
And
every
he
once in a
aged
while.
like better than anybody.
Yeah,
you know?
he did. He aged
You,
because
like when he
didn't
was
party
like
that.
73, like you could not fucking believe it.
Right.
Like he might, he's in his early 70s. He looks like he's in his early 50s,
Yep.
and he's still kicking over his head and stuff. So, I mean, hats off to him for that. He's no actor, but that was never really the point.
Yeah, that was never the point.
Walker Texas Ranger remix. It's time.
Lone Wolf McQuaid, though, that was a pretty good flick.
Yeah. Oh, I love that movie. I get a kick out of that movie. It's just him like turned up to 11.
Yep.
Living in a house with just beer cans all over the floor, and oh man,
He's got the fucking nitrous oxide in his truck.
they bury him in his truck and he shoots out it's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's
It's so
great.
good.
I think the first Chuck Norris films I watched in 1985, 86ish. So I must have been 9 or 10 years old. I saw Code of Silence and Invasion USA. So that was my introduction.
It's a good introduction.
That's
I
good.
honestly don't remember my introduction.
Mine was The Octagon.
Not a very good movie.
But I was probably 12 and ninjas were cool. So
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, but not good.
He's
Yeah,
definitely he definitely has better ones.
Yeah.
He definitely has better ones.
Like Hero and the Terror.
No, that was on the other way down, It was up and then it was down. I liked Force Vengeance. I liked Silent Rage. Code of Silence was a good one. I think that was kind of I kind of felt that was his attempt to go mainstream.
Yeah.
In a way.
That was directed by Andrew Davis, who did The Fugitive.
Mm-hmm.
I wish his cartoon lasted longer. It was the biggest G.I. Joe ripoff in history, except with Chuck Norris. You tell most people about that, and they can't even believe it was a real thing.
Or Karate Commandos.
Yeah,
Oh, Mr. T had a cartoon. I mean,
it was the
everybody
most
had a cartoon.
generic shit you've ever seen. The bad guy they fought was just called Evil Ninja or something like that. Or,
I never knew that Toxic Avenger had a cartoon.
Yep.
oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that well. I saw that way before I ever saw the movie.
I remember when I heard that was announced, and I had Toxic Avenger is the only good trauma film in my opinion, and it's great. I love the
Agreed.
original. But I was like, how the hell are they going to translate this to a Saturday morning cartoon? I always wanted to cornhole me a blind bitch.
Yeah, I can't remember. I know I did watch it a little bit, but it's all sort of
Same reason they did John
There
Rambo.
was so many.
Oh, this guy who was
Cartoons,
wiping out
like the
sheriffs
early
in a small
90s.
town.
That would be them making a RoboCop Saturday morning cartoon.
The early
they did.
90s, it's got to be like where the weirdest cartoons in history came from. Like, there's always been weird cartoons, but the early 90s, just nothing beats it. It's like biker mice from Mars and
Well, they had the
Cadillacs
Rambo
and
cartoons too.
dinosaurs.
We
And,
even have like RoboCop on roller skates in the cartoon they did. It's
wow.
like, well, he can't shoot people, so he's got to be on roller skates. Like Inspector
That's a
Gadget
logical
chasing
leap.
people.
That's a logical leap, of course. Roller skates.
So-
Exactly.
We'll just turn RoboCop into like Inspector Gadget. It makes perfect sense.
So, Cole, you seem a little flabbergasted the fact that Scream Factory announced Teen Wolf Special Edition today.
I guess I just don't follow this stuff closely enough. I just didn't know that they veered off into comedy and stuff. I thought it was like horror. I mean, I get that it's a werewolf, but it's it's the only werewolf movie I've ever seen in my life where a werewolf doesn't kill a single person and doesn't even threaten a single person.
Well, the first thing I said was not, "Hey, Teen Wolf, that's great," and Teen Wolf 2. Okay, I wrote them and I said, "Are you guys going to release the animated show too?" Because I mean, they released the Beetlejuice cartoon, so I figured why not throw in the Teen Wolf cartoon as well?
Yeah.
Because those films are more comedies. I mean, they have Shout Factory. Why can't they put them out on the Shout Factory label?
That was
instead of
all I was
Scream?
saying. I'm not saying it doesn't deserve a nice release. A lot of people like Teen Wolf. I mean,
first one's
it's
good.
funny. It's kind of funny that I really, really like Michael J. Fox. I'm a huge fan of his, but I never caught the fever for that movie. I don't know. I don't have the love for it. A lot of people have. I don't know. I'm amused by it. Sure, it's definitely an amusing movie. Like a werewolf playing basketball. I get it. It's funny. And some guy whips it out at the end. I mean, it's got everything you want.
Yeah. No, I was rather surprised to see that announcement. So
You're back.
I didn't even know that until you mentioned it.
Any more weirdness going on out there?
probably. There's always some strange thing going on.
Oh yeah.
I've been noticing on YouTube, Rambo, I've been watching a lot of your videos, and then I was watching other people, my subscription feeds, and like this new thing that everyone's doing, which is like they're going through their DVD shelves and like just showing off their collections and stuff. And it's really interesting because some people are incredibly entertaining by doing it, and some people are incredibly boring while doing it. And so you just like, obviously stop theirs. But Rambo is following your whole ordeal with YouTube and all that crap going on, and it's just it's happening everywhere to everybody. And and of course this whole YouTube thing, I don't know if you saw this or not, about this whole restrictive thing that's happening, where they've created this new function. It's like a filtering restrictive thing. So for instance, if you cuss or say something or talk about a subject matter that YouTube does not think is below age 18 appropriate, it won't show up in people's news feeds if they have the restrictive knob turned on in their subscriptions.
Fuck them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
How could they? So whose job is it to monitor all this? Who there was like watching me and Jay last night, listening to us talk about tentacle porn and going, nope. Like, who's doing that?
I think they have a room full of monkeys and some monitors because the job that they're doing is about that quality.
But that's the funny thing. I mean, for those who don't know, for a little while, Video of mine was taken down. I got on a strike for a review that had no footage, and it's been fixed now. But I messaged them and said, well, what was the deal?
Yeah.
Straightforward. And they said, well, we don't have time to actually look at the video, so we just looked at the title. And I'm like, the title was the Relic movie review.
And they're like, we just assumed that you had all sorts of footage that didn't belong to you. Was that what they thought?
They just said we don't have the time to look through the ads. I'm like, I don't have ads. But even if you did or don't have ads, we don't have time to look at ads, so we just look at the title and assume.
When in doubt, flag. When in doubt, censor. Like, that's a great
Yes,
lesson.
But Rambo, you made such a great point by saying, yeah, but I went and YouTube the Relic movie review, and there's a ton of other people reviewing the movie, and their videos are still up. So.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a ton of people that use footage and get away with it.
And it is what it is.
You know what it is? I'll tell you what it was. It was not the title. It was the fact that it was the title mixed in with your view count. They saw the number of people that had seen the video, and they said, well, obviously he has to have something in there because not many people would watch someone talk, not knowing that we have like a huge fan base that will watch you talk for 90 minutes straight about any movie.
Because I can't shut up. But that's the only way I can do it. I mean,
You have a disease.
yeah.
I mean, I once had a YouTube
what
channel
I need.
ripped down because a friend of mine had recorded an Expendables 3 podcast, and I wanted to kind of give him some extra views. So I put it up on my channel, and it had nothing from the movie. But because the podcast was 90 minutes long, the Lionsgate assumed that I had uploaded the movie because there had been an Expendables 3 leak on the internet, and they just ripped my whole channel down. They didn't even like copyright it. So, and there was nothing in in that podcast. So I woke up one day and said, "Your channel's been deleted." I was like, "Oh my god!"
Jesus.
And that's the other thing I'm hearing. Anybody who's watching this, do not. This has happened to many people, so I'm just going to throw this out there. Do not cover any movie that Lionsgate releases, because apparently Lionsgate is notorious for going on YouTube and just ripping down channels or copyright striking everybody that talks about any movie, good or bad, that Lionsgate puts out. So
I remember Sony was for a long time just on the prowl for anything negative, right?
Yeah.
Anybody said something negative about something Sony did,
that was the big Ghostbusters thing.
And and that's what but they were doing it before that is the thing too. They were doing it before that with other stuff. I don't think as many people knew about it. The Ghostbusters thing sort of blew it up, but they've been doing that for a while.
But Lionsgate is penalizing people for putting up positive reviews.
Yeah.
You know,
Paramount crawled up my ass for a while there, and they finally fucked off. But I got tired of that shit.
Yeah, but isn't it interesting? These big companies have nothing else to do but to pester people recording out of their rooms on YouTube.
That's why I only do live stuff now. I refuse to do any kind of review where I have to put anything. It's not worth it. It's not worth my time. I'm tired of getting strikes. I'm tired of my videos being blocked or somebody else putting ads on. I don't have ads. I've never made one penny off of YouTube. Yeah. That was never the point. So when you try to make money off of me, fuck you.
Yeah, not cool.
That really pisses me off.
Not cool.
Yeah.
So I'll review movies, but like this, in this format. So the title is something completely different, and unless they watch the whole fucking thing, they won't know.
Well, one thing I do like about the live streaming on YouTube, even though it has its issues, is when you record a video and you edit it and stuff like that, then you have to export it, then you have to upload it. I mean, sometimes one video will take like 7 hours to do all that, and then you get.
That's why I slow down.
That sucks.
Mostly
whereas the live links or the live streams, it's up on YouTube within 10 minutes after it's over, and you don't have to worry about it. So.
Yep. And I can't use.
Yes, it's not the best maybe production quality. Yes, maybe some of the videos could be edited down because some I don't know, people just sometimes will just talk in circles like me sometimes. But at the same time though, I'd rather have that than waste my time.
But all the elements I would use to improve the production quality are the things that would get me flagged.
Yeah, and that's what I just wound up getting really frustrated.
And even if you don't, you'll get flagged. So
yeah, fucked
if
if
you don't do it.
Fucked if you don't.
Yeah. But just be careful about the Lionsgate thing. They're out for blood.
Well, I guess I'll take down my review of John Wick 2 from 2 months ago, because that's Lionsgate.
How dare you say you like that movie, you prick?
Yeah, no, shame on me.
Spreading positivity on the internet. How dare you?
Consider all the negative I spread.
I know.
The positive ones.
Yeah, shit. Because that happened with OCP, right? His John Wick 2 got pulled down.
Yeah, it's back up now, but yeah.
I contacted him and I'm like, it's Lionsgate, man. I swear, just
Lionsgate.
And then he got it put back on, so it's great. But I mean, Lionsgate, man, they come after you. Hey, I really like the movie. Flag.
It's free advertisement. I don't understand. Even if I did use a photo, what about the Fair Use Act? That's like completely being ignored. And
or like
why does it even exist?
Or the people who do. I have nothing against people who do trailer reactions. I don't watch many, but they have the entire trailer, and that's the entire video, just them reacting. And
well, I don't see what the problem is with showing a trailer. I mean, it's out there for public consumption to advertise the movie. So if I show a trailer on my channel, they should be happy about that. Now, if I show the whole movie, that's different. But
I'm just saying it's insane that even if with that footage, that's fine. But if you have zero footage, then you're doing a bad thing.
I think a lot of
It's
times
just-
they
the
get
whole
away
thing's
with it.
ridiculous.
If you have the trailer in a smaller window within the frame of your video,
Right.
I think you can get away with it. But if it's full frame, that's when they really get pissy about it.
Yeah, but there's so many YouTube channels that will, when a
Show
trailer
full
comes
frame.
out, they'll just upload the trailer to their channel,
Yeah.
like the full trailer, not even as a reaction. And I don't know how they get away with that.
I watch movie reviewers where the review's a half an hour long, and they show, 10 minutes of footage or more, 15 minutes of footage in this half-hour review. I don't know how they keep going.
Or CinemaSins, they give the entire movie away.
Huh?
But I mean, whether you like or dislike, that's your prerogative. But they show the entire movie. They're showing the entire movie, and yet a person who's just talking against a wall, they're punished, and it's
Yeah.
confusing.
Well, it's like honest trailers with Screen Junkies. I mean, they are showing so much footage, but they have to be striking a deal with YouTube I don't understand it, because it's not like you send it in and some judges say on YouTube, like, yes, that video is permissible to be on our channel. It's a bot. So how do these bots not realize that your channel is uploading this, whether it's a review, whether it's you're doing an honest trailer, whether you're doing a CinemaSin thing? How does it know who to flag, who not to flag? Because sometimes when you upload a video, you automatically get flagged. So unless you cut a deal with YouTube, I mean, maybe after a certain subscribership, they say, hey, we're gonna let you do 10 copyright free things a month or something like that. I don't know how they do it. So ease off on your channel.
Well, that'd just be a good reason not to. Well, I wasn't going to see Power Rangers anyway, but that's a Lionsgate film.
Yeah.
I'm not going to review that, so fuck you, Power. I'll go watch Inframan instead at home.
I
Fucking
have
DVR.
no desire to watch Power Rangers. No, thank you.
Yeah.
So, all right, Lionsgate, you win.
Let's
Fuck
see
your movie.
who made this movie. Let's see. There's a movie coming out this Friday I do want to see. It's called Life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like how
Ryan
they're
Reynolds.
sticking that right in front of Alien.
There was a
Yeah.
fake rumor going around.
At first, I
earlier.
thought it was Alien.
There was a fake rumor going around earlier this week that unfortunately was proven
Oh, Venom?
Yeah, that was a backdoor Venom movie.
Prequel to Venom, yeah.
Yeah.
Because now they're doing for next year or something, whatever the hell it is.
Mhm.
I don't know about Venom movie. They didn't even get the first Venom right, but I don't know.
I'm
The best
afraid
part,
for
the
that.
best part about the Venom movie is Sony has said that they're not sure whether it's going to connect to the Spider-Man universe or not, and people are like, "What are you talking about? It's one and the same."
Hey, this is the stupid thing that these people do. I just see that boardroom decision is just like, it can be its own thing. I'm like,
No,
No,
what
that's
we want to
not
see
how
is
it works.
Spider-Man and Venom teaming up against Carnage.
That would be like making a
That's
Supergirl
what we wanna
movie
see.
and pretending it doesn't connect to Clark Kent.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like it took them that long. Like I said, like it's not even that I think the Marvel Studio movies for the most part I like and are good, and I understand that people get a little upset with the connectivity, but that was sort of the allure of comic books. That's what made things different. For decades they didn't necessarily say there's connectivity, and then in the early '60s, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby very slowly, gradually built a world, and it connected. Now it is kind of complicated and stuff, but I mean, I like that and appreciate that. So
Yeah, but it's coming back to Honda big time, because now every time Thor gets in trouble, people say, "Where's Iron Man? Where's Hulk?"
Yeah, that has bothered me. Like was it the what, Iron Man 3? When his house gets destroyed and it's on national television, and
Yeah.
not even Coulson doesn't even show up, or whatever. The Shield doesn't even give a fuck, let alone the other guys. I'm like, isn't this like a global event that maybe the the Avengers might be interested in?
Yeah. So now that you notice every Marvel film that comes out, there's always one or two or three of them that are in it.
Yep.
So they've learned.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because I can't sit there believing that Tony Stark's going to die or whatever when he's a member of the Avengers and they just haven't bothered to show up yet.
So he was always easy to do in the early days of the comics and stuff. If something big was happening in New York and stuff, and Spider-Man was running around going, "Oh God, I can't do this by myself," I'd be like, "But the Fantastic Four are in another dimension," you know.
Right. See, that's
You
the thing.
know,
What they should
that was
do. They should
acceptable
do
because
also-
that happened all the time.
I wish they would do cutaways and say, "Oh, well, you show Hulk battling something over here," and so that we know.
Or at least a communication between Shield and Stark, and they could give him some lame excuse as to why nobody can be there to help him.
Yeah, that's all we need. It's a lame excuse. But like I said, I don't harp on that too much because they finally made incredible strides. But of course, we still live in a world of like different companies and stuff. So we get to see, Spider-Man isolated, the X-Men isolated, Fantastic Four isolated, and it just all sickens me.
Well, I think
I'm kind of glad they're bad, because if they were good movies, it would just make me even more sad, because like, these are good and they have no connection to the other good movies. Thanks, that's great.
Well, of course, the rumor going around is that Marvel will get Fantastic Four back. That what they'll do is they'll trade Fox some of X-Men licensing to get Fantastic Four back, and then they'll start Phase 4 up with Fantastic Four.
I love this world of intellectual properties where everything's been ruined. There used to be this thing where after a certain amount of time, I think 55 years, things went into the public domain, and then new things could be created. And that has been completely stomped out and ruined.
By Disney.
By Disney. They were the ones, absolutely. They were just like, oh, look, it's going to expire on some of these characters, and we have to control everything. And it's not even just that. Look what Disney did. Now, I grew up in a world, at least, where, there were some Disney original characters like Mickey Mouse and Goofy and stuff like that. And I sort of thought of other characters as Disney characters, but even I, as a child, knew that Disney did not invent Robin Hood. Disney did not invent, Pinocchio. I knew that. And I guess it doesn't really matter. But my point is now we live in a world where children growing up and it's just I'm going to Disney World. I'm going to see Spider-Man and Kermit the Frog and Han Solo. I'm like,
and
none
Princess
of those
Leia
are
is now a Disney princess.
Yeah, none of those are Disney characters. None of those have fuck to do with Disney. And it bothers me.
Well, the best thing is that somebody ran into Disneyland and or Disney World
shot that documentary.
No, it wasn't. They shot a horror movie.
Yeah, that's what it was. They shot a whole movie in there. Thumbs up to them for doing that. Disney hates. I know it's hard because Disney hates that more than anything. Shooting anything in there, so
they're so restrictive as to what you can bring in. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I still like Disney World for my memories of it, but I have a feeling going back and as an adult, it's not the same thing it was when I left it in 1991.
Cinema Sickness goes 3 times a year, so you can watch his videos and live vicariously.
No, it doesn't work for me. No, I had to go down there and I don't know, fuck some chick on, I don't know, the Jungle Ride or It's a Small World. That'll make me feel better. Take that, Disney.
Well, Disney's pretty much going to own the world because, now they have Marvel, Star Wars, that type of thing. But there's they came out with the idea about the box. Have you seen this thing yet? They've been talking about this for a while, but just the other day, Universal, Paramount, Lionsgate, all these other companies have come together. And they're agreeing they want to do the box at home, which is, $30, and you can watch all the new releases in the theater at home.
Isn't that the thing that the Riddler invented in Batman Forever?
But Disney, of course, won't sign on because Disney's movies actually make money.
Right, of course, sure.
Yeah. Or Disney will come out with their own box and charge you $85 for a movie.
Disney is like the Nintendo equivalent of movie companies. Those two companies, they're so cutthroat and have to own everything, and
I know. And it's upsetting, and it makes somebody like me have such conflicting feelings. Loving so many Disney things, loving so many Nintendo things, and then having all these reasons to realize why the people behind it are bastards and stuff.
Yep.
Well, Disney loves money, man, because their movies don't even share on streamable services. It's like you get the code for a Disney movie, and your sister who shares your account with you can't get it. Can't watch it. So,
I mean, and Disney thinks, and I just hate this short-term thinking. I would own way more Disney movies if they weren't constantly, weren't constantly jacking up prices and slamming things into the vault. That doesn't make me rush out and buy. It's like, oh, it's this diamond edition of Cinderella, $39.99. Oh, that's pretty steep. But I like that movie, and I would pay that probably. I think I probably would. I really do like it. I think maybe I would pay that Disney. Disney's like, no, it's in the vault. Slam.
Yes, but Disney's not making money on those movies anymore. That's why they're remaking all of them as live action movies. That's how they're making their revenue back. So.
And the last one broke records for the biggest opening weekends in March. Beauty and the Beast.
I do
170 million.
See, I don't know what it means if I see that movie though, because I think Beauty and the Beast is perfect. Am I admitting that it needs to be changed? I don't know. It looks kind of, I really like Emma Watson. She seems like a good choice, and I heard some of her singing, and it's really good. But at the same time, I'm just like, Beauty and the Beast is already perfect, and it doesn't need this. So I don't know.
I think, honestly, in terms of big screen treatment, I think the one that I'm hoping will be just the best looking would be Mulan. Because I think if you shot it like in China, obviously that's what they want. They want that Chinese money.
Sure, absolutely.
So go shoot that sucker in China, and I think that would be just...
And star Scarlett Johansson. Because that's what they do.
Well,
that's why have a CGI talking dragon.
That's why she's doing Ghost in the Shell. That's why she's doing Lucy, because Marvel will not give her a Black Widow movie, so she's just go and make the money somewhere else.
How do they do, when they do the live action, how do they do the little side characters that always sing and dance and are the comic relief? How do they do that live action?
Well, they're
like
CGI.
Like CG, right? I
like
mean, I assume
Book.
that's what they are in the...
Like the
Jungle Book was really
good
CGI, though, man.
Isn't it Beauty and the
I'm
Beast
not just
when like
saying,
the
it is
plates and
CGI.
shit are talking and dancing and there's a teacup?
It's all CG.
Yeah.
That would be CGI.
That's actually in the live action movie?
I would have to
In
be.
the trailers,
Why make a live action movie if you're still going to have cartoon elements?
Well, that's the thing.
That's what I said.
Because
Like,
it's
like
live
it
action.
that's what I said. It's already kind of perfect.
Just the actors of live action. No.
Yeah, I mean, Jungle Book was all
I don't know how they're going to do the Lion King because there's no humans in there. But so I guess technically it's live action.
Yeah,
But
see, if they
there's
do
no
a
humans.
if they do a Lion King with like real lions, then okay, sure, I'm on board. Until they do that.
I think it was James Earl Jones and someone else are coming next year or whatever. Where the hell?
Yeah. I think Lion King will be... They're going to go all out on that one.
They can dress Jonathan Taylor Thomas up in a lion suit. He'd do it. He needs the money.
You mean JTT? Yeah.
He needs the money. JTT.
Matthew Broderick.
I don't know. With all the activism against using animals in film, I don't know how they're going to pull that off.
That's what I mean.
I mean, after A Dog's Purpose and all that?
Yeah, you know, you see these videos where they liberate animals from the circus, you know, and they make you feel like a real piece of shit because you went to see a lion tamer, you know. It's like, I was innocent, I didn't understand. But so how does that translate to film? It's like, it's okay to have them in film, but not in a circus. I don't know, I'm confused.
Right.
Yeah, well, Disney wanted to make The Little Mermaid, but another studio is making their own Little Mermaid movie, so it's kind of a...
Well, shouldn't Disney just do what they always do, sue them and make their movie anyway?
I don't know, because the Jungle Book came out, and then Warner Brothers, they cut off their Jungle Book movie.
Wasn't there going to be a different Jungle Book movie at the same time?
Yeah,
but we had enough.
Was directing. And
I liked the live animated Jungle Book okay. I mean, it was okay. You know, I don't know, the 67 Jungle Book is not really as much of a classic as a lot of the animated Disney ones. The 60s and 70s were not really great for the animated Disney canon. They were okay. I like some of those movies, but I mean, that's exactly why Don Bluth left, because he was just like, fuck this, you guys are going down the shitter, I'm going to do my own stuff, which was good because it forced Disney into upping their game.
I'm just wondering if they're going to do that Robin Hood one. Only you have like Russell Crowe or somebody.
Still my favorite Robin. Of all the versions of Robin Hood there are, and there are many, that's still my favorite Robin Hood on screen.
Kevin Costner voicing the fox.
Oh, God, no.
I say we are free. Yeah.
Christian Slater somewhere in there.
That's still one of the best. That's still one of the... Oh, God.
Yeah, you got Morgan Freeman.
If you see the extended version of Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, you realize the witch is actually Alan Rickman's mom.
Yeah.
So when he's trying to rape Marion, it's in front of his mom. That's even weird, more twisted.
Isn't it great that like they pull off a rape move that is actually kind of like comedic?
Oh,
I watched that. Yeah, with the legs, where he finally goes and farts with her legs open. Like I swear, I just watched that movie again. I love that movie for all its stupid flaws, and I own that extended version, which has some good stuff, like where he's yelling about everything because they can't catch Robin Hood and stuff, and then he's like, raise taxes, blah blah. He's like, then cancel Christmas. It was funny. It's like he's so evil.
Why a spoon? More.
I mean, I love Die Hard too, but to me, no, that's the evil Alan Rickman. That's his signature bad guy is the sheriff. Love it, love it, love it. And that whole thing, like when Robin Hood finally like shows up when he's trying to do the rape, and he does that amazing like eye roll, and he's like, "Do you mind? I'm trying to consummate my marriage," or something. I lose it at that.
When they remade Robin Hood, and they should put that scene in there too.
With the foxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have that big fat bear sheriff trying to like rape the fox. Oh man.
There'll be people who watch it.
In the meantime, you got Slim Pickens going.
Rambo,
Oh boy.
Rambo, the audience that would watch that would be like people who are furries on the internet, and that just would not be cool.
I'd still watch it.
I would watch it because I'm like, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta watch fucked up stuff.
That's fucked up. Wow, Disney, you got balls. I applaud you. Man,
But the great thing is that Disney would make it and it would still be rated G.
Yeah, they can get away with it. Put a little money for that bribery. Go ahead.
Exactly. But yeah, if they did The Little Mermaid, that might be a little too sexual for the audience.
That's what I was thinking. I'm thinking, I don't know, you pull off your like 16-year-old mermaid and her little shell.
If you're a redhead with big boobs and a little crab telling him to kiss the girl, it's like you don't want to be giving her crabs,
Well, they
There won't be anybody on here like saying that we're ruining Disney movies by like pointing out sexual stuff, because like nobody like points out like that's like the most pointed out sexual stuff ever. Have you ever been on the internet ever? Like nothing is more sexualized than Disney.
Have you ever seen the stills? The stills of the art. How many? Count the penises in that movie.
Yeah.
The most famous one, of course, is was The Rescuers on the Laserdisc, where they you can actually see it on YouTube as well. When the two mice are on the bird and they're flying through the city, one of the frames in the window is literally a Playboy image of a woman that they put in there.
Yeah, they put it in there to joke around. That was 1977. You could get away with that shit.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I mean, like, just some of that stuff that Disney did, like, I don't know how well they thought of it. Like, Can You Feel the Love Tonight is nice and everything, but then you get like that moment where like Simba's on top of her and she just like looks up at him, and it's just like, whoa, that is sexual tension between a couple of animated lions, it's just like she just like looks at him like, give it to me, like, and that's not me being a perv. Anybody watch that scene and tell me I'm wrong.
No.
Right.
I mean, I am a perv. I'm just saying that's not a symptom of it. Not denying being a perv.
You don't need to be a perv to see that. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the circle jerk of life.
As a perv, I feel like I have credibility issues, so okay.
Oh my goodness.
Disney.
Oh my goodness. I guess your safe word would be Hakuna Matata.
Oh man.
Do we need a live action version of that?
Apparently we need a live action version of everything, because
Do we need anything?
I think
the Vault hasn't given them enough money, so it's live action remake after live action remake. Apparently,
I don't know. It's. I had the same problem with the superhero movies I had with the Disney cartoon. It's supposed to be a fantasy, and once you make it live action, you're bringing it into reality.
Let's make live action Toy Story.
I think they should. If they're going to do one, they should do Sword in the Stone. That I haven't seen a good Excalibur movie in a while. So.
Oh, don't worry, Guy Ritchie's got you covered.
Oh, that's right. Damn.
Oh, yeah.
Man, that's a bizarre preview. I saw that last time I was in theaters. When I saw Logan, I think I saw a preview for that, and wow, I don't even know what to make of it.
And they said they planned it as the first of 7 movies. That movie's not going to make it past 2.
No way.
Oh wow.
I mean, I bet you it's better than the 2004 Arthur, because that's like one of the worst things I've ever seen ever.
The one with Keira Knightley.
Anything? Yeah.
I still like the old school one in the '80s, Excalibur.
Yeah, I was talking about the 81 one, yeah. That was like one of the first like serious attempts at it, really. And it's not bad for what it is. It could have used a better budget, but it was a good movie.
Yeah.
The director was coming off Exorcist 2.
Yeah, nowhere to go but up.
Wasn't
there
there
redeemed himself?
What was that one? First Night with Sean Connery?
Yeah.
That's a really bizarre movie.
Richard Gere.
Yeah, Richard Gere. I mean, I get it. It was part of the trend. We'd already had Kevin Costner, Robin Hood. So Richard Gere, you know, as Sir, what's his name?
Lancelot.
Lancelot. You know, it did make a certain sense in that '90s sensibility and stuff. But I mean, talk about like just changing everything. It's like Lancelot was noted for being like unattractive, and it's like, oh, I'll make him Richard Gere. Yeah. So.
It reminded me of a movie that was based on a book. I think it was called Timeline.
Oh, that's one of the worst adaptations.
I loved the book, but that movie was horrible.
Thank you. That might be the worst
that
adaptation of a book I've ever seen.
Too.
Yeah.
Because,
Paul
like,
Walker,
as
John
usual,
Walker.
Michael Crichton put a lot of thought into stuff and, like, came up with stuff. And, like, you know, like, he shows, like, real history. Like, the whole point of Timeline is, like, a whole bunch of it is, like, it's about historians. And they go back to medieval times. And it debunks all these, like, things that we've seen in the media. Like, there's all sorts of things we think about medieval times. It's just wrong. It's been in, like, popular movies and stuff like that. And it's constantly pointed out in the book and stuff. It's like, well, this is what it was really like and stuff. And they throw all that out the window in the book. And it's so insulting. And I think this is one of the things that started me down the path of hating poor Paul Walker. You know, God rest his soul. It wasn't his fault. Like in the book, his character Chris is one of the history students. Because most of them are history students. They go back to like help their teacher who goes back in time. And this, they're just like, well, this being a movie, we don't want too many nerds, and we need somebody cool like Paul Walker. But we need some sort of connection. Paul Walker, why is Paul Walker with all these nerds? Oh, okay, the professor is his father, so that's why he's going back. And he constantly tells the nerds that they're nerds, and he thinks history is stupid. Like, he says that, like, throughout the movie. He's just like, I never understood why my dad liked history, because history is really dumb, and all that matters is what's going on right now. Oh,
yeah, movie. You know a movie's bad when Bill and Ted is, like, the more intellectual of the two.
Jesus Christ.
God, I love that book. I remember just being so disappointed when I saw the movie.
Where is that book? That book should be behind me. Where is it?
Well, they screw up a lot of Michael Crichton movies. I mean, I've always wanted to see the director's cut of Rising Sun, which they screwed up.
Oh, man.
I think there was another Crichton movie that I read, or book that I read. I don't think they turned it into a movie, but it was about they had nano bots, but they would like
Prey.
Take you over.
Prey.
Is it Prey? That was a great book.
Yeah. One of his last before he died. Actually, there's a new Michael Crichton book coming out next month that, you know, was sort of unfinished that someone else finished for him. And I'm kind of interested in.
I think
damn, he's like
awesome.
the Tupac of authors.
I mean, they would never do it. They would never do it. But I would love to see.
I know what you're gonna say.
What?
You're gonna say the one where he like just flips out about Global Wolverine?
No, I was gonna say it would be cool if someone actually made an attempt to do maybe an HBO series of the actual novel of Jurassic Park.
Yeah, for sure.
Still
one of my favorite books.
Because they took that book and basically scalped it for all three of the first movies. You know, there's like sequences in all the movies that are from the first book.
Yeah, because it's a big book.
So yes, in case anybody thinks I'm a complete knuckle dragon drooling retard, no, I do read.
I was so sure.
Ladies' Home Journal does not count, Mike.
No, I don't think Prey would count as that. No.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Bork reads all the time because he reads Reddit. Great literature.
Yeah. Michael Crichton is I haven't seen it, but I heard really good things about the Westworld show. So
I liked it a lot. Jay didn't care for it. I liked it quite a bit. I mean, but I don't think there should be any more. I think they did what they need to do and ended fine. I don't think there should be like more seasons or anything like that. That was pretty cool. It does have a storytelling convention that they use that I understand would annoy a lot of people. It annoyed me a little bit, but I liked the show enough that I let them get away with it. But I know there's certain people that like it's one of those things that gets sort of revealed pretty late on, and you're just like, oh, so this was this. And there's certain people that won't like that.
I heard it's really slow.
Not
though.
Cool. I don't find it slow. I don't think so. I mean, maybe some people think so. I don't think so. I really liked it. I thought it looks excellent and really good use of music, good actors. I liked it quite a bit. It was one of the first shows I'm not a show person, so it was one of the first shows I was really sort of looking forward to, and it mostly delivered, I think. Because I mean, I like the Westworld movie, but I mean, I like the idea like there's so much more potential for exploration that they do in this, and I'm just a big fan. I think I've talked about this before, but I like stuff about artificial intelligence. Blade Runner's one of my favorite movies. Ghost in the Shell's one of my favorite things. I like things that explore that, and they do plenty of that in this. Probably not to any degree where I'm just like, oh, I never saw that before. I don't think any of it like is exactly.
It's funny. A friend of mine years ago told me after he saw Minority Report.
Yeah.
He said, because I understand the movie's trying to tell us that there's like a 99% chance this will work, but because there's 1%, we're just going to give up this program. That's bullshit.
It's a good point.
It's like, yeah, okay, yeah, 1% is a problem, but 99%, that's pretty good average right there. Let's just keep the program going.
Like the last Tom Cruise movie I liked. That's quite a while ago.
Well, the thing is about War of the Worlds, that Tom Cruise movie, is that it literally feels like they ran out of money and the movie stops.
It does. I certainly wasn't expecting to end when it did.
Yeah, it's just like, what? Did they lose money?
And I mean, I can fault it for something that's like it did on purpose and was aware of. Like the whole point of the movie is that it's Tom Cruise's point of view, and it never changes. It's supposed to give us one person, and so they stick to that, and that's not bad. I just didn't care for that. I'd rather, with something big like this happening, I'd rather jump around a little more and see other stuff. So that was my other problem with it.
Although my favorite part of War of the Worlds was when after all hell broke loose and he comes home to that house where his kids are, and I think his parents are, whatever, his wife's parents or whatever, and they all look at him like he's late for dinner, and it's like, wait a minute, he just like helped save the world. And they're all mad at him because they have this like worst terrible look at. It's hilarious. It's just, I don't know. I thought War of the Worlds was, that first hour I thought was interesting, and then I think it just like shit the bed. So
I mean, it was kind of a different character for him to play. He was kind of a flawed guy, which honestly Tom Cruise is not too interested in playing most of the time. He's usually just a cool badass, and I like that he was at least playing somewhat of a human character. I give him that.
Yeah. Yep. What are you thinking about over there, Rambo? You look deep in thought.
No, I'm never in deep thought. Marco, but I mean, I think I saw War of the Worlds in the theaters. I remember liking it for what it was, but I mean, it's Spielberg film. I can't remember what the last Spielberg film was. BFG.
Yeah.
Oh, he did that? Yeah,
I didn't see that. But
that's on Netflix. I guess maybe I'll watch it at some point. But again, it's a book I really liked. Why do I want to see them mangle it?
But you mentioned Michael Crichton. I liked him as a director. I liked some of his 80s stuff, like Looker and Runaway and stuff. So I thought he was a pretty decent director.
He was a better writer.
No, I give a lot of credit to a guy that was, didn't have a background in film, who was a writer, but he had a sort of a director's eye, I think, and stuff.
He was a hell of a lot better director than Stephen King, and possibly a better writer.
Hell yeah.
I don't know what I'm on.
But War of the Worlds, I saw that as a double feature with Batman Begins at Drive-In. Actually,
wow, that's a long sit.
That was a long night.
That's a long fucking sit. I didn't mind the War of the Worlds remake. I thought some of it was pretty good. Tom Cruise, I didn't buy him in the role. I don't know. I have a problem with him on a lot of things, but it was okay. Yeah, it was a little long. Kind of fell apart.
Yeah,
I like the original. The original is a classic. Kind of hard
very
to remake that.
Yeah, very much.
I mean, it's a lot better than like the C. Thomas Howell one.
Oh, didn't even know about that.
It's just
And
like
it's still-
direct-to-video
and it's like-
sci-fi
I'm gonna
channel.
say it must have
I
been
didn't
not
need to know
very
about
good. Yeah.
Come on, C. Thomas Howell.
And I'll take War of the Worlds over the last Indiana Jones movie that Steven Spielberg directed. So
Oh, Nuke the Fridge?
yeah,
Crystal Skull? That movie had its moments. I liked it for the most part.
I still liked it for the most part, but yeah, I mean, it was never gonna I came into it knowing there was no way it could match the others, so I was, my expectations were fairly realistic. I think.
The MacGuffin didn't bother me nearly as much as Shia LaDouche.
Yeah.
The monkeys. There was a couple of sequences. All the ants. I don't know. There was a couple of sequences there that did not live up to Indiana Jones quality, but it was not bad.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed it. I mean, I don't think compared to like Star Wars stuff.
Yeah, it's not
cool.
that much of a nosedive, for God's sakes.
No.
Even the Nuke the Fridge I like, because that reminded me of those old 30 serials, like
Yeah,
the
see,
impossible
I have problems
situation
with it.
that's insane.
The scary thing, I'm sure you guys have you probably know this, but maybe your audience doesn't. That whole nuke the fridge scene was actually a lift from the original script of Back to the Future, and that was how Marty was going to get back to the 80s.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I heard
Wow.
Which that'd be.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for the problems I have with Crystal Skull, the fridge thing doesn't even crack like the top 10. Probably, I don't care. It's fine.
And the lazy way they explain away previous characters, that kind of bothered me. But I don't know. Okay, it's okay.
Well, I mean, they were just like, Marcus is dead, Dad is dead. I mean, I get that.
Well,
Enough
Kingdom of
about
the
that.
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is one of those movies where when you're watching it, like it's okay, like you're kind of watching it, and then it's one of those movies where it's after it's over, you think back and you go,
Yeah, I mean, that's basically how it hit me.
I never got that.
Really?
I enjoyed it. It's
I
the
enjoyed it.
50s.
Well, again, not to that
era,
much.
the alien
I
stuff.
still like
I thought
it
was
fine.
cool. And
I still like it fine.
for fun, I thought it was a fun popcorn. In that,
Like I said,
what do you call it?
I
It
like
reminded
Indiana
me of
Jones
Temple of
more
Doom a little
than
bit.
anything else.
It's
Okay, like
it
Indiana
takes place
Jones
in the
is my
50s.
favorite movie hero. Period. There he
Right.
is. It's really important. So, I mean, I was.
And I love Karen Allen.
I was really
I love
concerned
seeing her
about
in
this movie. Like, it had potential to just devastate me and disappoint me, and it didn't do that. So I have to give it a bit of a pass.
and they shouldn't have had Mutt in there. They should have just brought in Short Round again. That would have been cool.
It would have been cool to
nice
see
to know.
Short Round, but Shia LaBeouf, I mean, nowadays he might as well be Shia LaBeouf fuck, but I mean, nowadays in movies I never minded him because I've seen worse actors. I mean, he was playing the rebellious teen, and
The only thing I wanted,
didn't
he had roles that I wish I had. I'm not an actor, but if I was, I wanted to be Sam Witwicky, and I wanted to be Indy's son. I wanted those roles, and he got both of them with the asshole. I mean, I'm not an actor. If I could have picked to be in a movie and have a role, those are like two right at the top, and he got both of them, the prick.
But I believe Short Round I would have been okay with Short Round swinging with a bunch of monkeys. I would understand that.
That's racist. That's racist in some way. I'm sure it is.
But I mean,
Biculturally racist.
that's one of the things I have a problem. I mean, I do have problems with the film, but I don't think it's as one of the worst sequels of all time.
No, I don't think it's falling off.
I've seen
People treat it like it's falling
so
off a
many
cliff.
movies.
I don't think so.
And
It's not one of the worst sequels of all time, but I think that because the first three are so great, you feel the dip.
Oh,
We're
absolutely. But
getting another
again, I was expecting is kind of what I meant.
I
We're
don't
getting
think
another
it-
Marky
yeah.
Mark Transformers film. How bad can Crystal Skull really be?
And the next one, the last night, this new Transformers, they're going back in time. They're fighting Nazis.
What?
Yeah.
Like
King
Puppet
Arthur.
Master? I mean, fucking.
Everything's
Well,
fucking
they
Nazis
better
now.
completely stop World War II then. There's no excuse that Optimus Prime couldn't single-handedly stop the Third Reich, because I'm telling you, he could.
Hey,
Of
if
course,
Dr.
like-
Manhattan can single-handedly stop the Vietnam War, Optimus Prime could stop World War II.
There you go.
Michael-
Except the
Michael
problem is, the problem. So now what? They're going to make the Decepticons side with Nazis? That's not a comfortable
No,
area.
the best part, have you seen the new trailer for this Transformers where they have this little 8-year-old girl and she's giving this huge feminist speech about I'm a girl, I can do anything. And she runs up to Megatron in the trailer and she goes, you don't scare me.
I thought Megatron was dead.
And Megatron could
He's
step on her.
never dead.
Well, yeah. Well, they might as well kill him. That fucking Patrick Dempsey.
Anyway, Megatron
one.
could step on this girl and they try to make it this heroic thing. And it's like the first girl.
He doesn't step on her?
No, but this is the first girl that Michael Bay, at least in the trailer, does not show a camera, between her legs. So probably
That's true.
The studio
I'm sure it's a big stride for Michael Bay. That
From
he's
one extreme to the other?
This guy needs to be stopped.
I mean, the last Transformers movie actually had.
Transformers should go back in time and stop him.
It'd be good.
It's like, there, you did The Rock. That's as good as it gets. Boom.
Well, the last Transformers movie actually had a moment where the movie stopped to actually explain how to date an underage girl, and they even had a close-up of a card called the Romeo and Juliet clause or something. I was like, what the hell?
It was odd. I don't care though. I mean, it's an odd thing in a Transformers movie. I'll point that out. But
Marky Mark was odd in a Transformers film. Hey, Lucky Charms. Fuck,
I saw it in the theaters, and I've never seen it since. And I forget most of it, except that, of course, most of it at the end was in China because that's the thing to do now.
Well, see, I had it blocked away that I didn't have to remember it, and then I saw that there was a sequel coming out with him in it, and it just kind of like came rushing out. I was like, no, I thought I had that locked away.
Man, his output for like the last 3 years has been staggering. He's in too many things. He can't be all these people.
Jesus.
He can barely be himself.
He's got his hands full with Wahlburgers.
I'm sorry, but every time I see him, I still see the backwards hat and the saggy pants and the feel the vibrations.
Well, I'm glad, because a lot of people give me shit. They're like, okay, you don't have to keep calling him Marky Mark. I'm like, yes, I do.
Yeah, he's Marky
You know
Mark.
what? I
You
just
don't
realized?
live certain things down, and give him credit, because he did some bad things that he has lived down. He was a violent, racist thug when he was a
Yeah,
kid,
he was.
and I genuinely believe that he has changed. He regrets it, and he's a good person now. I think that's true, but he's not living down. Feel it.
But let me tell you something. He may be in these new Transformers movies, but I just realized that in Boogie Nights he actually sings "You Got the Touch."
Really badly and off key.
Oh, very horribly.
Yeah.
Everybody likes Boogie Nights. I don't like it. It's a very uncomfortable movie. I mean, I guess that's the point. It's like, yes, the porn industry is kind of sketchy, especially back then. But I don't know. The movie just made me feel uncomfortable the whole
It was
time.
one of those movies that I enjoyed the shit out of when I was watching it, but I've never wanted to watch it again.
I remember when the movie came out, even though I do like it a lot. I remember when it first came out, the air around it was like it's Goodfellas meets Pulp Fiction. So.
Really? That's kind of, wrong. It's really wrong. But
My
yeah.
wife's down there with an ass in her cock. I don't know. It had a lot of good actors in it, though.
I mean, it was his breakout role. It showed that he could sort of somewhat act. I don't give him much credit as an actor. I mean, let's look at his career, really. What has he done that's really impressive? Nothing.
He wore a fake penis well.
That's true.
I guess that was the star of the show, right?
And tried to let everybody think that it wasn't fake.
Well, he did like sexually intimidate Alyssa Milano in Fear. That was.
He had an argument
was
with a fucking
believable.
tree.
Is that where he fingers her on the roller coaster?
Yeah, Reese Witherspoon. Yeah.
Yeah. What's the one where, not Reese Witherspoon, but there's a movie just like that. Maybe it could be the same movie because it's so mixed up in my mind because it's literally been that long since I've seen it. But isn't there a movie with she was a blonde actress in the 90s and she doesn't exist anymore?
Alicia Silverstone.
Thank you, Alicia. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, where like some guy like stalked her and made her like drink bleach and stuff. Right?
I don't remember that, but I remember the. Yeah, I was pissed off.
Was it with,
I wanted
was
to
it
see
with like
porn
Cherry
with Richard
Ellis?
I don't
Was
know.
it The Crush?
Yeah, the
That
Crush.
sounds right. She was being like stalked by this guy, but he also like he would capture girls and to make them like more compliant, he'd force bleach down their throats and stuff.
No,
It wasn't that movie.
It's not that one. Okay.
Oh.
I
I thought
don't-
for sure that Alicia Silverstone was in that.
Was that Kiss the Girls or something?
No, I know Kiss the Girls quite well. It's not that. And this would have been a probably more low budget thing. Yeah. There's just some movies I have memories of that I don't know if I'll ever be able to identify. Although I still have to follow up because Cameron, you gave me the best avenue I have with curtains. You might be right about curtains. I still have to follow that up. I haven't forgotten. Because that's haunted me for years, trying to figure out what the fuck that was.
It's funny. I remember my mom telling me as a kid that she and my grandfather had stayed up and watched this really horrible horror movie that they played at 1:00 in the morning on a Saturday night right after SNL one night. And I remember years later realizing that my mom and my grandfather had watched Motel Hell.
Wow.
Because I remembered the plot details. And I was like, oh my God, my mom's watching Motel Hell with my grandfather.
Yeah. Plus, my mom had like her own like crazy memory that it took me a long time to track down. So there's this movie that actually Anthony Perkins of all people was in like the 60s, called like The Fool Killer or something like that. And but the timing didn't add up, even though I said this has to be it, because my mom said no, it was in the 50s. It has to be earlier because I was extremely young and stuff like that. And I had to trace it back to the fact that the movie was actually made off of like some sort of episode of a show I don't even know what the show was, but it was kind of like a similar thing to Outer Limits and those sorts of things.
Mhm.
And it was an episode called The Fool Chopper, and it was in black and white. It was about this boy. He was like a runaway, and he was living alone. It was like some place like Nebraska where there was like fields and corn and stuff like that. And he winds up like teaming up with this guy who's probably in his 30s, but he's like mentally handicapped. And the boy and the guy look after each other. And the boy tells him a story about this guy called the Fool Chopper that would come along with a scythe and cut people's heads off and stuff. And I was like, I couldn't find anything about that for many, many years until I found out that, yes, what happened was there was actually, that was an episode of a show that she'd seen in the black and white. But then a few years later, they adapted the whole thing into a film that had Anthony Perkins. And yeah, for years she would tell me about it, and she's like, I remember very well. And I'm just like, no matter how well you describe it, I can't track this down. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I think you're crazy. Like, I thought she was crazy for years. It took me a very long time to like actually figure out what it was and stuff. But it was just one of those things that sort of haunted her, having seen it all those years ago. And she'd say, yeah. And I was like, you sure it was Fool Chopper? That sounds awfully awkward. She's like, definitely. But yeah, let's see here. If I can find the name of the movie in the 60s. Hell is it? Oh, I don't even know. I can't, because it had a different sort of title. Anyway, I'll find it some other time, I guess.
What you looking for, Mike?
I was just looking at stuff, trying to find out what's going on. About to fall asleep. It's been a long one, man. It's friggin' spring break. I'm down here in Orlando. It's fucking nuts working overtime. It's crazy.
Okay, the movie is called Violent Journey, and it's actually set in the 19th century and has, and it's after the Civil War. Yes. Okay. And yeah, and then in the version of this, they say Fool Killer, but in the original thing, it was Fool Chopper. But yeah, it's called Violent Journey. Anyway, I gotta jump off anyway.
Yeah.
So,
speaking of movies, I'm trying to remember. There was this movie, I cannot remember the title. It was this guy in high school. He was, of course, a nerd. And there was guinea pigs and a laboratory. And he made a mutant guinea pig or something that bit him, and he turned into almost like the Beast Within type thing, and he killed his tormentors.
that sounds familiar to me, too. You know?
All I remember is the character's name was Cleats or something like that.
That does sound familiar to me, too, now that you're saying it.
But it just bugs me because I cannot remember that. I'd like to watch it again to see if it's any good because I loved it when I was young.
Yeah. Oh, I'll try to get on the track of that too.
But he made these. Yeah, he made the guinea pigs eat this formula that he had created, and then
yes.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And they would glow a bit when they ate it.
Yeah, it was weird.
I'm sure I've seen this. They're not crazy anyway.
Yeah, it became. I know he killed a guy by hanging him in the gym or something, and there was some other stuff. It's very foggy. But I don't know enough to search it.
No, me neither, really. But I'm sure I've seen the same thing. It
Type
sounds
in
awful.
Google guinea pigs glowing cleats.
You never know. I can't remember if it's any good, but I remember it used to freak me out when I watched it when I was a kid.
That sounds like I'm sure I've seen that. Anyway, I'll try to see if I remember anymore. But it's pretty late here for me. It's 10 to 3. I better get going.
Oh, damn.
But thanks for letting me jump on and stuff.
Anytime, no problem.
Awesome. And I'll most likely see you tomorrow unless something comes up. But anyway.
I'll be there.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. I'll see you guys later.
Later, man.
Take it easy.
Really, the only thing I had left to talk about is I did want to talk about Kong.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go then because I haven't seen it yet.
And I'm going to spoil it.
All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey, thanks for dropping by, man. See you tomorrow.
No problem. Bye.
All right, have you done a review of Kong yet?
Yeah.
That's right, I think I've watched it, but I tell you, my brain is like fucking bullshit. But one thing I found out after I watched it, I came back, and 2 of the key characters were originally cast with different actors.
Oh, really?
John C. Reilly was originally Michael Keaton.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I loved John C. Reilly in this movie. I thought his childlike innocence and his naivete of the World War II era was perfect for the role. But how would Michael Keaton have pulled that off? That makes me think. Wow. I mean, I like John C. Reilly so much in that role, but Keaton, he's amazing.
That would have been really cool. Yeah.
And instead of Samuel L. Jackson, it was originally going to be J.K. Simmons. The guy who played.
He was Jonah. It was J. Jonah Jameson.
He was J. Jonah Jameson. He was in that drum movie where he won an Oscar, Best Actor, a couple years ago. I don't know if that would have worked. I don't know. It's weird to think. It's like I liked what I got so much that I don't know if the alternate would have made it better or worse. It definitely would have made it different.
Yeah.
I do think Samuel L. Jackson was wasted in this film, though. I mean, it didn't need to be him. I mean, he did a good job as the guy that can't give up. He's got the taste for war. If he doesn't have an enemy in front of him, he doesn't know what to do with himself. He's got to have a fight. I guess, he was good. The one thing that kind of surprised me but also impressed me is, in the PG-13, you get one fuck. You get one fuck. And you got Samuel L. Jackson in this movie facing down King Kong, and he is not the one that gets to use the word. Because you expect it. Like when he's standing there and Kong's looking at him and fuck you or come on motherfucker. So, you're expecting Sam Jackson, But no, it was John C. Reilly's character, and his line was so out of nowhere that I laughed so much that I missed the next 5 minutes. He's sitting there, he's like, they sound like birds, but they're fucking ants. He's talking about the big ants, It's just the way he said his character's so innocent. He says, they sound like birds, they're fucking ants. And apparently that was a callback to the ants and them. There's all kinds of little things in this movie. There are callbacks to other monster movies, and that particular line was about the ants and them, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like I did talk earlier about Peter Jackson. I did like his Skull Island, and I might have liked it a little bit more than this one. This one, you had a couple of friendly creatures, right? You had an octopus, and then you had the mutos, or whatever those things were supposed to be. Those creatures were very unimpressive to me, as far as like the worm things from, Peter Jackson's movie with the rows of teeth and shit. Those, like Cole said, that scene in the pit's fucking nightmare fuel.
I don't even remember that movie. I despise That's why I don't remember. I saw it in the theater.
Well, it's like everything before they get to Skull Island sucks, and everything after they leave sucks. But when they're on Skull Island, that's pretty amazing.
I remember him fighting a T-Rex. That's all I remember. Maybe I need to see it again, but I just remember, even when I saw my friend in the theater, I'm like, what the fuck? He's ice skating. What the fuck is King Kong ice skating? And then I know I've seen it again, but it was just, it's like 4 hours long, or I don't know. And I like Peter Jackson, but to me, the last film I liked was The Frighteners that he's done.
Well, that was good.
I haven't liked anything he's done since. I'm sorry, folks out there. I'm not a Lord of the Rings guy. King Kong was just, I could watch the 30s film in half the time. I mean, it was too overblown. I agree with you on Jack Black. I was annoyed as hell by him. He was so miscast.
Yeah.
Adrian Bidnose Brody did not impress me, and I didn't like him. I hate him in Predators. I hate him in that movie.
I think that there's a little parallel for me, because I didn't enjoy those two actors in that film either, and I kind of felt the same, but not to the same extent. But John Goodman and Loki, I kind of thought...
Tom Hiddleston.
Yeah, I kind of thought they were out of place.
Okay.
Goodman's a great actor, but I don't think that was the right part for him. I don't see why he had to be in that role. Because he was basically the Jack Black character. But as John Goodman, and it was okay. It didn't bother me, but I think Hiddleston, he was kind of thrown away because he was all Royal Air Force badass. We see him when we're introduced to the character, he kicks these guys' asses, and then the rest of the film, what?
Yeah, that was. I mean, I thoroughly enjoy the film, but that was one of the things I thought of, that they needed to give Tom Hiddleston more to do. It's almost as if it was made in the 80s or 90s. There's I could see that a lot of the stuff would have been given to him, but they spread it out. For example, when the girl shoots the flare in the monster's face in the 90s or 80s, that would have been Tom Hiddleston doing that.
And I understand the diversity aspect
But
of things
they-
in modern times.
If he's the lead guy and they built him up that much, that was one of my problems. He should have been given more to do. He barely even fires his gun.
And he should have been the guy to stand up to Sam Jackson when he went off on his freaking Moby Dick bullshit. You know, they're trying to convince him, hey, Kong's actually cool. He's actually protecting the people from these monsters. You're trying to kill the wrong thing. But he's so fucking, crazy at this point. Oh, he killed my men. He's the enemy. Hiddleston's character would have been the only one in the group that could have handled him.
But later on, he does pull his gun on him, and they do have that standoff when it makes the other men sort of go against Sam Jackson and leave him. So, it should have been more.
Exactly.
When
You
I
got
look
two
at
good actors with and their characters are built up to be, that should have been more. There should have been something more there.
yeah, I agree. I like Tom Hiddleston, but yeah, it should have been again one of the few things Tom Hiddleston give him at least more to do physically.
Yeah.
At least more gunplay, more. He has the one scene with the gas mask. He needed more scenes like that to establish, this is a guy we need to follow.
And they did the callback with Kong saving the girl and she's in his hand. But of course, she's not the damsel in distress type. She's the more modern, like you say, grab the flare gun, take charge, whatever. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Sigourney Weaver did that shit in Aliens fucking 30-some years ago. Who gives a shit, right? Yeah, okay, I'm not seeing anything new here. So it's not like you've made a statement, but like whatever.
But I didn't feel they were hammering it home either.
No, I thought her character had some moments where she kind of started out as the activist. I'm going to expose everything. Vince Vaughn character from Lost World, Jurassic Park. You know what I mean? That kind of a character. I thought, oh no, the character's even going to annoy me. But no, she ended up actually humanizing the character as we went along, and I appreciated that. One of the big contrasts, I guess. What did you think of the natives of the land? It was supposed to be in the Pacific somewhere, I guess. So they were more of a Polynesian Asian descent, more so than in the previous Kong films when they were more like African, I guess.
Yeah, it didn't matter to me either way.
They seemed more monkish and less. They were very. They didn't speak. They really didn't do much. They were just kind of there, and John C. Reilly kind of explained that he just kind of pops out, "Hi, I'm the exposition guy. I'm going to explain what's going on and why these people look like this."
Which I prefer because, if they explain it, at least John C. Reilly was more interesting character to do it.
Another one of my favorite lines of his is when they're going into the holy place where nobody goes, and he's like, "If you like your hands, don't touch anything." Or don't touch anything if you like your hands. Very subtle. Because there's these little, they're like 5 feet tall and they're all skinny and they all look like the most peaceful people you would ever imagine. And he's just like, don't touch anything if you like your hands.
Yeah.
His character cracked me up. But he had a good story arc and he got to, at the end of the film, he got his dream came true and that was pretty cool. I did like they didn't have to go, like I think in the 76 version he fought the snake. And in the other one, it was a dinosaur, and in this one, he did the octopus fight, which I thought was pretty cool because they set when the guy's in the water and you see the thing move, they set it up like he's gonna get attacked, but then like Kong shows up and he fights the octopus, and that was pretty cool. Kong himself, I noticed Peter Jackson went for more of a realistic silverback gorilla mannerisms.
Mm-hmm.
He was on all fours a lot more, and he didn't stand up like in some of the other versions of Kong. In this one, it was more of a stand up, more of a 76 style version where he was on his bipedal most of the time, and he wasn't walking on all fours.
Yeah, I think not just that, but one of the reasons why I did really enjoy the film, as opposed to say Peter Jackson's, it was a fun comic book movie. It was the style, the color, taking place in the 70s in Vietnam, the 70s music. It was a fast-paced, shorter than I thought it would be, because it is half the fucking.
And that's refreshing because now every movie's fucking 2.5 hours.
Yeah, and I thought it moved at a good pace, and again, aside from I wish Tom Hiddleston had more to do, I really didn't have much issues, and I like the style. It's like the director, he just want to make a fun monster movie, and you rarely get that nowadays because they want to make it more realistic. But I grew up with monster movies in the '90s, like Deep Rising, with the Treat Williams, or like those. Just they know what they are. We're just having fun. There's humor. There's some pretty violent moments. I mean, the spider where it goes through the guy's mouth.
Yeah, for a PG-13 film, it was pretty violent.
Yeah, that when I saw that thing in the guy's mouth, like someone described it, if you remember, like Cannibal Holocaust.
It did. That's the first thing I thought. At first, I thought Cannibal Holocaust, and I thought, holy shit, that's like Vlad the Impaler. That's pretty fucking brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, the spider design was after that was kind of like, really? I mean, that was like the only spider we saw. There wasn't, and it was kind of a weird design, but it was effective in the way it was introduced. Definitely.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Apocalypse Kong. That's kind of what I'm calling it because it kind of felt like it was like a Vietnam movie and a monster movie kind of mashed together.
Viet Cong.
Yeah. Apocalypse Kong. But
can't go wrong with Viet Cong.
But yeah, like you said, it had the fun, the comic book style movie. Kong had a personality. He wasn't just a scared or angry animal. He actually emoted. He had. He felt like a fleshed out character.
Yeah.
And his battle with Captain Ahab there, with the napalm, that was pretty fucking cool. I mean, I guess, again, with the villains, though, the Muto-type creatures or whatever they were, I think was the weakest link for me. Because they built these things up to be just, like pitch black, like the baddest fucking cute creatures that'll strip your ass like a piranha, right? And then they take you to the graveyard where I like the fact that Kong had a family. He had like a mom and a dad and a sibling, and it was like a family of Kongs. And he's the small one. He's still growing, There was bigger Kongs, but the big monster took out his family. John C. Reilly makes a big point about how, when you bomb the plane, you woke up the little ones, and that's what pissed off Kong. Because, you don't want to wake up the big one, because that's what took out Kong's family. And then when we're introduced to the big one, it's just like a slightly larger version of one of the smaller ones, and Kong kicks its ass after he's been shot and napalmed. He doesn't really have too much of a problem kicking its ass, but supposedly that thing killed his entire family.
It did beat him up, and he was on the ground trapped, and then that's when the one guy with the 50 caliber came in and stuff. So he was beating him up in the first half, but then he did rip his guts out. He did get an
assist from the humans, but I just didn't get the feeling that this creature was capable of killing his entire family at the same time. Because you see the skeletons of his like mom and dad laying side by side, like they died holding hands or something. Because there's a big scene when they're trying to get away from those creatures and they're hiding inside of like his parents' skulls and shit.
Right.
So I was just expecting this thing to be, Godzilla size, just what I mean, just fucking total badass. But I felt, even though he was wounded and that made him weak, and he did get an assist from the humans, I never really felt like he was in danger of dying. I don't know if I was supposed to or not, but I just felt a little underwhelmed by the final creature. I didn't think it lived up to its billing as the way it was built up in the film. But still, great film, and definitely not a big negative, just kind of a
Right.
I had the same problem with Logan. The villain was bad, but the movie was overall really good, and I still enjoyed it. Although Kong is not fucking lay on the daytime drama shit. It's not like it's a General Logan or these are the days of our Wolverines or something. It's not quite that bad.
Right.
Yeah, that did kind of piss me off that we never got to see a full strength Wolverine, but we did get to see a full strength Kong, and that was pretty damn cool. And I like how they said he's not fully grown yet, so when he does eventually meet Godzilla, I don't really have a problem with them remaking the Godzilla films from the Toho series from the 60s and 70s. Bring back Rodan. I mean, because if they do it like this movie, they're going to be great.
Yeah.
I mean, Godzilla 2014 was kind of a misstep, but at least they didn't feel the need to do a DC and just do a reboot and do another Godzilla film. You know, it's like they're like, fuck it, it is what it is. Let's do Kong and move on from there. Learn from our mistakes. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what they're going to do with that. I guess King Kong versus Godzilla is 2020 when that coming out. I don't know if they plan on doing a War of the Monsters or having Rodan and they're all in the same film. You know, like they used to do back in the day where they would have all of them fight at the same time.
Well, I think some of them are going to be in Godzilla 2.
Oh, they're going to do Godzilla 2 and then they're going to do the King Kong versus Godzilla.
Just a guy who's doing Godzilla 2, someone told me it's the same guy who did Krampus and Trick or Treat.
I don't know. Well, you know, the guy that did this Kong didn't really do shit.
Yeah.
What I say before. He did some TV movies and something at Kings of Summer where these kids go fuck off and go build a cabin and live off the land or something from what I understand. There's nothing in his resume that screams, hey, this is the guy for Kong. You know, but he did a great job, so hey, if he can surprise me.
Yeah, exactly.
You never know.
At least it's not Gareth Edwards.
Yeah, we see what he's made of, Rogue One.
Yeah.
So yeah, Godzilla wasn't a fluke. The guy really is shitty. Sorry to his fans, my opinion, my channel.
My opinion too. I hated Godzilla 2014. I remember people thinking I was crazy. And I'm like, I don't like fucking this boring ass guy.
I liked Godzilla when we got to see him and when he wasn't in shadow.
Yeah, for all 5 minutes.
The Mutos. Why does it always have to be? That's what I don't understand. It's like the superheroes, like Cole was talking about with Wolverine. He fights regular humans the whole time. He doesn't ever fight a mutant, right? So Godzilla doesn't fight any of his signature enemies. It's Mutos. There's some generic bullshit they make up. Now, King Kong, he fights the same thing. They look like the Mutos to me. And I was just like, it was uninspired. It's like these people, they live in a universe. They have enemies. You know, can Superman fight? You know, Doomsday or something? Can he fight Bizarro Superman or something?
Technically, he did.
You know, finally, but in
shitty movie, Doomsday.
Yeah. Well, maybe I shouldn't give them ideas because even when they try to do it right, they still fuck it up. Jesse Eisenberg, get the fuck out of here. That's the worst part about that movie for me. I own it on Blu-ray and I do enjoy some of it, but every time his stupid ass pops up, it pisses me off.
Red tapes are coming. Red tapes are coming.
You know, the chick they picked for Wonder Woman, that's fine. I'll go see the movie. I think she does a good job. But, you know, I grew up on the Linda Carter Wonder Woman TV show. So, you know, all I saw of her was in that Batman versus... I mean, I'll go see the Wonder Woman movie and I'll make, you know, my opinion of that known. But
that was way enough for me. Go ahead.
Unless what does she get? She's going to go back in time and fight Nazis, right? Is it? I'm getting.
Well, I think that's her origin. That she's lived a long time, so it's Captain America: First Avenger. That's really what it is with Chris Pine.
Yeah, great. Captain Kirk.
Yeah, great.
But I don't know, man.
I'm
getting. It's like in the '80s, the Russians were always the bad guy.
Right.
Now we're back to Nazis again. In every fucking movie, it's like, can you come up with something different? I mean, I know the Nazis were bad guys. You know, Hitler did a lot of really deplorable, inhuman shit. I get that, but damn. Every time I go to Star Wars movie, hey, Zig Heil. I go fucking get Zig Heil. God damn it. I'm tired of it. Fucking everything's a Nazi now. It's like, shit.
Because that's the only people you can make fun of, because
I guess
it's PC.
Hollywood has painted themselves into a PC corner where they only have one person they can make fun of. That's usually preferably a white guy, especially German.
Yeah.
we can make fun of the white guys. That's all we got left. That's funny.
It's one of those things where, like Kong Skull Island, I thought Kong Skull Island was just a fun sort of throwback to what I used to see back in the day of just, let's just have fun. with a stylistic look. Pretty movie, I thought too, and
Looked good, sounded good. The effects were great. Kong looked amazing. I thought it looked really good. The creatures looked good, even though I thought they were generic. I don't know about that oxen thing that showed up a couple times. I thought it kind of looked okay in a couple shots. It was kind of questionable, like when it was trapped under the tree and Kong comes over and, the girl's, I'm going to lift the log off of the beast. At that part, I was kind of like, seriously? You? I wouldn't eat, what? And then Kong looks at her. I think he even had the same idea, like you, really? Okay, let me do it. But I don't know, that beast was kind of questionable in some shots, but still looked pretty good. Yeah, I like the movie, and I would see it again. I would definitely watch Kong again before I would watch Logan again. So I feel like Logan's one of those movies that I would probably buy, and I would probably watch again, but I would have to be in the right mood because it is so heavy. But there are some comedic. The tone of it, I guess, maybe is kind of weird on Logan. It's kind of all over the place. It's like good action scenes, a little bit of comedy, depression. We can't forget the levity. A little bit of comedy, depression. It was kind of all over the place tonally, but I still enjoyed it. Kong doesn't really have that problem. It's pretty much, it's got the tone straight through. Once you're introduced to the characters, you pretty much know what to expect from them. I did kind of have a problem with John Goodman's character a little bit. What was he supposed to be, the crazy man that was trying to convince everybody that monsters really did exist? Or something was his shtick? And he finally got somebody to believe him, or at least give him one more shot to prove it. Yeah. And he somehow got a military escort, because there was some things in that.
Because he knew someone high above who.
It was his last shot to prove that he wasn't crazy, and he took that one couple scientists with him that ended up, I think, dying, of course. They
lived.
There was that one main
Asian
scientist.
Girl. There was an Asian girl and a black guy, and they lived.
What was that one that he got? Those things chopped him in half or something?
Oh, those birds. Yeah, he was dealing with the military for some. I can't remember exactly what his character was. He was just sort of douchebag that. Hey,
well, he was the naysayer character. He was the naysayer scientist character. You're crazy. We shouldn't be here.
Yeah. But that was another violent moment. He just swiped his arm off. They just
here's these guys with machine guns, right? These birds swoop down and grab this guy. You're military. You can't pop a shot? You can't shoot the bird's wing or something and wing it and so it'll let him go? You're just going to stand there and watch him fly away and it get cut in half or whatever? I was like, God.
Well, the guy was aiming, and then as he aimed, the guy did get cut in half as he aimed, so not much you could do there. But yeah, I mean,
for a military guy, his reflexes were a little slow, but
yeah, Tom Hiddleston, too rusty. Yeah, that's
I'm
what
like,
I mean.
if you asked me, it was like, oh, I can't shoot. I might hit him with a bullet. I would rather you shoot my ass than to watch me be torn apart. Take the shot. Take the fucking shot. I'd have been screaming when the bird had a hold of me. Take the shot. Take the fucking shot.
I agree with you on that.
And if that was my buddy, I'm not just going to sit there and watch him be pulled away and die without trying to do something. So I thought that part was a little goofy. But
I think they just didn't like him. They said, we don't care. Just let him fly away. Like the lawyer in Jurassic Park. We don't care.
That's what he was. That's pretty much what he was.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, this movie was shot pretty much in the exact same area that Jurassic World was shot. In Hawaii.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So it does have some relation to the Jurassic Park films as far as locations go. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but overall, Kong definitely. I think this week the only movie coming out I think I want to see was that Life movie about the life form that killed all life on Mars, and somehow it's headed for Earth or something. It sounds kind of interesting.
Ryan Reynolds, Jake Gyllenhaal. The ripoff of Alien.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more curious about that than Alien Covenant. But
that's pretty sad, but I agree. I mean, Ridley Scott, is he off his meds?
People love Prometheus, so although he abandoned that idea real quick and put Alien in there, but it'll make a lot of money because
I would have had more respect if you would have proved to me why Prometheus needed to exist in the first place. I'm waiting for the second movie. It's kind of like Episode 7 of Star Wars. On its own, Part 8 could make it better or it could make it worse. So are they going anywhere with this story that's going to make this movie better? So he could have improved Prometheus by making a direct sequel to it to try to explain, why things were the way they were. Life comes from this black ooze that we've never been introduced to before, that's in canisters that look like the alien eggs.
That he stole from the X-Files.
Tell me why this is relevant, Ridley. You still pissed me off with that shit. Don't apologize with a half-assed Alien remake. I want to know, explain to me why that movie sucks so bad and why I should give a shit. Prometheus pissed me off.
Yeah. I hated that movie. And that was another one of those movies that you're like, you're crazy. How could you hate it? And
Alien,
as time goes on, more people tend to not like it.
1979, Alien was the first R-rated horror film I saw in a theater. My dad took me to see it. I think I was 11 at the time.
Nice.
10 or 11. I'm born in October, so if it was in the summertime, I would have been 10. But
Very nice.
Loved it. So you're dealing with, for me anyway, Alien, even more so than Aliens, as much as I love the sequel with, Hudson and all those guys, I mean, the Marines, that's great. But the first Alien, you're going to make a prequel to that film, and you give me Prometheus? Fuck you. I'm sorry. I think nursing homes are a bad idea, but damn it, Ridley. Prometheus, I think that's grounds. I think a court could order you into some kind of a rest home if you think that's a good fucking movie.
But
seriously.
After he made a movie I actually really liked called The Martian, the Matt Damon, I actually liked that movie. I think that's a sincerely good film. It's pretty damn funny on purpose. And it shows he still has it, but Prometheus, no. This movie, I'm sorry, no. You can't judge it because you haven't seen it. Yes, I can, because I've seen Prometheus.
Yep.
And I've seen the trailer. It looks like a shitty remake mixed with a slasher film.
Yeah, it looks like an apology in the form of a remake. Oh, gee, somebody gets infected with an alien on a planet. They bring them back to the ship. The alien bursts out of their chest and wreaks havoc on the crew. Where have I heard this before? Do they have an android?
Yeah, the fucking Michael, the guy from the first one.
Oh, God, yeah, I forgot about that. Fuck.
I guess it's a new version of it or whatever the hell. I forgot. Michael Fassbender.
What, is this like what he did? So this is his, what? Does this take place like before Prometheus or after Prometheus?
After, because from what I understand, I guess the girl from the first one is in it in some capacity. I don't know how.
What's her name? Rapace or Repose or?
Noomi Rapace.
Whatever.
And
she gonna have another squid removed from her belly or something? What the fuck was that shit? I mean,
the staples. All those fucking staples.
Then you got the xenomorph dolphin-looking motherfucker that bursts out of his chest like fully formed.
Reed from the Blue Man Group. I mean, and then the 300, 400-pound CGI facehugger.
Yeah. It's like a fucking octopus or something. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? But I think the only scene that I actually enjoyed in that movie and that made me laugh like a motherfucker was when they're questioning the blue guy. And they're like, he wants to be immortal, and it's the rich fuck that's dying, right?
Yeah,
and he just starts fucking killing people. Didn't even say a fucking word, man. Shit was hilarious. I mean, even more so than the dick. The dick that came up out of the liquid or whatever. I don't know what the fuck was going on with that. Ridley must have been smoking some good shit.
You mean the one that happened after the guys got high in their spacesuit?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then they look, oh, wow, It looks so pretty.
Yeah.
Wow, what is that?
It's like a Freddy Krueger nightmare. It's a penis.
Yeah, I mean, it's so stupid. And before that, these guys ran away from seeing dead alien bodies. And one has like a fucking map right on his fucking wrist. But they get lost. And then the leads who don't have a map are able to leave fine. And then, but the guy with the map gets lost. And then later on, Idris Elba's like, hey guys, hate to worry you, but there's something in there. What is it? What is it? Nah, actually, it's not there anymore. Nah, don't worry about it. You guys have a good night. And he leaves. And I'm like, this is a film that is getting A pluses. This has dumber shit than I've seen in Friday the 13th movies that critics would give a middle finger to. And some of those are smarter strips. And this, just because it looks pretty, I'm sorry, I don't care about the characters. And it's a stupid script.
So I'm supposed to believe. I don't really give a shit, but I'm trying to piece together the story of they're looking at cave paintings, and one of these blue dudes came down with some of that black stuff or something, and then he dissolved into
The water
the water to create life
on Earth, I guess.
But we were like some kind of an abnormal.
Byproduct?
Yeah, or some kind of an accidental thing that wasn't supposed to happen, and that's why they hated us and wanted to kill us or something, because we were a mutation of what they. I was like, it was so fucking convoluted. I was just like, what the fuck? Even if I wanted to enjoy this movie, the story's fucked. The characters are fucked. Oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna make the trailer. We're gonna use the original Alien music in the trailer just to piss you off even more.
Yeah, it gives all these questions with no answers, and they just go, just wait for the sequel. Just wait for the sequel.
And then you got the guy that has faith, and then you got the atheist, and then they're arguing about stuff, and then there's blue people, and a fucking squid, and a black dick, and what the fuck am I watching, you know? Whatever. Yeah, so fuck that movie, and really that makes me not want to watch Covenant.
Right, fucking...
Ridley Scott, I think the first misstep, in my opinion, I didn't like Gladiator. I didn't like that movie.
Actually, I agree with that.
And that's when I really went, what the fuck? This is Ridley Scott? And really, I don't think he's been himself since then, really. 'Cause I remember the good stuff from the 80s. And whatever. I mean, Blade Runner was at least entertaining, no matter what cut you watch. I mean, it's still...
Yeah.
I like it.
So
Original Alien, and then you get to, I don't know, Gladiator was just... Didn't like it. I didn't like the motivations for the character. It's like, oh, gee, I'm the number one guy, but wait, they killed my family. That's okay, I'll be a slave. What? What fucking hero is going to find out that this asshole had his family murdered in a very painful way and then just be subservient?
That's one of those movies I haven't seen since it came out, and I went, eh. I know it like won Oscars, and everyone like, eh.
No, this is...
I like, I like Black Hawk Down. I do like Black Hawk Down.
Yeah, that was a decent one.
I think that was after Gladiator, but...
Yeah, that was decent.
I mean, Black Rain, I enjoy.
I think Gladiator was the first one that I noticed, though, that was like, wait, you know, this isn't quite what I expect from Ridley.
Right.
It was okay, but I didn't like the writing. I didn't like the character. Joaquin Phoenix just pisses me off, or whatever his name is. I don't know what the fuck.
Joaquin.
Whatever.
Joaquin Phoenix.
Fuck, whatever. It's like, I think the only reason he has a career is because, unfortunately, his brother died.
Oh. Didn't he... That whole thing with that movie that he was going to quit, or he went crazy, or it was all an act.
That's why I get pissed off at Shia LaDouche, because he's just mimicking this fucking guy.
Yeah, I don't like that
he,
part.
He grew out his hair and his beard, and he wandered around like a drunken homeless man, and not making any fucking sense, talking shit because it was some kind of him and Casey Affleck or whatever his name is.
Affleck.
Ass fuck. They're making a cooler than cool documentary to make everybody look stupid. Yeah. Then you got Shia LaDouche, who, I don't know, he's in a cornfield somewhere in fucking Illinois with a flag stroking his dick. They'll never find me! They'll never find me! Whatever. Fuck these people. I told you when I get tired, I get crazy.
That's fine. I love it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't mind him in certain movies, but in real life, yeah, Shia LaBeouf is annoying.
I didn't mind him in the first couple of Transformers movies. I thought, he was okay. I don't really hate the guy, but when he started up with that wearing a fucking paper sack on his head and I'm not famous and beating people up in a fucking Walgreens at 3:00 in the morning when he's drunk off his ass and just acting like a fucking dick. I lost pretty much all respect for him at that point.
Yeah, and something like he was in an elevator for like some time or some marathon where he watched all of his own movies or whatever the fuck, and I don't know what.
And now he's like this political activist, but I can't take him seriously because weren't you the fucking guy that was wearing a bag on his head that says, not famous or, I mean.
No one would take him seriously. That's the thing. I mean, when you act like an idiot, people are not going to take you seriously. No one takes Dear Busey seriously.
No.
When you act fucking weird and crazy.
Well, Gary Busey has an excuse. He fucking hit his head on a tree, didn't he?
Yeah, the motorcycle accident.
Yeah.
But you don't have any excuse.
No, he doesn't.
And all these other, I mean, yeah, that's worse. But it's just, that's what I mean, like, that's for a guy who can't help it. So, let alone a guy who can help it, why would anyone take you seriously?
So you see, they talk about the child actor syndrome. Well, Shia LaDouche is like the shining example of how, a child actor's life can spiral into oblivion. Then you look at a guy like Leonardo DiCaprio. He's got his shit together, right? He was a child star.
Yeah, he was in Critters 3.
Yeah, well, he was on Growing Pains, and
yeah,
he was Gilbert.
What's Eating
Grape.
Gilbert Grape? Yeah.
That was a great film. He was great, and that's the first thing I really noticed him in. Wow, that kid's good. Well, even though Titanic's a piece of shit, yeah, it was good for him, I guess. I didn't hate it. Didn't hate him anyway. I liked it. The best part was when the boat sank, but whatever.
Yeah, 2 hours in.
Yeah, literally at the time, I told my girlfriend, "Wake me up when the boat sinks." I really did go to sleep, and she did wake me up. I'm surprised she wasn't pissed at me. Fucking boring. It's like, what, you got like one flash of tits in the whole damn thing, and then it's like, oh, cool, it broke in half. That's awesome. That dude binged off the propeller. Fuck. Rewind. And I keep forgetting that Bill Paxton was in the wraparound.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. Oh man, well that's about all I got for right now. You got anything? Any further thoughts on Kong or anything else we talked about?
I guess final thoughts. Logan, I liked it. I have problems with it. What I liked the look of the film, the Western feel. I like the performances. I think it's some good filmmaking, like directing wise, and the action was cool. It was great to see him cutting arms off and so many blades to the head. I lost count, but it's not to me the greatest superhero movie ever made or comic book movie ever made.
No, because there was really nothing super about him, and that was my main problem with it. Was you got the rundown, beat up. You want to see Wolverine at full strength, just slicing and dicing fools. You want to see him going up against the bad guys. Where's Lady Deathstrike or fucking Sabretooth or a good version of Sabretooth? Have we really had a definitive version of Sabretooth? I mean, we had the original film, and then we had Liv Schreiber, who is a good actor, and I appreciate what he does, and I think he's great. And he did what he could with the writing in that film.
He was hampered.
But he was hampered, and really, I think instead of burying X-Men Origins Wolverine, I think they should extract what was good from that film and make a better film. But, just completely writing off all those things that were established, whether you like them or not. But there we go, alternate timelines, alternate storylines, Old Man Logan. So I guess it's like, well, I mean, it's great for what it is, but it could have been, the definitive X-Men, Wolverine movie. We could have been.
Yeah, I mean, if it was this whole, if Hugh Jackman didn't have to retire, honestly, if this was just done, if this was the first Wolverine film, obviously this would not have been the story. No. Or maybe it would have been the story, but he would have lived at the end and he'd be a full force and let him fight some fucking mutants.
He finds the kids, they kill the Wolverine imitation guy clone thing. They have the governmental, trucks and shit around. Because they carried that like portable laboratory with them.
Yeah.
They could have fixed him. They could have brought him back to health, and he could have lived and should have lived. But I felt they kind of set that up with the passing of the torch between Professor X and Wolverine, but then they dropped it at the end, and so he can have so this is what it feels like moment before he dies.
Well, people grow up, but that's real life. People die in real life. People die in real life.
Nobody has an adamantium skeleton in fucking real life, okay, people? So he's got poisoning that you could never have, really. Right. Because it was never explained what weakened his immune system or what weakened his regenerative powers. Was it this adamantium poisoning had advanced to the point where it had turned off his ability to heal? How could that happen? That was his mutation. His mutation, which was why he was chosen for the experiment, that he was the only one that could survive the process of being coated in this shit. So why now all of a sudden is it a problem? Did he get AIDS? Is that what it is? That's what you're telling me, is that Wolverine had AIDS? That's why he was dying, right?
I guess we're supposed to assume over time the Meadow just started having this poison that slowed it down. I don't know. And I didn't care for that idea.
If they would have went with you were a first gen. You were the first person. We've perfected it now. The adamantium we used on you is different than the new stuff. We've refined it. But we can fix you. You know what I mean? Yeah. That would have been better. Okay, they discovered that he was the first one with adamantium put on his bone, so his is a different type than the girls, and that's why he's sick, but they can counteract it or whatever. I mean, I don't know. If you can get him in it, you can get him out of it. That's what's great about comic books. There's nothing final. Like what Cole said, nobody ever dies for real in a comic book.
I guess that's why they wanted to do that, to be more dramatic and more different and more.
And that for me is why comic books can never be portrayed as reality. That's why I have a problem with Dark Knight Rises. That's why I have a problem with Logan. It's like, they want to keep some of the fantastic elements of the fantasy, but yet they want to try to bring those into reality, which you can't do because they're fantasy. So if you have even 5% of the fantasy, you have only 95% reality. I don't know. It's a mixture it's like horror comedy. It's a very touchy balance if it's done right. It's either too silly or it's not funny or, it's a very delicate balance, and I think it kind of straddled the line kind of clumsily. But like you said, great looking film, very well made. Editing was great. Acting was great. Music was great. Some of the dialogue, Professor X maybe didn't really need to be there, because I think he was there to pass the torch, but they didn't pass the torch. So therefore, for me, his character was unnecessary.
And they didn't have any heartfelt conversations to establish anything. It was just little small talk that went nowhere, really.
Yeah, it did. Just at the farmhouse. Of course, that was the whole reason for the farmhouse. That was like the one moment where they had their little moment. But was it necessary to kill the family? Was it necessary to have an imitation Wolverine? Yeah, there was some things that.
And Professor X, like, you bring him in, you have all this depressing stuff on him accidentally killing the X-Men, him being so frail. And he gets no
Alzheimer's. He's like 110 years old, and he's got Alzheimer's.
And he gets no redemption.
No,
just brutally killed. And
what can you say? You get the kids out of here. I'll take care of this, because they've been building up that he has those fits. Well, it was almost like he could control them. So
Yeah.
he could kill people with that.
Well, hell, I mean,
He
even
could
when
sacrifice himself. He could use his mind as like a human bomb.
he
And,
calmed the
and
horses down
yeah, he
to
calmed
show
the
that he
horses
could
down.
control stuff a little bit.
Yeah, he should be able to manipulate something enough to create cover so Logan and the girl could get away and sacrifice himself so that the new X-Men could be born. I mean, there's different ways that you could have done this.
Yeah.
But they kind of went generic a little bit on me. But I still give it an 8 out of 10. It is a hell of a film.
Right. Yeah, it's just, I like the film for all the stuff we said, but it's just the story. I mean, I've just had problems with the story. I have problems with, well, all that we said. I just, the way they did with Professor X, I thought was disappointing. No conversations that really meant anything. I thought, if you don't have Logan die, he doesn't even get the last hit on the bad guy. The bad guy they used, why wasn't that Sabretooth? Why did it have to be an evil Wolverine? Like, why wasn't it Sabretooth? Why wasn't it like a group of mutants made to hunt other mutants? And it was like him versus all these, along with the soldiers. And it's a knockdown, drag out, blaze of glory.
Wolverine at full power, though, because, you want to see the shit. But, that's another thing. It looked great visually except for one effect. Well, there's some CGI blood that I noticed where they kind of, it kind of looked a little wonky, but it was forgivable. But the same problem I had with Grand Moff Tarkin and Princess Leia CGI in Rogue One, the same thing on the Imitation Wolverine. I didn't think it looked good. To try to make Hugh Jackman look like a younger Wolverine. And, it's same thing when they did with Patrick Stewart in one of the Days of Future Past or one of those, prequel.
At the end of X-Men Origins Wolverine, because Wolverine rescues all those kids, like he does it at the end of this movie, and the little kids escape, like the kids in this movie, but they go to the young Professor X with that weird.
Yeah, just didn't look right.
Yeah. So they did say stuff of X-Men Origins, the adamantium bullet. They
acknowledged it without wanting to acknowledge it. Apparently, I don't know.
Wolverine saves the little kids who are all mutants.
Why can't you show Wolverine being a badass throughout the centuries and he's not some frail old fuck that needs reading glasses so he understands what ibuprofen is? The age jokes or whatever.
For their dramatic effect, they'll hopefully win an Oscar.
The whole claw thing that won't come out. He got arthritis or something? Is his knuckle swollen? It's adamantium. It just comes out.
They wanted to do the old gunslinger who's past his prime but one last
Pale
job.
Rider.
Yeah. That's the only reason they did that, for the dramatic effect. And part of me respects that, but it's...
Part of me thinks it doesn't fit.
Yeah, that's why I can't love it. I can only like it. But still, cool. I still like it, like you do.
King Kong, or Kong Skull Island, it's not as hard-hitting filmmaking, but it gives you everything that it promises, I think. It's a monster movie. It's not ashamed to be a monster movie.
Yeah.
You have humor, you have action, you have monsters, good location, it looks good. It doesn't have the dramatic heft that Logan has. It's not a dramatic powerhouse. I didn't really feel a whole lot of that.
I don't think it needed to be.
But it was unapologetically what I wanted. So I would give it the same rating, 8 out of 10, but for different reasons.
Yeah, I would honestly say my favorite film of the year is still John Wick 2, but I would then give the Kong Skull Island, just because if you had the movies in front of me, which would I watch first? I'd rather sit down and watch Kong Skull Island. Doesn't mean I dislike Logan, but like you said, you have to be in the right mood. Kong Skull Island, I can fit in and have fun on a visual level. The characters were not, I don't think they were annoying. Quite a few of them were likable enough. It was what you want in a monster movie. And it was the opposite of Godzilla, where nothing happened. You had a boring lead. Bryan Cranston was cool, but then they kill him off.
It should have been him and the Japanese scientist,
Yeah.
Yeah. definitely
And
dropped
then-
the ball on that one.
And even the finale, like Godzilla gets his ass kicked most of the time, and he does like 4 things, and then
Yeah.
he wins. So I mean, this was like the opposite of Godzilla 2014, which is why I enjoyed it so much. So, and it's honestly, I haven't seen the 70s one in forever. I want to watch it again. 30s one I like. So far, this is my favorite because it's. Well, I'm going to compare the King Kong Lives.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the blood transplant. I mean,
I have the 76 version on DVD. I haven't watched it in a while, but I do
I need to
remember
see that
because
again.
it was the first one I saw, that was 76. I saw it in theater. So that was like that movie, and then Star Wars and then Alien were the films that really kicked off, my love of going to the cinema. But,
Oh yeah.
but I remember it was about, it had this, the activist, kind of like this film. Only it was Jeff Bridges. He was the hippie with the long hair. He was the activist.
That's right.
Taking the photos, the photojournalist. He was the Vince Vaughn of, same character. But then you had, what's her name? Jessica Lange in one of her early roles.
Oh, okay.
As Dwan, the model that was there for whatever. I don't remember the purpose, but
Okay.
she was there for, I guess, foreground, whatever. I don't remember what it is. She was some kind of actress and model. But then you had, what was his name?
Was Charles Grodin in it?
Charles Grodin.
Oh, okay.
I love that guy.
Yeah.
But he played he was an oil executive. And, this was the 70s when you were having gas crises and, the OPEC, and there was a lot of oil drama going on in the 70s. We ran out of gas twice. Well, anyway, they find this island. So it was, of the era that's got oil, right? So they plan this expedition in search of oil. They land on Skull Island, and then they meet the natives, and then they, of course, you get introduced to Kong, who's just kind of in the background. They don't even know anything about it. They're there working with the natives to get the oil. Then they find out that the oil is actually shit. It doesn't, it's not worth anything. So then they decide, hey, we need to pay for this trip. It's a total bust. Let's catch the big monkey and take him back to, New York, and we'll put him on display. I still think the creature effects, I think it was it Rob Baker?
Was it Rick Baker?
Rick Baker? Yeah, Rob Bottin, Rick Baker. It was one of those guys. I combined the two names. I'm tired. But it was one of those guys in a monkey suit that he designed that acted out a lot of the live action Kong parts. And then the rest of it was miniatures and actual full-size to scale heads and hands and stuff. Because I remember watching the making of and stuff where Jessica Lange was when she was in the palm of his hand and he was taking her under the waterfall to wash her off. That was actually a big mechanical arm, and they were like afraid that it was going to crush her when it closed around her. But that was old school effects. I mean, I really enjoyed it. It's kind of hokey compared to the modern style stuff, but Kong looks questionable in some shots. But hey, if you go back to the 33 version, that I was never a fan of stop motion animation. It always looked really jerky to me, and it never looked real. It looked fake. To me, I think the 76 version looks a little better as far as the effects go. I mean, I know Ray Harryhausen's a very well-respected filmmaker. He's very, celebrated. I was never huge into that style of animation. It just never looked right to me.
Oh, okay.
You see Jason and the Argonauts or whatever, and they're fighting. Yeah. It's like, Sam Raimi used the same kind of technique in Army of Darkness in some shots. Yeah. But that was a comedy, so that was fine. But if you want me to take it seriously, then no, it's not going to happen.
Right.
But that was of the era. I understand.
Yeah.
So Kong, for what it was in 1933, was a great film for 1933.
Yeah.
I thought 76 was a great film, and I do think that this is more in the Toho type, like they're building the MonsterVerse, kind of like the MCU and the DCU. This is going to be the monster universe. So they're going to do a modern take on the old Toho films that really questionably had some pretty bad effects on them, but they were Godzilla films and we loved them.
Yeah,
but
a lot of them were fun.
Yeah, a lot of them were fun. So it looks like this movie is at least going to retain some of that.
Yeah.
So that another reason why I liked Kong Skull Island, because I think they had made a misstep with Godzilla 2014, but now I think they got their footing, and if they continue in this vein with the rest of the monsters and they bring it, I can't wait. I think it's going to be great.
Yeah.
Because I think Marvel's pretty much running its course because with Captain America, I read that Chris Evans is pretty much out after Infinity Wars. I don't think he wants to renew his contract and come back. You know, kind of like Hugh Jackman doesn't want to be Wolverine anymore. Well, he doesn't. Chris Evans doesn't want to be Captain America anymore. Robert Downey Jr. has been trying to get out of the franchise for years, but they keep throwing zeros at him. You know, 100 million? Okay, I'll do it. You know, and then they're going to go down to a secondary version of the Avengers that really nobody's going to give a shit about. I hate to say it. You know, but you know, I haven't seen Doctor Strange. I heard it's a good film. I haven't seen it. But is he really going to replace Iron Man? Is he really going to replace the Hulk? I mean, I don't know. I like the chemistry between the Hulk and Thor and Iron Man. I thought they had a really good, you know, always bouncing off each other, and Captain America being the goody two-shoes. I don't know if you're really going to be able to replicate that if you continue constantly putting these movies out.
Right.
I mean, DC has shown how hard it is to get it started, but once you get it started, you know, you're going to have to end it at some point. And Disney probably will end the Marvel thing and concentrate on fuck Star Wars corpse to death for the next 40 years, you know, whatever. But so I see all this shit going on, DC, Star Wars, Marvel starting to kind of downslide a little bit because their heroes are, you know, disinterested. So now we have Kong and the rebirth of the Godzilla franchise. You know, if they keep going in this direction, hey, you never know.
Yeah.
It could be the next big thing. Would be the new MonsterVerse. That'd be cool. I don't know about what they're doing with the Mummy with Tom Cruise. I think that looks really stupid.
Yeah.
It's like, so basically, it's the Brendan Fraser film, but you take out Brendan Fraser and you put in Tom Cruise, and I'm supposed to get excited, really?
Just at least Brendan. I mean, that was in a period piece. This is in just like modern times. For some reason, it reminded me like World War Z or something.
Exactly. Instead of Brad Pitt, you got Tom Cruise.
I actually like World War Z. I saw the unrated on Blu-ray. I actually liked that movie, and I thought I hated it. I will admit, I actually like that movie. I know I'm alone in that.
I didn't hate it, but it should have been R-rated, and some of the CGI looked like shit. When they were in like Israel, and the zombies are like crawling on top of each other to get over the wall because they hear the music. That's like, oh, we're listening to music and having a good time, and the zombies are like, fuck you, we're gonna eat you, and it was just unnatural looking the way they were It was just bad CGI when they were crawling over each other to get up to the wall. It looked really stupid, and it took me out of it. Brad Pitt didn't really bother me, but some of the things did. I mean, it could have been better. Definitely wasn't as good as the book, but whatever. I mean, Mel Brooks' son wrote that book, and then you're gonna make that movie out of it.
Wasn't that another one? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Max Brooks.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think it was the book that it was based on, which was the Zombie Survival Guide. I believe is how then they took it from there. I'm not exactly sure, but they totally turned it into one of those, you know, $300 billion PG-13 bullshit epics, you know. As much as I don't like running zombies, I thought the remake of Dawn of the Dead was great.
Yeah.
You know, if World War Z had been more like that, I definitely would have liked it more.
Yeah, but sadly, they would never take a chance on that in an R-rated movie.
Not with Brad Pitt spending his own money on it, no.
Yeah,
I think it was his production company that produced it.
Yeah, I mean, sadly, a lot of R-rated films don't make the amount of money that would have needed to make.
But hopefully that trend is starting to turn around because, you know, Deadpool made a lot of money. Logan's made a lot of money.
Yeah.
They're finding out that, you know, John Wick, I think it did pretty good. John Wick 2.
Yeah, about 100 million worldwide.
Yeah, so R-rated films are starting to make money again.
Get Out.
I think people
that was R-rated. And that
people are getting sick and tired of this watered-down PG-13 bullshit.
Yeah.
But with Kong, it didn't really need to be rated R, so that didn't bother me.
If
I don't.
If it pushed a little more, would have been R.
Yeah, it was PG-13, PG-17. How about that?
Almost like Temple of Doom.
Pretty much. But you saw Get Out. Now, what's that about? I've heard good things about it, but I don't know what to think of it. It almost looks like, I don't know, a horror film of Look Who's Coming to Dinner.
Yeah. Even the director says it's pretty much what it is. I really enjoyed it. It's a guy who has a white girlfriend and goes to her parents' home, and they treat him kind of nice, but they're kind of awkward. And then he starts noticing weird things, similar to the Stepford Wives, or where there are certain people of color that have react awkwardly. For example, one will laugh, but as they're laughing, a tear goes down their face, and I don't know how much I can say without giving like the reveal at the end, but
So it's evil white people.
yeah, but I thought it was interesting in a Twilight Zone way. I thought it was really. I didn't think. Yeah, I thought it was
does
a good
sound
story.
good, but I don't in the racially charged era that we live in now, where race. You know, I lived in an era where I grew up where color didn't matter. You know, we were all equal because we were human, and now we're back in the fucking 60s again. I'm trying to figure out how the fuck we got back here. Where now race is a big issue again. We were in the 80s and 90s, everybody was cool. And now all of a sudden, you know, all white people are really evil. They never really changed. They still hate everybody. Whatever. I don't know. I'm getting kind of, it's like with the Nazi bad guy thing, you know, I'm getting a little, I don't know. I guess I understand it. And if it's a good film and they use the premise wisely, that's fine. But I don't, it's like, what was it? What movie was, War of the Planet of the Apes, okay? You have a bunch of intelligent brown creatures, all right? And then you have a bald, militaristic white guy that must kill all of the invading brown creatures. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, fuck. Every fucking movie. But you use the term people of color, which boggles my mind, because in the old days, they called them colored people. But that's wrong, but you can call them people of color, which you're just calling them colored people. I'm a person of color. I'm white. Isn't that a color? I don't know. My old brain can't keep track of this shit.
The thing about Get Out is... Shit, I can't say it without giving it away to you.
Well, that's okay. Go ahead. I'll probably wait for Netflix anyway. Spoilers.
Spoilers. Is that they don't do it because they hate black people. They really like black people, and they're getting older, and they put a piece of their brain into them, and they make the consciousness of the person sink down, so as if they're a passenger in their own body, and the old white folks will be able to control. Because in a way, they want to be black. Because some people are like, oh, black is in fashion. And another guy was like, you know, he was mad, like the grandfather, he was mad that Jesse Owens, you know, beat him when Hitler, the Olympics. And so...
There we go with the Nazis again.
But when you rewatch the film, there's a scene where the lead guy's looking, and you see this one black guy just running real fast. And it's because when you rewatch the film and think about it, he's enjoying his new body. He likes the genetics of a black. So it's kind of a weird... They're doing it because they really like black people. Like, they want to live forever. And I thought it was a really creepy notion, like being a passenger in your own body, and the way they did that visually, where they would like hypnotize the person so that they would sink down into this abyss. But then it's kind of like a good version of X-Files 2. I want to believe it's a good movie, but it's a piece of shit. Because I dealt with head transplants, but it was done shitty. But I thought this was like a Twilight Zone type of story, but I thought it was actually pretty funny when it was supposed to, and well acted, and just... Considering it's the guy of Key and Peele, Jordan Peele, who's never dealt anything with horror again, I thought it was well directed and wasn't a flashy jump scare movie. There's maybe 3 at most.
I should clarify that I'm definitely not a racist or sexist or
No,
homophobic person.
no.
I mean, but all this shit, since our Anita Sarkeesian started her shit up, and then Sony with the Ghostbusters movie, and with other things that are going on in the world, it just seems like everything's gone fucking sideways, and I just don't understand. You know what? I don't know. I just don't get it sometimes anymore. Uh, it just
But
everything just seems.
yeah,
Every story is just, well, who's the bad guy of the times? Okay, well, I don't know.
I thought this was more of the sort of like what George Romero was doing in Night of the Living Dead. Like this was him sort of just put a little thing under there, but I thought it was just a pretty decent story. So
It sounds
I
like a
mean,
great story, but I don't. Does it?
I thought it made sense in the for the time frame they're in. Just like Night of the Living Dead made sense. I will be honest, folks. I don't like Night of the Living Dead. I prefer Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead. That's just the films I grew up with.
I like.
I respect what Night of the Living Dead did for the time and what it did. I think that's what the director was trying to do this time.
That was the first one that I saw. Yeah, I saw it
Yeah,
on TV. I was a kid. Had a friend stay the night. We were young. We stayed up and watched it. I liked it. I thought it was creepy. Of course, Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead are superior films, and I like them more. But I thought there was some serious empowerment for 1968. You know, you had a black guy take charge. He smacked a white woman, pulled a gun on a white dude, and made him get down in the basement type of thing. He took charge, and rightfully so. He was in the right.
yeah.
And I'd like, that to me is but that's 1968, and we're still doing it. And
Just,
I
just
thought,
sadly, it's still around.
and at the end, when the rednecks are shooting, when he sees that he's still alive, he knows he's not a zombie. There's that question, like, did he shoot him because he thought he was a zombie, or did he shoot him because he was black?
Right.
I got another one for the fire. That was controversial. I seem to think in my day-to-day, I live in a very diverse area. I've got black friends, Puerto Rican friends, Muslim friends, Jewish friends, white friends, whatever, male, female, whatever. We don't really concentrate on all that shit. It's kind of like, yeah, we're all human. It's truly a melting pot where I'm at. And nobody fucks with anybody. There's no, I don't know. I thought we were past that. I don't understand. Maybe I wasn't paying it. Maybe I was just working too much and trying to live my life and whatever. I mean, I think sometimes beating a dead horse isn't always a good idea. But it makes me not want to see War of the Planet of the Apes. I thought the first two films were good.
Mm.
But then you got Woody Harrelson as the leader of the humans.
I didn't even know he was in it. I've only seen the first one. I didn't care for it, so I didn't bother.
Yeah, he's the leader of the humans, and he's doing this dialogue in his southern drawl as he's shaving his fucking head in the mirror, and it shows the apes in the woods, and we won't let them take our land. You know what I mean? I was just like, oh my God. Really? Could you be any more fucking blatant with that shit? This isn't human against ape, it's white against brown. I don't know. I get...
Right.
I do see elements of racism in real life. I was behind a dumbass in McDonald's the other night. He had a pickup truck, stereotypical redneck, right? He had the fucking rebel flag on the back of his truck, and with a sign that said "For crackers only." And I wanted to get out of my fucking car and go, motherfucker, guys like you that are the problem. The rest of us are just trying to get by. But you have to keep that shit up. So yeah, I know it's there, but it's not as mainstream as you think it would be.
Well, I mean, just the other day, I recently uploaded my review of Get Out, and someone specifically created an account, and they named it F N-word.
God. Well, that's
Just
internet.
to leave a comment.
You have
I
to
mean-
understand internet balls. I'm talking about like
Yeah.
real life people driving around in
I
a
know,
truck
but-
with a rebel flag just for crackers. The only thing missing was that they didn't have like a black G.I. Joe hanging from a fucking noose. I mean, that was like
Yeah,
the
but-
only thing missing from this asshole's truck.
But I do think there are people, if they're willing to do that, there's a part of them that does that in real life as well, and unfortunately, it is still around. There's
Going to be ignorant people. There's going to be hateful people.
Yeah.
But the rest of us have to show these people how we live and how
Right.
to live. Making obviously that's not going to do any good. We have to just outbreed them or something. But I don't know. It bothers me sometimes when I see movies that are blatantly, I guess maybe because I'm a bald white dude with blue eyes that, it's like it doesn't reflect on me well. It's like, it's because of assholes like you that I got to fucking deal with bullshit. I'm not like that.
right.
Yes, the cops treat minority people, disproportionately. They do definitely. I mean, it's true, but
Yeah.
we shouldn't need movements to point that out. There should be common sense.
Yeah, but
And I've always
How
been
many people nowadays have common sense, though? I mean, especially with the day of the internet, like you said, they can just hide behind it and.
I think the IQ of the world peaked somewhere in the 80s. I'm thinking it did
I can see that.
because I'm looking around. I see a whole lot of stupid motherfuckers around me. I really do.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's part of it. I mean, like I said, there's so much common sense that's not used nowadays. And then I'm not even just talking about the important stuff like, real life, even just stuff that's not important, like the way of the internet. You can hide behind and be anonymous and hide away in your room and
But
do almost everything from there. And
it just bothers me that if somebody looked at me and they didn't know me and they saw my bald head and my blue eyes, they would automatically think, I'm the devil in some cultures, right?
Mhm.
So to me, that's kind of racist stereotyping. It's like if I looked at a black person and was afraid they were going to take my wallet. To me, it's just as bad.
Mhm.
Morgan Freeman said it best. The only way we can get rid of racism is, I'll stop referring to you as a white man, you stop referring to me as a black man, and we'll just call each other men.
Mhm.
Until we can somehow get to that level, which I thought we were closer to than apparently we really are. Because in my world, that's the reality I live in. As far as society goes, I'm an egalitarian, best person for the job, because that's how our species is going to keep going. We have to let the best and the brightest and the strongest do their thing. It can't be the good old boy system where cousin Cletus gets the job. But it also can't be where somebody else gets the job because of cousin Cletus. You know what I mean? It has to be whoever is the smartest, male, female, dog. I don't give a shit. We have to, if we're gonna make this world better and progress as a species, we have to drop this shit. And let's say, a lot of bad shit happened in the past. A lot of fucked up shit. Trump, fuck him, whatever. But he said something that made sense. He got jumped on. He said, "Hey, like we're innocent." When they're talked about, when they talked about Russia or whatever. Well, yeah, we have intervened in other countries' politics. We have taken out their leaders and put in people. You know what I mean? We've done things. All countries have done things like that. And one of these days, we're all just going to have to stand up and say, you know what? Yeah, we've all had our turn at being an asshole. Can we now please work together as individuals? I don't want to drop my individuality. I think individuals can retain their individuality and, work with society. I don't know why it's so hard. Maybe that's my problem. I think that it's a lot more simple than some people think, but they're so preoccupied with whatever that they can't see the forest for the trees. Maybe I'm just a big picture guy. I don't know. But I see this in my art, and then I see like that Stranger Things guy get up there. Oh, we're going to battle the monsters, and we're going to use our art to what? You're going to show us how we should do it, or are you going to show us how stupid we are for what's going on? I'd rather have the futuristic look of this is what it could be if we did this, instead of this is how evil you look because you do this. I don't know. But that's my philosophical rant for this evening in my tired state. And I don't give a shit if you identify as a lamppost. You're cool with me, you know? But in a world where everybody's equal, very few people should be allowed to be special. Because you can't be equal if you have special people. Now, there are people that have mental and physical handicaps that are obviously special needs. Yes, they're special. But everybody else should be equal if you want to be equal. And equal means everybody is equal. You don't get special treatment, you know? I don't know. It's like when you go in the army, you're no longer who you were before you went in the army. You are now a soldier. You know, it doesn't matter what clothes you wear. It doesn't matter who you have sex with. It doesn't matter to me what religion you are. You know, you are a soldier. You are no longer who you used to be. Now, when you're on leave and you're at home, you know, do what the fuck ever you want to do. It's like, that's kind of how I view society. When I go out in society, you know, I'm out there to do what I got to do. And then when I come home, I'm me. You know, if we could get back to that, that would be really great. Thank you. I don't know. I just see a whole lot. I'm an older guy. I've been around for a while. I've seen this shit, and we're unnecessarily wasting a bunch of energy and time on some of the shit we're dealing with. We got that radiation coming over from Japan, from Fukushima or whatever it was. Nobody's giving a fuck about that. That kind of concerns me. I don't know. And one president, if you look since they killed John F. Kennedy, this country's been going down fucking hill. Isn't it? What Nixon was great, what Carter was awesome, Reagan was great. No, oh no, it's just one guy. There's one guy. No, fuck you. This shit's been going on for a long time. I don't know. But the only reason I even brought it up is because I thought it was relevant, considering some of the shit that's been going on, like with Ghostbusters and different themes in films. That instead of creating division, you should be creating unity by showing the positive aspects of what humanity can be, instead of just exploiting its evil. I don't know. I mean, they used to make really good horror films that way, but I guess they lost their knack for it. I mean, because if you think about Day of the Animals was an environmentalist film. Prophecy was an environmentalist film. But they were entertaining films. Same thing with Grizzly. I think Grizzly was an environmentalist film. That was big, but the ozone. Yeah, I remember when the ozone was going to kill us all. Right? There's a hole in the ozone. We're all going to fry. I'm still alive. Every fucking decade, there's a new witch hunt. It's like, I don't know. Makes me understand Howard Hughes a little bit more. Just fucking want to hide somewhere. So any final thoughts on the night? You don't have to comment on any of the bullshit I was talking about. I just wanted to get that out there. Some of the stuff you guys hear me talk about something about, the character swap. Oh, the character was white in the book, but he's black in the movie, or he was black in the book, but he's white in the movie. Or if he was female, or whatever. I don't give a shit. You know, I don't really understand why that needs to happen, but if it makes you happy, fucking go for it. I don't care. It's like I read The Gunslinger. It's obviously a Clint Eastwood style character, you know, but it's got Idris Elba playing him in the movie. I don't understand the necessity of the change, you know, but if it fits the story and it makes it a better movie, whatever. You know, Scarlett Johansson, she's in Ghost in the Shell. Why? Because they want to replace everybody with white people? No, because she has good box office. That's why. I think it's much simpler.
I think even the creator of Ghost in the Shell wasn't even bothered by it. I could be wrong, but I thought he said, like, well, she's not necessarily Asian, or I forget what the hell he said, but it didn't seem like even the creator wasn't bothered by it, but I could be wrong. I don't care as long as the person's good.
You know, I'm bothered by seeing her in yet another film because I think she should take a break. It's like, didn't you have a kid? Go be a mom for a while. Come back later. I've seen enough of you. It's like The Rock. Take a vacation. You're in Fast and Furious. You're in fucking Baywatch. It's like every time I go to the movies, oh, hey, it's The Rock. Yeah, I like you. You're a great guy. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I mean, you have Baywatch, Fast 8, Jumanji.
Yeah.
That's this year. And then he's going to be in Shazam as Black Adam. He's doing another one called Skyscraper It's like a Die Hard type of movie in China. He's doing that, what's that video game, Rampage? Those old monster movie. Monster game. I think he's doing San Andreas 2 or Journey 3 or whatever. I mean, he's doing like 10 more movies.
I guess my point is, as far as race goes, you know, if you're replacing a black character with a white actor because you're a racist dick, then fuck you, you're wrong.
Right.
You know, but if you're replacing a white character with a black character because you're trying to kiss up to current trends, then fuck you too. I guess maybe is my point. It's like, you know, if it serves the purpose, if it has a reason, if it makes the story better, if it's the best person for the job. Say you did auditions, and the best person for the gig that gave you the character you were looking for maybe was a different color than the person in the book. Great, good choice. But if you did it just to kiss up to a certain movement, or whether it's negative or positive, fuck you. That bothers me.
Yeah, I mean, when they did the Daredevil movie, I think Michael Clark Duncan was a great kingpin. He did a great job.
So Kingpin's a giant bald white guy. Who gives a shit? I mean, I thought he was great.
He was really good. And
didn't bother me one bit.
On the flip side, when they said it was going to be William Fichtner as Shredder, I'd be like, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Not because he's not Asian, because he fucking sucks as a martial arts master.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's just stupidity. Stupidity is stupidity. It doesn't matter what race it is. That's what common sense is. A martial arts master. Don't get fucking Rob Lowe. Or fucking, don't get fucking Rob Schneider. And they did a fucking movie like that called Big Stan. That was a piece of shit. I don't buy Rob Schneider's tough. I buy him as the guy on Adam Sandler's dick. But I don't buy him as fucking tough. He can't get a job unless it's fucking Adam Sandler. Sorry, folks. I went on
Rob Schneider was moderately amusing on Saturday Night Live, but yeah, his shtick for an entire film. I mean, he made me laugh a couple of times in a wedding. Well, what was it? 51st Dates? But wasn't that? I guess that could be considered as an offensive character because he's supposed to be like a native Hawaiian.
Yeah.
Or something, but I don't know what his nationality is. I really don't care.
Right.
But he did have a couple of funny lines in that. And he had a couple of funny lines in Dread and Deuce Bigalow. There was a couple of funny lines, but yeah, he's only good for a couple. Then you got to get him the fuck out of there. I think he's best served with "You can do it," and then he's gone.
Rob Schneider. He's one of those guys I just saw on my shit list.
Well, it's like, Adam Sandler keeps him around to make himself look good. Oh, you think I suck? Well, I've got Rob Schneider in the film.
Fuck, that's another topic. Adam Sandler. Jesus.
I like Waterboy. I like Happy Gilmore. Little Nicky. Billy Madison kind of annoys me, but it has its moments. After that, what's it? That's My Boy, where doesn't that have Andy Samberg in it?
I can't remember. I just know it starts out with pedophilia, because that's funny.
Yeah, and then there's incest.
Yeah.
There's incest jokes in it, too. But
and
I think
the whole premise, a little kid fucks his teacher and gets her pregnant.
Yeah.
That's the premise.
Yeah, and then it's like his son is getting married, but his son's wife-to-be is fucking her brother. Some weird shit like that. And then the best thing about that movie was Todd Bridges and Robert Van Winkle. Or Vanilla Ice. You had those two guys as side characters.
I hate Vanilla Ice, man. Hate him. And because I love Ninja Turtles 2 Secret of the Ooze, but I will always get made fun of because his shitty song. I'm like, that's
Ninja, go.
That's like the one thing I don't like about that movie. I hate that fucking song. And it's like, hey, I like this movie. I really enjoy it because of this, and this. And then they just go, that shitty song. I'm like, It is a shitty, stupid song. Fuck it. At least one of them was trying to pick up a chick, and I like that. But fuck that song. And a sequel I really enjoy, but I hate that fucking song. And fuck his Ice Ice Baby.
It was solid up until the end. I thought how they took out Super Shredder was stupid, and then Vanilla Ice is gonna, especially in that incarnation, is gonna ruin anything he's in.
He ruins anything.
He actually had a movie.
I remember Cool as Ice. I've seen it a long time ago.
I think I saw it on
bad.
HBO a long time ago. I just couldn't believe it was actually that stupid.
Yes, horrible movie.
And people are like, "Oh, Freddy Got Fingered is a terrible movie." Really? Have you ever seen Cool as Ice?
Yeah, when they were talking about Indiana Jones 4, I'm like, have you seen Cool as Ice? Or what was that movie? I can't remember. Run DMC made a movie too. It was like an action movie. I forget what the hell it was called too. But they literally did make an action movie.
I know
Run
the Fat
DMC.
Boys were in Disorderlies.
That's right. I remember that. It's like if they were the Three Stooges, this is Disorderlies. Oh my god. We went from Logan to Disorderlies. But that's what I love about it. That's what's great about it. Disorderlies. Oh god. That's
I don't
better
know
than
how the
that
fuck
fucking
we
Three
ended up here,
Stooges.
but holy shit.
Disorderly better than that fucking last Three Stooges movie.
I didn't even see that. I skipped it. I can't. I grew up on the Stooges. That's sacred ground for me.
If you want to see them pick up babies and try to piss on each other with babies and a tag and Snooki,
I couldn't.
I did, and it was horrible. Fucking horrible. Like the three guys were not bad pretending to be them, but it's just them, the directors doing their same fucking raunchy jokes like Me, Myself, and Irene. You know,
I actually kind of liked Me, Myself, and Irene.
which I did. I like it, but that fits for that. That doesn't fit for Three Stooges.
Right.
And then having Snooki in the fucking real world
Oh, man.
as a primal plot point for the third act, and fart jokes. That's like the one last big laughs is they're stuck in a car and someone lights a match and fuck the Farrell
That's
Brothers.
crazy.
Fuck Dumb and Dumber 2. Fuck these.
I haven't seen the sequel. It's like I haven't seen Bad Santa 2 or whatever the fuck it's called. There's certain movies that I love so much that I do not want to see the sequel. It's like I reach for it and go, no, you know better. You fucking know better.
No, Bad Santa 2 is horrible. All they did was remake the first one. You even had the little guy who I thought was dead in the first one. He comes back.
I thought he was in prison.
Yeah, he gets out of prison, so that's why he's back.
Mm.
The kid grows up to be a creepy looking grown guy who acts the same. Thurman. He looks like a serial killer in the movie, and it's depressing. All they did.
I noticed. I saw the stills. He looks exactly the same, only 3 times the size.
And Kathy Bates is his mom.
Stunt casting. I mean, I think she's a great actress. I don't know why she's slumming in these. I mean, okay, so she's like, oh look, I can say shit and fuck and piss. I can say cocksucker. Aren't I cool? You're actually a good actress. What the fuck are you doing?
That's what she does in the movie.
I mean, I remember when I saw her in Waterboy. She played his mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, you in this film, after some of the movies you've made and the acting talent you have, I mean, maybe every once in a while, but now I saw she was slumming again. I was like, really?
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with Willie's mom. I thought the reason why he was so dysfunctional was because neither of his parents gave a shit about him, and it was better that they weren't in the fucking picture.
Oh, he hates his mom because they hate each other. So.
But is Lauren Graham's character anywhere near? Because at the end of it, she was taking care of the kid, and
no, they just replace her with a girl who then just does the same thing, where she has a Santa fetish as well.
Oh wow!
It's all they do is remake the film. Even the end, there's a double cross. like at the end of the first one. And the same little guy, I forget the actor's name.
Tony Cox.
Tony Cox, he does the same double cross with a gun, and then Kathy Bates does a double cross. And they have this chase through this pond, frozen pond, whatever, where all these other Santas are in. It's from like the writer of Mr. Popper's Penguins.
Oh, there's where I would have went. You know, I want to make a new movie. You know that movie? Give me that fucking writer on the phone right fucking now. This is going to be Aces. What?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm even more depressed now because I knew it was going to suck, but the reality of how much it sucks, I might have to gouge my eyes out if I ever watch that.
I don't know, maybe you'll like it more than me, but I had no hope in it. I had no hope, and it was still like, it has no heart to it, and it's not.
I wanted to go see it in the theater, you know.
Yeah.
And it was out, and then I had the opportunity, and then I passed it up, and I went to see Rogue One instead, right? I don't know which one's worse. I like the first Bad Santa so much, I think it would almost be worse to watch it get butt fucked than to watch Rogue. But I don't know. I don't know, because Rogue One pretty much butt fucked Star Wars. So what's worse? Star Wars. Maybe I should have went to see Bad Santa too. I don't know.
Yeah. When did the first one even come out?
It was early 2000s, 2002 or 3.
Yeah, so it's like 15 years later.
Yeah, it was like way too long.
Okay, the guy who directed it did Mean Girls, Freaky Friday, Ghost of Girlfriend's Past. Okay, I'm sorry. It was the director of Mr. Popper's Penguins who made it.
Because that resume screams quality to me. I don't know about you. Why isn't he making every film? Oh, the fuck. See, that's what was wrong with Logan. This guy needed to direct it, right?
Yes.
This kind of shit makes my ass and head hurt at the same time. Because they're fucking me in the ass and bashing my head against the wall. Ugh.
Well, I know you need to get to bed, so I won't talk too much longer. But yeah, it's a lot of fun just to talk about random stuff.
It is, man. That's why I love doing this, man. Just what the fuck? It's random shit. And, I'll have a couple of topics or something we can bring up and talk about. But other than that, we can, like in the Sausage Factory, we kind of get off track, and then Pizza will be like, hey, I think we're getting off topic, and he'll pull us back. There ain't no pulling us back on this one.
Exactly.
We start out and we just go. We don't know where the fuck we're going, but we have an idea.
Yeah.
We have a few things we want to stop off and check out on the way, but we're mainly just road tripping it. I love it.
That's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, and maybe after, I think we only have a couple episodes of The Factory left, maybe 3 or 4, I'm not really sure.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe after that we can do this on the regular a little more.
I would gladly do that.
Because right now with working and doing The Factory every week and all this, I'm kind of short on free time, but once we go on hiatus with that, I'll be available a lot more to do this, and that'd be a lot of fun. That'd be cool.
I gladly would do it. This is a lot of fun.
Cool, man. Appreciate it.
No, thank you for having me on here. Seriously. Got to bitch about Vanilla Ice.
Got to talk all kinds of shit and have a good time. Well, I think it was a month ago we did the first one. I don't know if it's going to be another month before we do another one. It might be, depends on the factory schedule. But we will definitely do this again. And speaking of the factory, check us out tomorrow night on the Sausage Factory YouTube channel, 8 p.m. We're going to be talking about true crime films and a bunch of other cool stuff. So check it out. See you then. Take it easy. Until next time, later.